Summary: Yi Chen was an honest and hardworking man, but he caught his girlfriend who was having an affair with a wealthy second generation. Because of his sadness, he decided to return to his hometown to calm down. While on his way, he met a god cultivator and ended up being his student. After that, his life began to change. On the right and left arms holding the beautiful girl, from the start of the school flower, rich young women, beautiful teachers, beauty CEO, famous beauty stars, beautiful goddesses. One by one the women came to him. Chapter 901. I need your help to find out information from these people. From a distance there was a beautiful and charming woman who came to Yi Chen and Mu Shuiying's place. The beautiful and charming woman who had just arrived was of course Qing Cheng. Qing Cheng left as soon as he found out that Yi Chen was looking for her. Mu Shuiying looked at Qing Cheng who had just arrived at this place. Mu Shuiying started looking at Qing Cheng from top to bottom. Mu Shuiying again saw the extraordinary beauty of being Yi Chen's woman. Yi Chen's taste was quite good because he had so many beautiful and enchanting women around him. Mu Shuiying felt a bit of a dangerous feeling from Qing Cheng. Mu Shuiying did not know why she felt the dangerous feeling emanating from Qing Cheng. Qing Cheng smiled at Mu Shuiying. Qing Cheng already knew Mu Shuiying from Mulanin. This beautiful woman must be the first ancestor of the frozen ice sect. Husband, what are you looking for me? Qing Cheng asked Yi Chen's need to find her. I need your help to find out information from these people. Yi Chen told Qing Cheng that he needed the abilities that Qing Cheng had. The ability Qing Cheng inherited from the purple butterfly heritage was quite useful when used for something like this. You want to know what's on these people's minds? Asked Qing Cheng to Yi Chen. Yes, please you help me to find out why these people invade the country and the population in these lands. Qing Cheng asked for help to get information from these people. Fine, I'll do it. Qing Cheng started to use her power to get into the minds of the captain of each faction. Qing Cheng tried to find the information these people had in mind. In just a short amount of time, Qing Cheng had obtained the information Yi Chen wanted. Husband, it looks like these people came here because they want to take revenge for the death of their great leader. Qing Cheng informed that these people came here to take revenge for the death of the highest minister who died a few days ago in the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land. Yi Chen nodded at Qing Cheng. It seemed that these people had come here to take revenge for the death of the great leader of their faction. Then why are they all enemies against each other? Aren't they all the same goal? Yi Chen asked Qing Cheng. Yi Chen wanted Qing Cheng to find out why Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer were fighting each other in the Kunlun Holy Land, even though from the start their goal was the same, namely to take revenge for the death of their great leader. For that matter, it is likely that each faction also does not trust each other anymore. They think that other factions are also involved in this murder issue. Qing Cheng explained that there was a difference in the information each of these people had, even though their intentions were almost the same, namely to find the assassin of their great leader. These people considered the other factions as enemies who could most likely be the ones who had killed their great leader. Yi Chen started processing all the information he got from Qing Cheng. The information given by Qing Cheng was really very good. All of Yi Chen's questions were immediately answered by Qing Cheng. From the information that Qing Cheng just said, it seems like there is a misunderstanding of the information possessed by Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. It seems that someone deliberately made up false information so that these four factions would fight with each other. In addition to the place where the battle took place became the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land. This must have been very deliberate. There are people who deliberately want to destroy the Kunlun Holy Land using the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions. Husband, is there anything else you want to ask? Qing Cheng asked if Yi Chen still had a question on her. Yes, I've got the information I want. Yi Chen already got the information he wanted from Qing Cheng. Qing Cheng was happy to be able to help Yi Chen. He was really happy when she could be of use to Yi Chen. On the other side, Mu Shuiying was quite surprised when she saw that Qing Cheng could tell what other people's thoughts were. Qing Cheng's ability was really very frightening. If Qing Cheng could really master this ability completely, then all her enemies would be very difficult to fight her. Qing Cheng could read the enemy's mind. That meant that every move the enemy had could be estimated by Qing Cheng very easily. Mu Shuiying really couldn't understand how Yi Chen would have a woman with such a terrifying ability. Mulanin's Ice Phoenix Heritance and Mu Nianxi's special body alone was enough to shock Mu Shuiying. Now there is another woman with the ability to read minds like Qing Cheng, who was even more terrifying. What Yi Chen possessed constantly shocked Mu Shuiying. Is it because of Yi Chen's special body that made him meet these great and strong women? Mu Shuiying began to suspect that it might be because of the ancient, yang, body that Yi Chen had luck with these beautiful women. That was the only logical reason Mu Shuiying could think of at this time. When Mu Shuiying was thinking calmly why there were so many beautiful women around Yi Chen who had special abilities, Qing Cheng suddenly looked at her. Chen smiled towards Mu Shuiying, who was standing in front of her. Seeing this, Mu Shuiying immediately tried not to think anything. Herself as much as possible made the other party not understand what she was just thinking. Too bad Mu Shuiying was so late. Cheng had just peeked inside her mind without Mu Shuiying knowing. Cheng even knew what Mu Shuiying was just thinking about Ji Chen. Mu Shuiying and Cheng stared at each other. The situation looked awkward when this happened. Ahem, Mu Shuiying, please take care of these 4 people first. Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly turned strange, Yi Chen immediately tried to defuse the situation. Fine, I'll take care of them. Mu Shuiying was the first to stop staring at Qing Chang. Mu Shuiying turned her attention towards the 4 people lying on the ground. Mu Shuiying started waving her hands as the bodies of these 4 people were immediately enveloped in ice thick. These 4 people were instantly turned into ice sculptures by Mu Shuiying. Good, let's come back right now. Saw these 4 people had taken the time for them to return. Mu Shuiying and Qing Chang nodded. They both decided to return to the villa first. All the problems that existed here would definitely be handled by the people from the Kunlun Holy Land. Yi Chen took Mu Shuiying and Cheng back to his villa. First, Yi Chen wanted to confirm the conditions of the people closest to him. Big brother Yi Chen. When Yi Chen had just arrived at the villa, suddenly Xiao Lulu came over to Yi Chen. Xiao Lulu looked very rushed when she came over to Yi Chen. Lulu, what's wrong? Yi Chen asked why Xiao Lulu was running like this. Chapter 902, Save Li Qingzu in Yagatama Orochi territory. Big brother Yi Chen, Qingzu is currently still not back from shopping in the city center. I'm afraid something bad might happen to her. Xiao Lulu came and told Yi Chen what had happened. It turned out that Xiao Lulu had come to tell Yi Chen that Li Qingzu still hadn't returned to shopping for groceries in the city center. Huh? Li Qingzu was currently in the city center and hasn't returned? Yi Chen asked Xiao Lulu again. Xiao Lulu nodded at Yi Chen. Xiao Lulu was quite close to Li Qingzu, so it was not strange that Xiao Lulu felt a little worried when she saw that Li Qingzu had not returned until now. In addition, Xiao Lulu saw that the city was burning and smoking. This made Xiao Lulu even more worried. Initially, Xiao Lulu wanted to go and look for it, but she felt that the conditions of the city were so terrible that Xiao Lulu was discouraged. Xiao Lulu was still afraid when she tries to interact with outsiders when alone. The look that outsiders give her is quite strange. It seems that these people want to hug Xiao Lulu, who looks like a very beautiful walking doll, so it's not strange that Xiao Lulu doesn't dare to look for Li Qingzu alone. Big brother Yi Chen, please look for Qingzu. Xiao Lulu asked Yi Chen to look for Li Qingzu. Well, I'll look for it. Yi Chen of course will look for Li Qingzu whereabouts. Li Qingzu is now a maid in his villa, so Li Qingzu has become Yi Chen's responsibility. I'll go first. Yi Chen said goodbye to Mu Shuiying, Qing Chang, and Xiao Lulu. He headed back to the city center to find the whereabouts of Li Qingzu. Lulu, I will go inside first, you better accompany our guest. Qing Chang said that if he wanted to enter the villa, Qing Chang still had something to do. Fine, Sister Chang, I understand. Xiao Lulu nodded at Qing Chang. She would accompany Mu Shuiying, who was a guest in this villa. Qing Chang entered the villa. She left Xiao Lulu alone with Mu Shuiying. Now in the front yard, only Mu Shuiying and Xiao Lulu were left. Mu Shuiying observed Xiao Lulu in front of her eyes. The woman in front of her was very cute and very beautiful. She was like a walking doll that anyone would want to have and hugged. Even the current Mu Shuiying wanted to hug Xiao Lulu, who was in front of her, and stroke her. Xiao Lulu was really very cute. She gives a feeling to other people to have her and take care of her. Come follow me inside. Xiao Lulu said to Mu Shuiying to follow herself into the villa. Xiao Lulu is still unfamiliar with Mu Shuiying. She tries to keep a distance from Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying followed Xiao Lulu into the villa. She just followed what Xiao Lulu wanted. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had arrived at the city center. He used his spirit sense to detect Li Qingzu whereabouts. Yi Chen immediately used his spirit sense within a very wide radius to quickly find the whereabouts of Li Qingzu. It's strange why I didn't find Li Qingzu's existence? Yi Chen felt strange because he did not find the existence of Li Qingzu around this place. If the information from Xiao Lulu was correct, then Li Qingzu should be around this place, but from what Yi Chen found, Li Qingzu was not around this place at all. Maybe I should expand the radius of my search. Yi Chen decided to expand the radius of his search. This time Yi Chen searched almost the entire city. Strangely, even though Yi Chen had searched the entire city, he did not find Li Qingzu whereabouts. Is it possible? Yi Chen started to think about Li Qingzu. He began to think that Li Qingzu might have had bad luck when the previous massive attack took place. The previous attack was quite large. There were a lot of casualties due to the attacks carried out by the troops from the factions Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. Not, I can't think badly like that. Yi Chen shook his head. He can't think badly like that. Little Xiao. Yi Chen started calling Yi Xiao, home, what's wrong? Yi Shou answered Yi Chen. Judging from Yi Shou's words, Yi Shou had just woken up from a long sleep. Yi Shou had a special ability. She could get stronger even by sleeping or eating medicinal herbs. Do you know Li Qingzu, who was a maid in our villa? Yi Chen asked Yi Shou. Oh, you're talking about that beautiful new maid? Yes, of course I already know and meet her. Yi Shou told Yi Chen that he knew and already knew about Li Qingzu. Then can you search for his existence for me? Yi Chen wanted Yi Shou to help himself to find Li Qingzu's whereabouts. Okay, Yi Shou didn't ask Yi Chen many questions. She immediately agreed to help Yi Chen find Li Qingzu's whereabouts. After becoming Yi Chen's woman, Yi Shou was now very obedient. She would do whatever Yi Chen wanted. Yi Shou began to use her sense of smell to search for Li Qingzu's presence. Because previously Yi Shou had already remembered Li Qingzu's scent, Yi Shou was able to quickly search for traces of Li Qingzu, husband. It looks like the new maid is very far in the eastern region. Yi Shou told Yi Chen that Li Qingzu was far away in the eastern region. Huh? Is he not in this city? Yi Chen asked Yi Shou again. No, the traces I found indicate that she might be far away in the eastern region. Yi Shou told Yi Chen that from the scent trail she found, it was clear that Li Qingzu was far away in the east. Was he being taken away by someone again? Yi Chen started to think that Li Qingzu was taken away by someone. Otherwise, how could Li Qingzu be so far in the east? This was an impossible thing. Why is it always like this? Does Li Qingzu have a fetish for thieves to misuse? Yi Chen started to wonder if Li Qingzu had the fetish of being kidnapped by someone. Why was he always being taken away by someone? Yes, Li Qingzu is indeed a very beautiful woman. There must be a lot of people who want to do bad things to a beautiful woman like Li Qingzu. Looks like I have to go save her. Yi Chen had to go to the direction where Li Qingzu was. He had to save Li Qingzu, who might have been taken away by someone. Yi Chen immediately headed east, himself going according to Yi Shou's direction. Yi Chen went a long way to the east towards the territory of the Yagatama Orochi faction. Was it one of the people from the Yagatama Orochi faction who brought Li Qingzu? Yi Chen started to wonder if the person who had brought Li Qingzu here was part of the Yagatama Orochi faction. This possibility was very high considering that this was the territory of the Yagatama Orochi faction. Chapter 903, Sabaki Yanda. Little Shio, are you sure this is the place? Yi Chen asked again if it was true that Li Qingzu was in this area. Husband, you don't need to doubt my abilities. I really believe that Li Qingzu is very close. Yi Shou told Yi Chen that Li Qingzu was very close to him. Fine, if you are very close, you can tell me. Yi Chen told Yi Shou to tell himself that Li Qingzu was very close. Okay, Yi Shou understood. He would tell Yi Chen when Li Qingzu's presence was near. Yi Chen continued to fly towards the front, himself continuously flying in accordance with the direction given by Yi Shou. Stop, Li Qingzu is in that building. Yi Shou told Yi Chen to stop. Yi Shou started pointing at a 5-star hotel not far in front of them. This 5-star hotel is quite large and very tall. It looks like this is the best hotel around this city. So Li Qingzu is there, then let's see what happens to her. Yi Chen immediately decided to see what happened to Li Qingzu. Yi Chen started sneaking into the hotel where Li Qingzu was most likely to be. When Yi Chen just sneaked into the hotel, Yi Chen discovered Li Qingzu's whereabouts. It just so happened that Li Qingzu was currently with several unknown strangers. Apart from Li Qingzu, there were dozens of women who were seen being caught by these people. Even though the identities of these people were quite unfamiliar, Yi Chen could see that these people were not ordinary people. They all seemed to have special abilities like a cultivator at the early realm of the Overlord realm. Looks like they are from the Yagatama Orochi faction. Yi Chen started to suspect that these people were from the Yagatama Orochi faction. The problem here is what these people want to bring these women with. Do they want to do anything to these women? Yi Chen became more and more curious about what was going to happen. He started to follow behind Li Qingzu's entourage. Do you think the boss will be happy with the woman we have caught? One of the men asked another man who was nearby. Of course, the boss will be very happy. These women are quite beautiful. The boss will be happy to play with these women. Another man said that the boss would be happy because they managed to find beautiful women like this. The women who were in the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land faction were indeed beautiful. It wasn't strange that the boss wanted them to capture women from the Kunlun Holy Lands. These people deliberately took advantage of the riots that occurred in big cities to kidnap the beautiful women they met. All the beautiful women they met were immediately picked up and brought back to this place. These people began to carry Li Qingzu and dozens of women to the top floor. On the top floor of the hotel there is only one room. This is definitely a VIP room that only the very rich and influential can occupy it. Li Qingzu and dozens of women were herded like a cattle into VIP's room. They were all forced by evil people to enter the room. Li Qingzu and dozens of women could only surrender when they were led into the room. They all didn't have a resistance when faced with evil people who had the strength of a cultivator. If they dare to fight, then it is certain that they will be tortured even more by these people. Yi Chen could only see Li Qingzu being led into VIP's room. God Eyes. Yi Chen used the God Eyes technique to look into VIP's room. When Yi Chen used the God Eyes technique, he found that in VIP's room there was a strange man with black skin like a snake. Beside this man, there are lots of snakes that are extraordinarily large and have a fierce appearance. It is estimated that this snake is 5x the size of an adult and has a length of tens of meters. Even though these giant snakes had a fierce and frightening appearance, they looked very obedient to a man who had a snake-like figure. Yi Chen became curious when he saw this man. He wanted to know if this man had a high position in the Yagatama Orochi faction. The talk is going on in VIP's room. Have you managed to carry out what I commanded? The man with the appearance of a snake said to the men who were in front of him, Lord Yanda, we have carried out your orders. Here is the woman we managed to capture. One of the men came forward and reported that their mission had been successful. The name of this man is Sabaki Yanda. He is a person who has a high position in the Yagatama Orochi faction. The giant snake that was beside Sabaki Yanda immediately hissed at the women who had just entered this place. This giant snake looked like it was looking at fresh prey that was ready to eat. Calm down, you will definitely get them later. Sabaki Yanda tried to hold the snake beside her from eating the beautiful women in front of them. Li Qingzu and the beautiful women who were brought into this room were shivering when they saw that there were several giant snakes that were enormous in size. These women have never seen a snake this big in their lives. Even a snake this big they have never seen in television series or movies. Some women even fainted when they saw the terrible snake in this room. If these women could scream, they might have been screaming in fear from earlier. Unfortunately, their mouths were gagged so they couldn't speak and scream. You are doing a very good job. All of you can go and get paid. Enjoy the time you have in this hotel. Sabaki Yanda told his subordinates that they can take a vacation and enjoy all the facilities at this hotel. Everyone is happy to hear this. Finally, they can rest and enjoy relaxing in this hotel. Lord Yanda, then we will say goodbye. First, subordinates from Sabaki Yanda said goodbye to leave this place. They wanted to immediately go and relax in this super luxury hotel. Sabaki Yanda waved his hand. He told these people to leave right away from his room. Sabaki Yanda's men immediately left VIP's room. They immediately went to another room that had been prepared for them. After these people left, now Sabaki Yanda was with dozens of beautiful women who were in front of him. Sabaki Yanda started to get up from her seat. She immediately went to see the beauty in front of her. Sabaki Yanda has long craved the beauty that came from the Kunlun Holy Land. After all this time, he finally got to taste playing with a woman who came from a region controlled by the Kunlun Holy Land. Sabaki Yanda can't wait to play with these beautiful women. It will definitely be a pleasure to play with these women. It will be a very fun party. These beautiful women will be the meal for tonight. Li Qingzu and the dozens of women who were inside started to shrink in fear. They looked like they were looking at a very terrifying predator. Li Qingzu and dozens of women look like rats who are frightened when they see a snake. Chapter 904. Against Sabaki Yanda. Sabaki Yanda began to approach the dozens of women in front of him. He smiled wickedly at these women. Li Qingzu and dozens of women were terrified when Sabaki Yanda approached. They were all really scared of Sabaki Yanda, who looked like a snake monster. Li Qingzu was so scared that she didn't know what else to do to get out of this dire situation. In a situation like this, Li Qingzu could only hope that someone would save her from this dire situation. Yi Chen, please help me. In a situation like this, Li Qingzu hoped that Yi Chen would come and help her. Li Qingzu didn't know why she hoped that Yi Chen would come and help her. Maybe this was a natural reaction because Yi Chen always came and helped her when Li Qingzu was in trouble. This was probably the only reasonable reason Li Qingzu hoped that Yi Chen would come and save herself. In her heart, Li Qingzu considered Yi Chen as a hero who was always there for her. It could be said that Li Qingzu had a little love for Yi Chen. Sabaki Yanda began to see one by one the women in front of him. He began to have a woman who he would play first. All of the women started to shrink when Sabaki Yanda drew closer to them. They really felt very scared of Sabaki Yanda. Sabaki Yanda starts looking for who will be his first prey for tonight's party. Sabaki Yanda has a strange habit. He likes to kill women when he has fun with them. After that, Sabaki Yanda will provide the body of a woman who has died as food for the giant snake he has. Sabaki Yanda finally arrived in front of Li Qingzu. Sabaki Yanda now stopped right in front of Li Qingzu. Among the women in this room, Li Qingzu could be said to be the most beautiful woman. You are quite beautiful too. Sabaki Yanda began to touch Li Qingzu's face. Sabaki Yanda began to admire Li Qingzu's beauty face and body, as one of the 4 beauties in hexing school. It wasn't strange that Li Qingzu could make Sabaki Yanda interested in him. Li Qingzu started shaking her head towards Sabaki Yanda. She was quite afraid when she saw Sabaki Yanda touch her. Li Qingzu's body began to tremble when she saw Sabaki Yanda touch her. Li Qingzu felt a sense of disgust towards Sabaki Yanda. Tonight you will be the first to play with me. Sabaki Yanda had already decided that the first woman to play with him was Li Qingzu. Li Qingzu immediately shook her head. She didn't want to do that together with a man like Sabaki Yanda. Sabaki Yanda ignored the refusal made by Li Qingzu. He immediately went to carry Li Qingzu onto the bed. Sabaki Yanda immediately threw Li Qingzu onto the bed in this room. The bed in this room is super large. This large bed can accommodate many people at once in it. This is a super luxury hotel, so it is not surprising that this room has a super large bed. Li Qingzu had absolutely no resistance when she was dragged onto the bed by Sabaki Yanda. Li Qingzu tried her best to shout and ask for help. Unfortunately, Li Qingzu's mouth was gagged, which made her unable to let out a scream. Do whatever you want in this place, no one can save you from me. Sabaki Yanda said to Li Qingzu that no one will be able to save her from him. Li Qingzu started to become discouraged. She started to shed tears. It can be seen that Li Qingzu is currently crying. Crying, it will make me even happier. Sabaki Yanda was even more happy when she saw Li Qingzu crying. It can be seen that this man is a sadistic who is very terrible. Sabaki Yanda started trying to take off Li Qingzu's clothes. He started pulling on the maid clothes that Li Qingzu was currently wearing. Currently, Li Qingzu could only surrender when she saw Sabaki Yanda trying to take off the clothes she had. Meanwhile, outside VIP's room, Chen was currently seeing what Sabaki Yanda was doing to Li Qingzu. For some reason, Chen was quite angry when he saw what Sabaki Yanda was trying to do to Li Qingzu. Chen several times cursed what Sabaki Yanda was trying to do. He really didn't like what Sabaki Yanda was doing to Li Qingzu. Li Qingzu was a beautiful woman. She was not worthy of a bad man like Sabaki Yanda. Because Chen couldn't stand to see what Sabaki Yanda was going to do to Li Qingzu, Chen decided to go into the room and stop Sabaki Yanda. Chen immediately rushed into the room. He no longer held back. It's time to take care of the man named Sabaki Yanda. Meanwhile, in Li Qingzu's room, already very desperate, Sabaki Yanda had started trying to do bad things to him. Anyone help me. In her heart, Li Qingzu kept asking for a favor. She wanted anyone to help her from this scary situation. Li Qingzu even vowed to marry anyone who would come to help him. Applause, 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 applause. When Sabaki Yanda tried to do bad things to Li Qingzu, suddenly someone from behind was clapping their hands. Sabaki Yanda and Li Qingzu immediately looked at the origin of the voice just now. When they looked at the origin of the sound just now, they found that Chen was currently standing right in front of the door. Chen. Li Qingzu looked very happy when she saw Chen was already in this place. It seemed that the prayer she had made was granted. Who are you? Sabaki Yanda asked a strange man who suddenly entered his room. Sabaki Yanda felt very strange with Chen coming to this place. Sabaki Yanda did not feel the slightest movement when Chen entered this room. I am Chen, and I will be the angel of death who will take your life. Chen introduced himself to Sabaki Yanda. Chen did not even hesitate to call himself the angel of death for Sabaki Yanda. How dare you, don't you know who I am? Sabaki Yanda looked very furious when she listened to what Chen had just said. I don't know who you are and don't want to know about it. Chen nonchalantly said that he didn't want to know who Sabaki Yanda really was. Damn, you guys attack and kill that person. Sabaki Yanda ordered the snake in this room to kill Chen. All the snakes that were previously sleeping started rushing towards Chen. They all immediately charged up and attacked Chen. The giant snakes were very hungry. They all wanted to eat Chen, who was in front of them. Chen only smiled when he saw what these huge snakes were trying to do. You dare come to me? It's the same to give your life to me, said Chen to several giant snakes that were approaching him. Chapter 905, Kill Sabaki Yanda. Chen started to stretch his hand forward. He immediately grabbed the giant snake body in front of him. With great ease, Chen grabbed onto one of the bodies of the giant snake that was trying to attack him. Without thinking, Chen immediately tore the snake body in his hand into two pieces. Chen did this so easily, he looked as if he was tearing a piece of paper that was very fragile. When they saw one of their comrades so easily killed by Chen, another giant snake immediately stopped in place. All the snakes began to be afraid of Chen, who could kill one of them very easily. Bastard. Sabaki Yanda was very angry when she saw Chen kill one of her favorite pets. Sabaki Yanda started to emit a terrible killing aura towards Chen. Do you still want to go forward and give your life for nothing, said Chen to the giant snake who was currently trying to get away from him. All of the giant snakes immediately fled when they heard what Chen had just said. They all seemed to understand what Chen had just said. These snakes have been kept by Sabaki Yanda for hundreds of years. It is not surprising that they have an intelligence that is almost equivalent to humans. You bastard, I will make you regret that you dare to frighten my pet. Sabaki Yanda was getting more and more angry with Yi Chen. She immediately went to Yi Chen to take revenge for the death that happened to one of her favorite pets. All the snakes in this room are Sabaki Yanda's favorite pets. Sabaki Yanda has considered all the snakes here as his own children. This may sound crazy enough for normal people, but for Sabaki Yanda this is a very meaningful thing to him. Sabaki Yanda headed towards Yi Chen with a very agile movement. Sabaki Yanda's movement looked like a very agile snake. Yi Chen began to see the movements made by Sabaki Yanda. He was waiting for the right moment to attack Sabaki Yanda. On the other side, Sabaki Yanda tried to find the loopholes that Yi Chen had. He tried to beat Yi Chen by using one of his attacks. Sabaki Yanda has a poison that is quite dangerous in his body. If Sabaki Yanda manages to inject this poison into Yi Chen, then you can be sure that Yi Chen will most likely die immediately. Sabaki Yanda's poison is thousands of times more venomous than the poison of the king cobra. Once exposed to this poison, the life expectancy of the affected person will be very slim. This is also one of the terrifying abilities of the people who come from the Yagatama Orochi faction. The Yagatama Orochi faction possesses a poison ability that is lethal to all its enemies. After observing for a while, Sabaki Yanda finally found an opening that he could use to attack Yi Chen. Sabaki Yanda didn't waste any time. He immediately tried to attack Yi Chen with the venomous fangs he had. Bastard, go to hell. Sabaki Yanda told Yi Chen to go to hell. You were so stupid. Yi Chen suddenly turned towards Sabaki Yanda. He immediately stretched out his hand to grab Sabaki Yanda's neck. With fast movements Yi Chen could easily grip Sabaki Yanda's neck. Ugh, Sabaki Yanda is now in Yi Chen's hand, now in Yi Chen's grasp. You really are so stupid. You are too easy to trick, Yi Chen said to Sabaki Yanda. According to him, Sabaki Yanda is quite easy to trick. This man is very easy to be trapped by the ploy made by him. Just now Yi Chen deliberately made an opening for Sabaki Yanda. He did this so that Sabaki Yanda would want to attack him. As a result, Sabaki Yanda fell into his trap. This man was so stupid that he even got into the trap he had set. Who are you calling stupid? Feel this? Sabaki Yanda's neck began to lengthen like rubber. He started trying to bite Yi Chen, who was in front of him. Seeing what Sabaki Yanda was trying to do, Yi Chen immediately stretched out his other hand to hold Sabaki Yanda's head. Now Sabaki Yanda's neck and head were completely under Yi Chen's grip. You are brave enough to bite me. Then feel this. Yi Chen began to grip Sabaki Yanda's head and neck even harder and harder. Crack, 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 came a cracking sound as Yi Chen tightened his grip. Surprisingly, at this time Sabaki Yanda didn't scream at all when Yi Chen started to tighten his grip on Sabaki Yanda's neck and head. Sabaki Yanda's body was like a snake that had very flexible bones, so Sabaki Yanda didn't really feel any pain when Yi Chen tightened his grip. Haha, what you are doing is useless, it doesn't hurt at all. Sabaki Yanda arrogantly said to Yi Chen that what she was doing didn't hurt for Sabaki Yanda at all. Yi Chen started to raise his eyebrows when he listened to what Sabaki Yanda had just said. This man tried to challenge him to be more serious. So you don't think it hurts? Then how about this 1 inch? From Yi Chen's hand began to shoot out profound flames that had an extremely hot temperature. Sabaki Yanda, who was previously arrogant and underestimated Yi Chen, suddenly felt that his neck and face suddenly felt extremely hot. This heat was so painful. Sabaki Yanda felt that her body felt like it was melting by the profound flames used by Yi Chen. Snakes were creatures that couldn't stand the heat, so when Yi Chen used his profound flames, Sabaki Yanda immediately felt uncomfortable. Arg, it's hot. Sabaki Yanda started screaming in heat. It can be seen that Sabaki Yanda felt excruciating pain. Yi Chen smiled when he saw this. He felt satisfied seeing Sabaki Yanda screaming in pain like this. This arrogant man finally got the price for challenging Yi Chen to be more serious in fighting him. As a result, Sabaki Yanda got the consequences. Yi Chen started to burn the body of Sabaki Yanda in front of him. Arg, Sabaki Yanda's shout echoed throughout this room. In an instant, Sabaki Yanda's body was turned to ashes by Yi Chen, Li Qingzu, and the women in this place were shocked at what Yi Chen had just done. Especially Li Qingzu was quite surprised when she saw the strength possessed by Yi Chen. It was clear that Yi Chen was very similar to the black ghost who had once helped her from Yunhao. After completely destroying Sabaki Yanda, Yi Chen immediately went to Li Qingzu's side. He immediately freed Li Qingzu, who was currently being held by Sabaki Yanda. Yi Chen immediately opened the gag that covered Li Qingzu's mouth. Yi Chen also untied Li Qingzu's body. Li Qingzu, who was just released, immediately hugged Yi Chen, who was in front of her. Li Qingzu began to cry in Yi Chen's arms. It's all over. Yi Chen tried to win over Li Qingzu. He tried as much as possible to make Li Qingzu calm down for a while. Chapter 906, Demon's Evil Plan, Sob Sob Sob. Li Qingzu was still crying in Yi Chen's arms. She was still afraid when she remembered the terrible incident that had almost happened to her. Yi Chen kept trying to calm Li Qingzu, Yi Chen hoping that Li Qingzu could calm down like before. Everything has now been resolved. Li Qingzu no longer needs to be afraid of Sabaki Yanda. Sabaki Yanda now completely disappeared from this world. After a while, Li Qingzu finally wanted to calm down. She finally felt safe and comfortable when she was in Yi Chen's arms. "Are you feeling well?" asked Yi Chen to Li Qingzu. "I feel good already, Yi Chen. Thank you very much for helping me." Li Qingzu thanked Yi Chen, who had helped her from a difficult situation. Yi Chen was indeed a hero sent by the heavens to her. Too bad Yi Chen was something that Li Qingzu couldn't have. He could only be a hero in Li Qingzu's heart. Li Qingzu was quite aware of the position and status she possessed. She was no match for Yi Chen. Yi Chen already has a lot of women who have peerless beauty in the villa, so Li Qingzu feels that she doesn't have a chance to be with Yi Chen. "Let's go back to where we should be." Yi Chen invited Li Qingzu to return to their country. This was not a suitable place for them to live in. "Okay, let's go back." Li Qingzu nodded at Yi Chen. She really wanted to return to her home as soon as possible. Li Qingzu was quite worried about her mother's condition after the massive attack that had occurred. "Alright, then let's go right now." Yi Chen invited Li Qingzu to immediately leave this hotel. "Yi Chen, how about them?" Li Qingzu suddenly stopped Yi Chen. She asked Yi Chen what they should do to the woman who had been captured by Sabaki Yanda. There was no way that Yi Chen would leave these women in a place like this alone. Yi Chen looked at the women who had been kidnapped by Sabaki Yanda. When Yi Chen looked at the women in this room, he saw that the gaze of these women was full of hope. It could be seen that they were all very hope. Yi Chen is willing to help them out of this situation. Yi Chen, who saw this, felt very sorry. He wanted to save all these poor, ignorant women. "We will take them together to leave this place." Yi Chen had already decided to take these women away from this place. The women who were kidnapped were very happy when they heard this thing coming out of Yi Chen's mouth. They were very happy because Yi Chen wanted to help them get out of this kind of situation. Yi Chen and Li Qingzu began to untie the bonds that were on the bodies of the dozens of women who were in this place. When all the ties were released, all the women felt very happy about this. They began to thank Yi Chen. All the women started to surround Yi Chen. They all stared at Yi Chen with starry gaze. All of these women were attracted to Yi Chen's good looks. Plus, Yi Chen was a brave man who made these women very attracted to Yi Chen. Li Qingzu felt jealous when she saw Yi Chen being hassled by these women. She felt annoyed when she saw this. If Li Qingzu found out about this matter, Li Qingzu would not have saved these women. Everyone calmed down. Yi Chen tried to calm the women who were surrounding him. Yi Chen didn't want these women to thank him in this way. Actually, they didn't need to thank Yi Chen for this matter. "Okay, let's get out of here." Yi Chen invited all the women to leave this place. All the women were excited when they heard this from Yi Chen. Before Yi Chen left this place, Yi Chen didn't forget to exterminate all the giant snakes in this room. Yi Chen didn't want to leave a remnant in this place. After tidying up everything in this room, Yi Chen started to go downstairs to take care of the people who had previously dared to kidnap Li Qingzu. Yi Chen couldn't just let go of these people. These people had to suffer the consequences for having dared to kidnap Li Qingzu and make Yi Chen feel inconvenient. Shadow clone. Yi Chen immediately used the shadow clone technique to find the enemy who lived in this hotel. By using the shadow clone technique, Yi Chen could easily find the dam to cripple all the bad guys who had kidnapped Li Qingzu. The clone made by Yi Chen moved very fast. In just a short time they had killed all the enemies without leaving a trace. All the problems have been resolved successfully. Now is the time for Yi Chen to take Li Qingzu and the others away from this place and return to their home countries. Yi Chen started to take his profound arc. He would accommodate all the women in his profound arc. There was no way that Yi Chen would take everyone flying with him, which was why Yi Chen decided to use his profound arc to carry everyone at once. The women were amazed by the profound arc that Yi Chen had. The profound arc that was owned by Yi Chen was really very good and magnificent. According to all the women, this was an extremely fine item. Even a 5-star hotel could not be compared to the profound arc that Yi Chen had. Yi Chen started to control the profound arc towards the west. It was time for him to return home. For the time being, Yi Chen would not attack the Yagatama Orochi faction. First, Yi Chen had to secure Li Qingzu, after which Yi Chen would discuss what to do with the faction that had dared to attack them. When Yi Chen had just left the territory belonging to the Yagatama Orochi faction, a demon with the form of a young man appeared above the sky in the territory of the Yagatama Orochi faction. "You stupid human, even doing such a simple thing can't be." The demon cursed the great leaders of the great faction. These people were so stupid that they couldn't even cause a huge mess in Yi Chen's residence. It turned out that the person who had tried to pit the 4 great factions against each other was a demon. This person was really very good at fighting one another. It wasn't strange that in the past, all the gods in God realm were troubled by the blood soul race. Apparently this is the reason. Initially, the demon intended to use the chaos that occurred to take the essence of the lives of the people in the country of Huaxia. Unexpectedly, the result was that the people from the Carmilas, Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Yagatama, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer would be defeated very easily. Cultivators from the Kunlun Holy Land, since you guys are of no use to me, then I better take all the blood essence you have. The demon intended to take the blood essence belonging to the people around this place. Because there are no people here with strong abilities, it is very easy for a demon to absorb the essence of life belonging to the people in this city. If the demon wanted to win against Chen, he had to get stronger as soon as possible, so that he could win against Chen and regain the original body he had. After he managed to get the original body that he had, the demon would immediately take revenge on the descendants of God who were in the God realm. Chapter 907. Important discussion. Chen currently brought Li Qingzu and dozens of women back to where they were staying, since the women came from different cities. Chen had to escort them all back to their residences. Every city in this country was completely destroyed, almost all of them were badly damaged as if they had just been hit by an extremely strong war. Chen felt furious when he saw what happened to the residents and people living in the city. They all looked desperate because they had lost their homes, and even their families and relatives. Chen should probably give a proper lesson to the people from the Carmilas Rose, Yagatama Orichi, Yagatama, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions. They all have to be accountable for what they have done. Carmilas Rose, Yagatama Uchi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer faction had really crossed the line. They were attacking civilians who didn't even have the strength to resist. This was something very wrong to do. After seeing the damage that had occurred in each city, Li Qingzu showed a worried face. Li Qingzu was worried about her mother's condition. She hoped that her mother was fine. After a long journey, finally Chen finished escorting all the women who were kidnapped back to their residences. Now Chen only needed to bring Li Qingzu back to their hometown. Chen, can you take me to meet my mother first? Li Qingzu asked Chen to escort herself to her mother's place. Li Qingzu only has one relative, her mother. If something happens, then Li Qingzu will be alone. Okay, Chen nodded at Li Qingzu. He would escort Li Qingzu back to her residence. When Chen and Li Qingzu arrived in front of Li Qingzu's small house, they both found that Li Qingzu's house was still standing intact, not the slightest trace of damage to be seen in this house. This was quite amazing. Li Qingzu's little house was completely intact and not the slightest flaw could be found. Chen immediately took Li Qingzu downstairs to the front yard of Li Qingzu's house. After getting off, Li Qingzu immediately ran into the house, wanting to see if her mother was there or not. Mother Li Qingzu's immediately came in and shouted his mother's name. She looked around to find the whereabouts of her mother. Qingzu, why are you coming home? Sumui welcomed the arrival from Li Qingzu. It just so happened that Sumui was currently cooking in the kitchen alone. After Li Qingzu worked at Chen's villa, Sumui started to stop working. Now Sumui is enjoying the free time she has in this house. Li Qingzu's part-time salary at Chen's house was already very high. It was enough to support Li Qingzu and her mother for this lifetime. Mother, are you okay? Li Qingzu asked about her mother's current state. Mother is fine. Why are you here? Don't you know that the city is in chaos? You should stay where you work. It's safer there. Sumui is fine, no damage or injuries have been experienced by Sumui. Sumui already knew that the city's current situation was in a difficult time, which was why Sumui didn't go out and remained indoors doing something useful for her. Luckily, the battles that took place didn't spread around this place, so the surroundings were safe and there wasn't any serious damage. Li Qingzu was so relieved that her mother was fine. All the anxiety that was in Li Qingzu's heart immediately disappeared. Qingzu, did you come here alone earlier? Sumui asked Li Qingzu. No, I came with Chen earlier. Li Qingzu said that he came with Chen. Oh, so Chen also came. Why didn't you invite him in? Sumui told Li Qingzu to invite Chen into the house. I'll see it outside. Li Qingzu said that she would see Chen, who was still outside. Li Qingzu rushed out. When Li Qingzu came out, she did not find any trace of Chen around this place. Li Qingzu was confused when she saw that Chen was not outside. If Chen was not outside, then where was Chen now? Li Qingzu looked down. When Li Qingzu looked down, she found that right before her eyes was a piece of paper. Li Qingzu immediately took the paper in front of her. Li Qingzu began to open and read the contents of the paper. The contents in the paper. Li Qingzu, I still have some business to resolve. You can take time off for a while now. On the paper was written a message left by Chen. In this letter, Chen told Li Qingzu to take a leave of absence for a while. Li Qingzu could understand that Chen was a very troublesome person. She knew that Chen still had a lot of things to do. Li Qingzu decided to take time off for today. Tomorrow she would return to work again as a maid at Chen's place. Li Qingzu went into the house to accompany her mother to do various things at home. the situation in the city was not good. For the time being, it was safer to stay at home. After making sure Li Qingzu was safe with his mother, Yi Chen immediately returned to his villa. Yi Chen had to do something to solve this problem. He would try to discuss this matter with Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin and Nangong Xiang. These three women were very knowledgeable about the large faction that controlled the world. Yi Chen had better discuss this matter with the three of them. The current Yi Chen did not know the whereabouts of Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang, whether they were in the villa or not. For now, Yi Chen entered the villa. When Yi Chen entered the villa, Yi Chen found that Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang were discussing something in the living room. They seemed very serious when discussing this matter. This was an unexpected coincidence. He met Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang, who he was looking for. What are you discussing now? Yi Chen asked Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang what they were discussing right now. Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang immediately turned to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, we are discussing about the attack carried out by the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orichi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer faction. Xue Suyin informed to Yi Chen that they were currently discussing the attack that had occurred. This was the first time a massive assault like this had happened, so it wouldn't be strange for Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang to immediately discuss this matter. I want to join. Yi Chen decided to join Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang. He also thought the same thing to discuss this matter with Zhang Shiyun. Xue Suyin and Nangong Xiang, come here. Zhang Shiyun told Yi Chen to come closer and join the three of them. Yi Chen naturally happily came to the side of Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang, sitting right in the middle of Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang. Chapter 908, See Ling Yin's condition. Yi Chen embraced the three beauties near himself. He began to enjoy the three beauties near him. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang could only smile when they saw what Yi Chen was doing right now. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang began discussing the issue of the massive attack carried out by the four major factions, namely Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Uchi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. The four of them began to exchange the information they had with each other. Their purpose of all exchanging information is very simple. They want to find a bright spot on this problem. With the exchange of information carried out by Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang, they finally found a bright spot. It looks like they intend to take revenge on us because their higher-ups died in this area, Zhang Shiyun said to everyone. Even though we don't know anything about this matter, why are they even attacking us who don't know anything about this incident, said Xue Suyin. The people of the Kunlun Holy Land were not involved in this matter at all. There was not a single word of the fighting reported by either the followers of Zhang Shiyun or Xue Suyin. The higher-ups from the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Uchi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer faction went to a demon prison that was very dangerous, so it wouldn't be strange if they all died without a fight, Yi Chen said to everyone. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang nodded at Yi Chen. They all knew that these people died because of their own mistakes. This has absolutely nothing to do with the Kunlun Holy Land or the people in it. Do you think there is someone who deliberately pits us all? Yi Chen asked Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang if it was possible that anyone deliberately pitted all of us against each other. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang looked at each other. What Yi Chen said was likely to happen. There was someone who might try to pit them all. The possibility could happen. The problem is, who would be willing to do something like that? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen. We'll try to find out about it. But first let's settle the business we have with the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Yagatama, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer faction. The problem of finding people who want to pit one against each other will be very easy to do, but first they have to settle their business with the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Uchi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions. Husband, I completely agree with what you are proposing. First of all, let's finish our business with Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. They have destroyed the cities and countries that exist in our territory. We shouldn't let this matter go. It's easy. Zhang Shiyun totally agreed with what Yi Chen said. They didn't have to settle their business with the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Uchi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions. Carmilla's Rose, Uchi, Yagatama, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions must take responsibility for what they have done with the city and country that exist in the territory of the Holy Land of Kunlun. Then tomorrow we go to the territory of the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions. We will solve this problem with them. Yi Chen invited Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang to go to the location of the Carmilla faction. Rose, Orochi, Yagatama, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer, Zheng Shiyun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang nodded at Yi Chen. Tomorrow is the perfect time to go and make a calculation with the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions. Right now Zheng Shiyun, Shuesuin still had the task of repelling the enemies who were still in the territory of the Kunlun Holy Land. Oh yeah, where are the others? Why is it so quiet? Yi Chen asked where the other residents of this villa were. He wanted to know the whereabouts of Zhao Yanyan and the others. The sisters are going to see the condition of their family. They are probably ensuring the safety of their family. Zhang Shiyun told Yi Chen that Zhao Yanyan and the others were currently going out to confirm the condition of their family after the recent large-scale city attack. I see. Yi Chen nodded lightly. It seemed that all the women were worried about the condition of their families. Yi Chen prayed that nothing bad would happen to his in-laws. I will go upstairs to see Ling Yin's condition. Yi Chen said that he would go upstairs to see Ling Yin's condition. It has been several days that Yi Chen has not seen Ling Yin's condition. He wants to see Ling Yin's condition. Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang nodded at Yi Chen. They let Yi Chen go to meet Ling Yin, who was currently upstairs. Yi Chen started to go upstairs. He immediately went to Ling Yin's room, which was upstairs. It just so happens that Ling Yin is currently put right in her room with Yonghong's sleeping box. Ling Yin will temporarily be safe in the Yonghong sleeping box. Click. Yi Chen opened the door leading to Ling Yin's room. When Yi Chen entered Ling Yin's room, he found that Fu Lanling was in the room. Linger, what are you doing here? Yi Chen asked Fu Lanling, who was currently in Ling Yin's room. Little husband, I was accompanying Sister Yin in this place. It just so happened that Sister Mingxin was going with Yan Yan somewhere. Fu Lanling told Yi Chen why she was in this place. It turned out that Fu Lanling took the place of Su Mingxin to accompany Ling Yin so as not to be alone and lonely in this place. All the women who belonged to Yi Chen took turns looking after and accompanying Ling Yin, who was in a coma. They were all very attentive to each other. This made Yi Chen very happy. As long as the women were holding hands with each other, it would be a force that was hard for anyone to break. Even if one day Yi Chen wasn't beside the women, they would still be able to get through everything. Yi Chen came to the front of the Yonghong sleeping box where Ling Yin was currently at. Around the Yonghong sleeping box, there was a special barrier made by Yi Chen to prevent outsiders from touching the Yonghong sleeping box. This barrier aimed to prevent outsiders from touching or moving the Yonghong sleeping box, so that nothing untoward would happen to Ling Yin or the outsiders near the Yonghong sleeping box. Ling Yin, how are you? Can you hear me? Yi Chen tried to talk to Ling Yin, who was in the Yonghong sleeping box. Yi Chen didn't know if Ling Yin could hear and understand his words. Ling Yin was currently in a deep sleep state, so Yi Chen didn't know whether Ling Yin could hear him or not. Every time he saw Ling Yin's condition like this, Yi Chen felt very guilty. He felt guilty for not having the strength to heal Ling Yin. Chapter 909 Solve the problem with the big faction. Little husband, don't be sad, this is not your fault. Fu Lanling tried to comfort Yi Chen. She tried to make Yi Chen not blame himself for this problem. What happened to Ling Yin wasn't Yi Chen's fault. If there is someone to blame in this matter, then that person should be Yu Ting. He is the root cause of all this trouble. If only Yu Ting hadn't been looking for trouble with Yi Chen, then something like this would never have happened to Ling Yin. Linger, thank you very much for cheering up. Yi Chen thanked Fu Lanling for comforting him. Fu Lanling was happy to be able to comfort Yi Chen. At least this was one of the things Fu Lanling could do for now. Fu Lanling approached Yi Chen, herself began to hug Yi Chen from behind. Yi Chen was quite surprised by what Fu Lanling doing was. Fu Lanling actually took the initiative to embrace him. This was something that was very rare to see. Yi Chen held Fu Lanling's hand that used to hug him. Yi Chen started stroking Fu Lanling's soft hand. Fu Lanling's hand was extremely soft. It was really very comfortable and pleasant for Yi Chen to touch. Linger, how are you? Do you feel bad about the poison in your body? Yi Chen asked Fu Lanling's state. He wanted to know Fu Lanling's current state. I'm fine, thanks to the seal applied by Sister Yuechan. Everything has become normal, it's just that I'm forbidden to enter the fairy gate too often, otherwise the seal will break quickly. Fu Lanling told Yi Chen that she was good fine. Thanks to the special seal applied by Chu Yuechan, Fu Lanling's condition had improved. Now God's slaughter poison could not harm neither Fu Lanling nor the people who came into contact with her. You wait, I will soon find a flower of life 7 color for you too. Yi Chen will definitely get a 7-color flower of life for Fu Lanling and Ling Yin. I believe in you. Fu Lanling believes in Yi Chen. Yi Chen can definitely save herself and Ling Yin. Yi Chen started to turn around himself and started to hug Fu Lanling in his arms. Yi Chen and Fu Lanling hugged in this room all day long. The two of them accompanied Ling Yin, who was in this room. Time flies very quickly. Without realizing the next day has come, it is time to go make a calculation with Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. Linger, I have to go to finish something. I'll be right back when it's finished. Yi Chen told Fu Lanling that he had to leave for a while. Fu Lanling nodded to Yi Chen. Fu Lanling let Yi Chen go to finish her business first. Before leaving, Yi Chen didn't forget to kiss Fu Lanling. Fu Lanling of course welcomed Yi Chen's kiss wholeheartedly. Fu Lanling was used to doing adult things together with Yi Chen, so it wasn't strange that Fu Lanling easily welcomed Yi Chen's kiss. The two of them kissed for a while. After feeling satisfied, Yi Chen finally let go of Fu Lanling. I'm leaving. Yi Chen said goodbye to Fu Lanling. He headed towards the exit of this room. Fu Lanling could only see Yi Chen's departure. After Yi Chen's departure, now Fu Lanling is in this room together with Ling Yin. After leaving Ling Yin's room, Yi Chen immediately went to look for Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang's whereabouts. He intends to invite the three of them to go to the headquarters of Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang must know very well about the location of the headquarters of the Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, faction, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer, so it's okay to invite the three of them to go to Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. What a coincidence that Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang were already waiting for Yi Chen right in front of the stairs leading to the first floor. The three of them were ready to leave whenever Yi Chen wanted. Besides that, there were still several Yi Chen women in this place, such as Jia Yanyan, Nanhua Sei, Su Mengxin, Mulanin, Cheng Chang, and many others. Shiyun, Suyin, Xiang. Let's go. Yi Chen invited Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang to go right away. Aren't we going to bring a few more people with us? Zhang Shiyun asked Yi Chen. That's not necessary, the four of us are enough. According to Yi Chen, the four of them were enough to shake all the factions in this world. Husband, are you sure you don't want to invite us too? Jia Yanyan asked Yi Chen. Yanyan, you and the others are still here to guard this place. If everyone leaves, then who will guard this place? Said Yi Chen to Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen told Jia Yanyan to stay here and guard this place. Now that Jia Yanyan's cultivation is quite high among all the women that Yi Chen has, with this cultivation Jia Yanyan should be able to protect everyone easily. Jia Yanyan could only nod at Yi Chen. She couldn't join Yi Chen to make calculations with Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer factions. Okay, then I leave the command of this place to Yan Yan. Since Yi Chen didn't want to bring in more people, Zhang Shiyun would temporarily give her command to Jia Yanyan. She believed that Jia Yanyan could lead everyone when they weren't here. Yi Chen nodded at Zhang Shiyun. They can leaving Jia Yanyan and Nanhuatse in charge of this place when they weren't around. Yanyan, you are responsible as long as we are not here. If the situation gets out of hand, you can send a distress signal to us. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan to take responsibility when he was not here. Okay, I'll do it. Zhao Yanyan thought she would be responsible for everything here. Okay, then let's go right now. Yi Chen invited Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang to go right now. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang nodded at Yi Chen. They all immediately left the villa. Yi Chen, along with Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang, immediately moved at full speed towards the territory of one of the factions of Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. Husband, which faction shall we go to first? Zhang Shiyun asked which faction Yi Chen would visit first. Which do you think is closest to where we are now? Yi Chen asked which faction was closest to them for now. I think the closest one for now is Yagatama Orochi. How about we go there first? Zhang Shiyun said for to go first to the Yagatama Orochi faction. Okay, then let's go to the Yagatama Orochi faction first. Yi Chen decided to go to the Yagatama Orochi faction. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang immediately flew towards the east. They flew at full speed towards the Yagatama Orochi faction. Chapter 910 Great Fraction Destroyed. Yi Chen together with Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang headed east at in fast speed. The four of them headed straight to the secret territory of Yagatama Orochi. With the speed used by Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang, the four of them very quickly arrived at the border area between the Holy Land of Kunlun Yagatama Orochi, when Yi Chen together with Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang entered the Yagatama Orochi territory. They found that in the distance there were several puffs of black smoke visible from where they were right now. What's that smoke? Zhang Shiyun began to wonder what kind of black smoke they were looking at from a distance. Looks like it's smoke from the fire. Seeing the color of the smoke, Nangong Xiang began to conclude that this smoke was caused by a fire. Let's get close and see what's going on there. Yi Chen invited the three women beside him to see the origin of the black smoke billowing in the sky. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang agreed with the suggestion that was said by Yi Chen. They better get closer and see what happened at this time. When Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang approached, from a distance they all saw a city that had been burning in ruins. this city was completely destroyed very badly. This city was like being hit by a hurricane and a very powerful earthquake. Was this city just attacked? Yi Chen began to suspect that this city had just been attacked. This damage is really very terrible. There is no way this kind of damage will be caused by natural disasters. There must be a strong individual causing this chaos, otherwise how could the city be destroyed like this? Husband, look, this is exactly what happened to the people in the capital. Shuesuin pointed to the people in the city. It can be seen that the people in the city right now turned dry like bones. It could be seen that they were just being sucked in by something which made all the blood in their bodies disappear. Don't tell me that this place has just been attacked by a demon. Seeing this, Yi Chen can immediately conclude that this place has just been attacked by a demon. The demon was really moving very fast, because it could not attack the city in the Kunlun Holy Land territory. The demon decided to attack and absorb the blood belonging to the people who were in the Yagatama Orochi territory. Shiryun, quickly guide us to the location of the Yagatama Orochi. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiryun to guide them to the place where the Yagatama Orochi faction was. Come with me. Zhang Shiryun invited everyone to come along with her to the place where the hidden location of the Yagatama Orochi faction. Yi Chen, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang immediately followed behind Zhang Shiryun. They followed Zhang Shiryun to the hidden location of the Yagatama Orochi faction. With the guidance given by Zhang Shiryun, Yi Chen, Shuesuin and Nangong Xiang immediately entered the hidden location of Orochi's Yagatama faction. When Yi Chen, Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang arrived at the hidden location of the Yagatama Orochi faction, they found that this place was badly destroyed. The buildings and everything had turned into ruins scattered everywhere. Yagatama Orochi faction has been wiped out? After seeing the destruction of this place, Yi Chen could immediately estimate that the Yagatama Orochi faction had been destroyed and wiped out. Looks like the demons have killed the people from Yagatama Orochi. Is this demon really the one who killed all these people? Zhang Shiryun asked everyone. Demon is an extremely cruel existence, they can kill indiscriminately. Nangong Xiang explained what demons are like. They are the most violent group of people ever written in history. To find out that, let's find a survivor and ask him, said Yi Chen to Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang. Even though Yi Chen had guessed the culprit, he still wanted to make sure that his guess was correct and didn't miss. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang immediately split up to search for survivors around this place. They hoped there were survivors they could use to help give clues about what had happened to this place. Yi Chen started searching around this place, himself using a special method to search for survivors. Yi Chen searched the rubble looking for survivors. Unfortunately, Yi Chen hardly found a single survivor from this incident. Wasn't there a single person who survived this incident? Yi Chen was quite shocked when he saw that there were no survivors of the bloody incident. This was really very terrifying. Not finding any survivors, Yi Chen decided to go see Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang. He wanted to know if they found any survivors. Yi Chen gathered together with Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang. How, did you find any survivors? Yi Chen asked if Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang found survivors around this place. Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang simultaneously shook their heads. They did not find any survivors around this region. So you also didn't find any survivors? Yi Chen said to Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang, in this place there are no survivors. This killer killed everyone without leaving a single remnant. Shuesuin said to Yi Chen, if there is nothing we can find in this place, then let's go to the next faction location. Since there was nothing else of use in this place, Yi Chen decided to invite Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang to go to the next faction. Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang nodded. There was nothing they could do here, which was why it was better for them to go to the next faction. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang immediately went to the next faction. The large faction that Yi Chen, Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang were referring to were the Devil Lucifer faction. The Devil Lucifer faction is the closest faction here, which is why Yi Chen, Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang decided to go to the Devil Lucifer faction. Yi Chen along with Zhang Shiryun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang immediately went to the Devil Lucifer faction. When the four of them arrived at the secret location of the Devil Lucifer faction, the four of them discovered that the Devil Lucifer faction had also been destroyed. Looks like the Devil Lucifer faction has also been destroyed. Looking at the destroyed front, Yi Chen could confirm that the Devil Lucifer faction was also destroyed. Two of the four big factions of Yi Chen's aim had been destroyed. Yi Chen didn't know what else to do in this kind of situation. Husband, let's go to the next destination. Zhang Shiryun invited Yi Chen to go to the next destination. There was nothing else they could do in this place. The Devil Lucifer faction had also been destroyed. Let's go to the next faction. Yi Chen agreed with Zhang Shiryun. They should immediately go to the next faction. it is possible that for now the other factions still haven't been destroyed. Chapter 9-11 Against the demons again, Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang decided to go see other factions such as Chaos Bridge and Carmilla's Rose. When Yi Chen went to see these two large factions, he found that these two large factions had also been destroyed. This was completely unexpected from Yi Chen. The four great factions like Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer had been completely destroyed by someone. This was something that would never be imagined by anyone. All the factions have been completely destroyed. What should we do now? Yi Chen said to the women beside him. Since the four great factions had been destroyed, then there was nothing more that Yi Chen and the others could do. Yi Chen's original intent had completely failed because this matter the four great factions that Yi Chen wanted to go to had already been crushed by someone. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin and Nangong Xiang also didn't know what to do for the current situation. Their original objective had completely failed due to the destruction of the large faction. Now they can no longer settle their business with Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. Husband, if I can suggest to you, let's go to the Blue Esper territory to see if they are still around or not. Xue Suyin suggested to Yi Chen to see if the Blue Esper faction still exists or not. If even the Blue Esper faction was gone, then it was likely that all of the factions in this world had been destroyed. Among all the factions, the Blue Esper was the most powerful in terms of fighting strength and troop numbers. If even the Blue Esper was annihilated, it could be concluded that all factions had been wiped out. Okay, let's see the Blue Esper faction too, whether they have been destroyed or not. Yi Chen just agreed to go see the Blue Esper faction. He wanted to see whether they were also destroyed or not. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin and Nangong Xiang immediately headed for the Blue Esper faction. They flew over to see if the Blue Esper faction was still around or not. When Yi Chen arrived near the Blue Esper faction, he felt a tremendous and terrifying power around the Blue Esper faction. What is this? I feel a very terrible power. In his heart, Yi Chen felt a very terrifying power in the territory of the Blue Esper. It was not only Yi Chen who felt a terrifying radiance of power. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang also felt the terrifying power in the territory belonging to the Blue Esper faction. Yi Chen felt quite a bad feeling about this matter. He felt something very bad ahead there. Xiang, you go back to the villa. Find Mu Shuiying and tell her if I need her help. Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang to return to the villa to tell Mu Shuiying to come to this place. Yi Chen felt that he needed Mu Shuiying's help with this matter. Alright, I will immediately go find Mu Shuiying. Nangong Xiang immediately set off to call Mu Shuiying. He felt that the way ahead was too dangerous. In this matter, it would be best to ask Mu Shuiying for help with this matter. Do you want to stay here or come with me? After Nangong Xiang left, Yi Chen asked Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. He wanted to know whether Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin wanted to come with him or not. Up ahead looked quite dangerous, so Yi Chen wanted to know if Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin would take a risk to go to a dangerous place together with him. Husbands, our will of course come with you. There is no way we will leave you alone. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin said that the two of them would come together with Yi Chen. The two of them didn't want to let Yi Chen go to a dangerous place alone. They would definitely help Yi Chen go to the dangerous place that was ahead. Okay, then let's go to the front. Yi Chen nodded at Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin, himself inviting Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to come forward. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin came forward. The three of them began to enter the Blue Esper's territory. When Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, and Xue Suyin had just entered Blue Esper's territory, the three of them saw an enormous battle taking place right before their eyes. This battle was very strange. It could be seen that tens of thousands of people were currently surrounding just one person. The person who is being surrounded is not just anyone. This person emits a very dense dark aura around his body, plus the murderous aura emitted by this person was extremely heavy. Even someone like Yi Chen felt pressured by the aura this person emitted. Husband, looks like he is the one who has destroyed this large faction controlling this world. Zhang Shiyun immediately pointed at the dark figure that was being surrounded by tens of thousands of people. You are right, it looks like this is the figure behind the destruction of the four great factions. Yi Chen agreed with Zhang Shiyun's words. It seemed that the person in front of them was the mastermind who had destroyed factions like Carmilla's Rose, Yagatama Orochi, Chaos Bridge, and Devil Lucifer. Even though this person was covered in pitch darkness, Yi Chen could tell right away that this was a demon who had tried to trick him in the past. Husband, what are we going to do now? Should we wait first, or should we join the battle immediately? Xue Suyin asked what they should do now. If we wait, that person will become stronger. We better fight against him right away. Yi Chen didn't like to wait and see the enemy get stronger. It's better to attack the enemy when he is still not too strong. You two come here, I have a plan against demons. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to get closer to him. he told Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin about how to defeat this demon. Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin that they had to seal the demon if they wanted to win. Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin listened carefully to how to defeat this demon. It turned out that they couldn't kill this demon. All they could do was seal the demon back to where it should be. Let's go. Yi Chen invited Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin to come forward and attack the demon. The goal was clear. Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin had to help Yi Chen to seal the demon. Inger, come out. Yi Chen told Inger to come out and help himself against the demons. Inger immediately came out. She turned into the divine yin yang sword in Yi Chen's right hand. Yi Chen raised the divine yin yang sword in his hand towards the demon. He prepared to attack the demon. You are all stupid humans, you better obey and become my food. The demon burst out laughing at everyone in front of him. It can be seen that the demons feel happy slaughtering these weak people. According to the demon, these people were extremely weak. They were all not suitable opponents for him. On this earth, the only person who could make a demon inconvenient was Yi Chen. Besides that, there was nothing else that could make a demon feel inconvenient. Chapter 9:12 Hun Chao / Suddenly, without being noticed by the demon, a sword / landed on his back. Arg, got sick, who dared attack me? The demon shouted very loudly when he received the attack from the divine yin yang sword. Divine yin yang sword is a weapon that kills god and demon, so it is not strange that a demon feels pain even though his strength has risen very sharply. The demon started to turn around to look behind him. When he looked back, he saw Yi Chen's figure, who was already in front of him. Damn, why are you always bothering me? Don't you have anything to do but interfere with my business? The demon was furious when he saw that the person who had just attacked him was Yi Chen. For the demon, Yi Chen along with the divine yin yang sword were his natural enemies. Finally, we meet again, the imposter demon. I've been waiting for this meeting for a long time, Yi Chen said to the demon in front of him. Yi Chen finally met the demon again. This time Yi Chen wouldn't let the demon escape again. You bastard human, how dare you call this master with such an ugly name? The demon looked very angry when he heard the words Yi Chen just said. Do you have a name? I thought you didn't have a name, Yi Chen said to the demon. Yi Chen didn't know that demon had a name. He thought this person didn't have a name, so Yi Chen called him demon. This master's name is Hun Chao. Remember carefully the name of the person who will kill you, demon said to Yi Chen. It turned out that all this time the name of the demon was Hun Chao. So far this person's name was Hun Chao. Yi Chen just found out that the name of a demon is Hun Chao. This is the first time a demon has told Yi Chen his name. You have a pretty ugly name too. Yi Chen said to Hun Chao that his name was bad enough to listen to. Human bastard, how dare you insult the name of this great master? Are you not afraid of the consequences that you will face? Hun Chao said to Yi Chen, who was in front of him. Unlike the reaction that Yi Chen wanted, Hun Chao didn't show any signs of anger like before. This time Hun Chao just gave Yi Chen a very strong killing aura. When I came here, I already thought about all the consequences I would face, said Yi Chen to Hun Chao. Yi Chen already knew what consequences he would face when he came to this place. He would definitely fight all out against Hun Chao. Hun Chao will definitely fight when Yi Chen tries to seal him into the chest. Let's finish all this as soon as possible, said Yi Chen to Hun Chao. Yi Chen wanted to finish this matter quickly. He didn't want to waste too long talking to Hun Chao. Master, you have to be very careful when fighting that person. He is now much stronger since you last met. Before fighting Hun Chao, Chu Yuechan did not forget to warn Yi Chen that Hun Chao had become stronger than last time they met. Now that Hun Chao's strength had soared very high, the strength would not be imagined for Yi Chen. Yuechan, thank you for the warning you gave. I will try to be careful when fighting Hun Chao. Yi Chen had expected that Hun Chao would become stronger. This time he could not hold back his strength against Hun Chao. Yi Chen immediately opened his flame vein. He also immediately used pill to strengthen himself. It could be said that Yi Chen this time spent everything he had to fight Hun Chao. Yi Chen did not hold back at all against Hun Chao. Yi Chen started to attack Hun Chao, who was in front of him. Hun Chao also came forward to attack Yi Chen. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Both Yi Chen and Hun Chao launched an attack on each other. Boom! A very strong explosion occurred as a result of the impact of the attack made by Yi Chen against Hun Chao's attack. In the exchange of the first attack, Yi Chen was forced back quite a distance by Hun Chao. Hun Chao's strength was beyond Yi Chen's estimate. Hun Chao was so powerful that Yi Chen lost in the exchange of attacks just now. Even though Yi Chen had used all the strength he had, unexpectedly in the exchange just now he still lost to Hun Chao. Haha, is that the only ability you have? You are really very weak. Hun Chao started laughing at Yi Chen, who was now weak to himself. After absorbing the blood belonging to billions of humans, Hun Chao's strength of course has increased very rapidly. If Hun Chao continues to be like this, it is certain that Hun Chao will soon be able to use his real body. If Hun Chao could use his real body, there would be a catastrophe that no one in this world could imagine. Why are you just silent? Don't you want to attack me again? If you don't want to attack me, then I will come to attack you. Han Xiao attacked Yi Chen again. He tried to attack Yi Chen, /////. When Han Xiao was about to attack Yi Chen, Han Xiao felt a strong wind blowing around him. This made Han Xiao's movement stop for a while. Just now Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin used the invisible wind slash technique to attack Han Xiao. Unfortunately, the attacks carried out by Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin could not inflict a wound on Han Xiao. It can be seen that the attack just now was not strong enough to injure Han Xiao. Apart from Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin, those people from Blue Esper also started attacking Han Xiao. They didn't miss the opportunity to attack Han Xiao, who was busy with Yi Chen. Thousands of direct hits rained down on Han Xiao's body. Han Xiao's body was currently covered in tens of thousands of attacks launched by the people from the Blue Esper. This attack cast a variety of colors across the pitch-black sky, creating a scene as if it were millions of fireworks being lit simultaneously. The sky around this place became bright. Due to the sizable explosion light, everything became as clear as day. A few moments later, the large-scale explosion finally stopped. Right now everyone from the Blue Esper was looking to see if they had succeeded in killing Han Xiao. After the huge explosion occurred, an extremely dense smoke enveloped the area around Han Xiao's body. Everyone could not see whether Han Xiao was injured or not due to the attack they had just carried out. Little by little the smoke began to dissipate. Everyone from the Blue Esper nervously saw the result. They hoped that Han Xiao died under the attack they did. After the smoke cleared, everyone could see that Han Xiao was still standing where he came from. Han Xiao did not move one bit from where he was standing. "All of you lowly ants, do you think you can beat me with an attack like that?" said Han Xiao to the people from the Blue Esper. The attack just now had no effect on Han Xiao. It felt like someone was throwing a soft cotton swab at him. Chapter 913 Reinforcements are coming. Get lost all of you. Han Xiao immediately attacked the people who had previously attacked him. Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin and the people from Blue Esper were hit by the deadly attack from Han Xiao. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately went to the side of Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. Yi Chen immediately protected the two of them from Han Xiao's attack. Boom! A very large explosion occurred and swept away the people of the Blue Esper. Everyone from the Blue Esper was flown in all directions. It was not known whether they were alive or dead. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was currently injured when he resisted the attack previously launched by Han Xiao. Han Xiao's attack was too strong. Even with the current cultivation Yi Chen had, Yi Chen was still injured by the attack just now. Husband Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin looked worried about Yi Chen's injury. For the first time they both saw Yi Chen injury like this. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin felt guilty seeing Yi Chen hurt because of the two of them. If only Yi Chen didn't protect them, maybe Yi Chen wouldn't be hurt like this. "You two hurry up and leave. The situation is beyond my control." Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to leave this place. "No, we won't leave you in this condition." Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin refused to leave this place. They didn't want to leave Yi Chen, who was in this condition. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin better stay here and accompany Yi Chen. They don't want to leave Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not expect that Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin would still insist on staying with him. Both of them seemed unwilling to leave themselves alone in this place. Yi Chen was a little touched when he saw this. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were willing to accompany him in this dangerous condition. "You two hurry up and go. I'll catch up with you later. If you stay here, then I will have a hard time protecting you too. I don't want anything to happen to you too." Yi Chen told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to immediately leave this place. Yi Chen didn't want anything bad to happen to Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin. It was better for him to endure all of this. Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin didn't want to leave Yi Chen. They both didn't want anything bad to happen to Yi Chen. "Ha ha ha, look at the current you. The current you can't even win against me." Han Xiao looked very arrogant when he managed to injure Yi Chen. Finally, after all this time, Han Xiao won against Yi Chen. Han Xiao had lost twice at Yi Chen's hands. And this time Han Xiao finally won against Yi Chen. This was something that Han Xiao was quite proud of. Yi Chen looked at Han Xiao, who was in front of him. If Yi Chen had a chance, Yi Chen would definitely kill Han Xiao. "Get ready, you three, I will send you all to the afterlife." Han Xiao said that he would send Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to the afterlife. Han Xiao started to accumulate a terrifying amount of darkness power in his palm, just from his energy beam alone. It was certain that this power of darkness was terrifying. "You two quickly get out of here." Seeing this terrifying power, Yi Chen immediately told Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin to leave this place. "If the two of them stay here, it will be very dangerous for the safety of both of them." "We won't go." Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin refused to leave Yi Chen. Both of them now hugged Yi Chen very tightly. Yi Chen saw what Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin were doing. These two women really didn't want to leave him. They both had better accompany him to die in this place. Yi Chen couldn't possibly let Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin die. He had to use the heavenly armor to protect Zhang Shiyun and Xue Suyin from Han Xiao's attacks. "Feel this dark evolution ball." Han Xiao intended to throw the power of darkness in his hands towards Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, and Xue Suyin. Yi Chen was ready to use his heavenly armor. he would use heavily armor for Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin. Ha ha! Hun Chao laughed creepily at Yi Chen. It was seen that Hun Chao really enjoyed momentum. This cracked. When Hun Chao intended to throw the power of darkness at Yi Chen, his body suddenly froze into an ice statue. Hun Chao suddenly stopped in place. Hun Chao's power of darkness immediately disappeared when he was turned into an ice statue. Yi Chen, Zhang Shiyun, and Shuesuin were shocked when they saw what happened to Hun Chao. Seeing that Hun Chao had turned into an ice statue, Yi Chen immediately looked back. When Yi Chen looked back, he found that behind him was Mu Shuiying, who was floating above the sky while wearing a white veil that covered her face. Mu Shuiying was currently looking at Hun Chao, who had turned into an ice statue. Senior sister, why are you flying so fast? Behind Mu Shuiying came Mei Yueli and Nangong Xiang, both of whom had just caught up with Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying's speed was so fast, neither Mei Yueli nor Nangong Xiang was able to match Mu Shuiying's speed. Meanwhile, Nangong Xiang immediately went to see Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang was a little worried when she saw Yi Chen, who was bleeding a little because of the wounds inflicted by Hun Chao. Yi Chen, are you okay? Nangong Xiang immediately asked about the situation from Yi Chen. I'm fine, this is just a light wound. You don't need to worry. Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang that his wound was still quite light. Nangong Xiang felt relieved when she heard this. She was relieved to know that Yi Chen was not seriously injured. Nangong Xiang was very worried when she saw Yi Chen injured. Nangong Xiang had never been worried like this by anyone. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli saw the worry and affection that Nangong Xiang showed to Yi Chen. Even fools know what kind of relationship Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang can have. The two of them must have a very special relationship. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli were very sure about that. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly the ice that covered Hun Chao's body began to crack. Bang. The ice that held Hun Chao's body completely shattered into rubble scattered in all directions. You women are so troublesome, how dare you interfere with the fun I just started? Hun Chao was very unhappy when he saw Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli bothering him, even though soon Hun Chao could eradicate Yi Chen from the face of this earth forever. Yueli, let's join hands to fight the dark cultivator in front of us. Mu Shuiying invited Mei Yueli to join hands against Hun Chao. Senior sister, let's send this bad guy back to where he should be. Mei Yueli will gladly help Mu Shuiying. She will make Hun Chao go back to where he should be. Chapter 9:14 Darkness Cultivation Seal. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli immediately showed the strength they possessed. Mu Shuiying's body began to be enveloped in crystals similar to ice, while Mei Yueli's body was covered in red flames. Mu Shuiying's surroundings were snow and cold, and Mei Yueli hot, and the temperature difference between the two was extremely extreme. On the one side the temperature is so low that it can freeze whatever is around it, while on the one side the temperature is so high that it can melt whatever is nearby. Fire and ice are elements that intersect with each other. If they are brought together, they will attack each other. Let's go. Mu Shuiying invited Mei Yueli to step forward and attack Hun Chao. Okay. Mei Yueli nodded at Mu Shuiying, herself and Mu Shuiying advancing towards Hun Chao. Darkness chain from Hun Chao's body began to appear, dozens of chains of darkness that had an extremely terrifying aura. Dozens of these chains twisted like a tentacle ready to be used to catch prey. Come here, I will suck up the blood and souls you have. Hun Chao said that he would suck the blood that was owned by Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. Mu Shuiying immediately made a weapon from the profound ice that she possessed. She made a one-handed sword that was very thin and flexible. Even this one-handed sword had a very thin thickness. It was not known why Mu Shuiying made a one-handed sword out of ice that was so thin. It was likely that this sword would break immediately when faced with a fairly strong attack. Meanwhile, Mei Yueli made several fireballs the size of a basketball around herself. It seemed that these fireballs were about to be fired towards Hun Chao. The fireball that Mei Yueli made was not an arbitrary fireball. The explosive power that this fireball could generate was quite terrifying. Hun Chao welcomed the arrival of Mu Shuiying, who wanted to attack him. Hun Chao immediately controlled his chains to attack Mu Shuiying, who wanted to try to attack him. Dozens of chains of darkness headed straight for Mu Shuiying. These dozens of chains looked like a tentacle that wanted to catch Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying did not remain silent when she found out that Hun Chao was trying to catch her. Mu Shuiying began to use her ice sword to attack the chain of darkness that was coming towards her. Clank, 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 clank. The clash between the chain of darkness and Mu Shuiying's ice sword sounded very loud. It could be seen that the thin ice sword that Mu Shuiying made was strong enough to face the chains of darkness that Hun Chao possessed. Although this sword looks very thin, it turns out that this sword is very sharp. This can be seen from the chain of darkness that was partially cut by Mu Shuiying's sword of ice. If Mu Shuiying continued to attack Hun Chao's chain of darkness, it was certain that Hun Chao's chain of darkness would be cut by Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying tried to divert Hun Chao's attention to her. Mu Shuiying began to preoccupy Hun Chao with the incessant attacks she launched. Mu Shuiying's fighting style was beautiful to look at. She was like snow dancing in the sky. Feel this, explode. While Mu Shuiying distracted Han Xiao, Mei Yueli started secretly shooting fireballs at Han Xiao. She immediately shot dozens of fireballs at Han Xiao. Boom, 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 boom. A continuous explosion rained down on Han Xiao's body. This explosion was extremely powerful. The explosion could be felt almost all over the earth. Because of this explosion, the earth began to tremble. This proved how powerful the explosion was generated by the dozens of fireballs that Mei Yueli created. Meanwhile, Yi Chen along with Zhang Shiyun, Xue Suyin, and Nangong Xiang had retreated quite a distance from the battlefield held by Han Xiao versus Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. The four of them decided to retreat in order to avoid the impact of the high-level battles fought by Han Xiao versus Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. Currently, Yi Chen can only see the battle fought by Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. He is still trying to heal the wounds he has. Yi Chen had absolutely no idea what level of cultivation Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli had, who he knew both had terrifying strength. They were both much stronger than the current Yi Chen. Yi Chen hoped that Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli could defeat Han Xiao, so Yi Chen didn't have to bother fighting Han Xiao. Yi Chen only needed to seal Han Xiao, return to battle. Mu Shuiying had now retreated. She had now returned to Mei Yueli's side. Is it working? Mei Yueli asked if the attack just now succeeded in killing Han Xiao. Stay alert, that person will definitely not be easy to beat. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to remain vigilant. The enemy would definitely not be that easy to lose with just a technique like this. Mei Yueli nodded at Mu Shuiying. She would still be on the lookout for Han Xiao. Incredibly dense smoke enveloped the vicinity. It could be seen that this dense smoke was blocking a little of the vision that Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli had. Creak! Suddenly from behind the black smoke there were dozens of chains. At this time dozens of chains of darkness were heading towards Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. Quickly evade, Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to avoid the sudden attack launched by Han Xiao. Mei Yueli managed to dodge it in time. Meanwhile Mu Shuiying immediately used her sword to cut through the chains surrounding her. Slash, slash, slash. Mu Shuiying slashed and cut the chains of darkness trying to catch her. This time, the chains of darkness around Mu Shuiying were cut. This felt much easier than before. Cut you. Suddenly Han Xiao appeared behind Mu Shuiying without being detected. Han Xiao immediately touched Mu Shuiying's body in front of him. You troublesome woman. Feel this darkness cultivation seal. Han Xiao used a shackle of darkness seals to seal Mu Shuiying's cultivation. Mu Shuiying's strength immediately vanished when she was hit by the darkness cultivation seal used by Han Xiao. Mu Shuiying immediately fell to the ground as her strength was sealed by the darkness cultivation seal technique. Senior sister, Mei Yueli shouted at Mu Shuiying, herself trying to save Mu Shuiying who was currently falling down. Where are you going? Now is your turn. Han Xiao appeared in front of Mei Yueli. Han Xiao tried to attack Mei Yueli who was off guard. Mei Yueli didn't go to Mu Shuiying's. She now had to focus on Han Xiao. If she didn't fight Han Xiao then it was certain that this person would attack her from behind. Mei Yueli couldn't help but fight against Han Xiao. She took all her strength to fight against Han Xiao. There was another fierce battle between Mei Yueli and Han Xiao. This time the two of them were both serious while fighting. When Yi Chen went to save Mu Shuiying who fell from the sky, he immediately caught Mu Shuiying who fell from the sky. Chapter 9:15 Sacrifice that Yi Chen made. Hap. Yi Chen caught Mu Shuiying very quickly. Luckily, Yi Chen was just in time to save Mu Shuiying, otherwise Mu Shuiying would hit the ground very hard. Are you alright? Yi Chen asked about the circumstances from Mu Shuiying. The current Mu Shuiying looked quite pale, so Yi Chen was worried about Mu Shuiying's situation. I'm fine, hurry and put me down. Mu Shuiying said that she was fine. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to put herself down. Yi Chen naturally agreed to Mu Shuiying's request. Yi Chen started to lower Mu Shuiying to the ground. Mu Shuiying, who had just come down, sat down immediately. She trying to destroy the seal that Han Xiao had placed on her body. Due to the seal that Han Xiao had placed, the current Mu Shuiying was unable to use her cultivation base. All of Mu Shuiying's strength seemed to vanish in the air. For the time being, Yi Chen could only look after Mu Shuiying, who was in the weakest state of her life. If Yi Chen left Mu Shuiying in this state, Yi Chen was afraid that something might happen to Mu Shuiying. Meanwhile Mei Yueli was currently fighting all out with Han Xiao. Mei Yueli looked quite depressed when she was fighting alone with Han Xiao. In terms of battle experience, it was clear that Mei Yueli was no match for Han Xiao who had gone through a lot of bloody battles, which was why Mei Yueli was currently being completely suppressed by Han Xiao. Han Xiao was quite aggressive. It seemed that Han Xiao didn't want to give Mei Yueli the slightest chance to rest for a while. Han Xiao continued to attack and try to corner Mei Yueli. Feel this darkness palm. Han Xiao started attacking Mei Yueli. It just so happened that Han Xiao had a good chance to attack Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli, who was in a state of urgency, immediately tried to block the attack using her two arms. Mei Yueli crossed her arms to fend off Han Xiao's darkness palm. Bam. Mei Yueli was immediately flown by Hun Chao. Mei Yueli hit the ground in a very painful manner. Hun Chao's strength was beyond expectations. Hun Chao was completely capable of defeating Mei Yueli, who had a cultivation far above Yi Chen. If even Mei Yueli wasn't able to win against Hun Chao, then what about Yi Chen? Yi Chen's chance of winning would be even smaller. After defeating Mei Yueli, Hun Chao turned his gaze towards Mu Shuiying. He had to defeat Mu Shuiying. He thought Mu Shuiying was a more dangerous threat than Yi Chen. Hun Chao immediately went towards Mu Shuiying, intending to kill Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen, who was near Mu Shuiying, immediately detected Hun Chao's intentions. Yi Chen sensed that Hun Chao intended to target Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen started to lift the divining yang sword. Yi Chen also started to use the heavily armor on his body. Now Yi Chen's body is covered by a light armor, which looks really cool. Yi Chen had no other choice. He was forced to use the heavily armored divining yang sword to fight against Hun Chao. If Yi Chen didn't use heavily armored divining yang sword, then Yi Chen wouldn't be able to win against Hun Chao. Even though Yi Chen used heavily armored divining yang sword, Yi Chen's chance to win against Hun Chao was still not high enough. You finally used that thing. Let's fight seriously. Hun Chao was very happy when he saw Yi Chen decide to use heavenly armor. Hun Chao was waiting for the moment to fight against Yi Chen, who used heavily armor. Yi Chen immediately advanced towards Hun Chao, himself starting to attack Hun Chao earnestly. This time Yi Chen was not kidding. He opened the fire and wind veins at the same time. The burden that Yi Chen had to bear to use both of them was quite heavy, so it was likely that Yi Chen could not fight for a long time. Darkness Chain. Hun Chao used the chain to attack Yi Chen. He did not hold back his strength against Yi Chen, who was currently seriously fighting against him. Of course, Hun Chao knows how great the heavenly armor Yi Chen is using. Yi Chen's strength will increase rapidly when using heavenly armor. Bang, bang, bang. The great power battle between Yi Chen and Hun Chao occurred. One after another, collisions occurred. In this battle, Yi Chen was still a little depressed by Hun Chao's strength. There was still a gap between Yi Chen's strength and Hun Chao. Yi Chen was quite helped when using heavenly armor. Yi Chen's defense became much stronger than before. Hun Chao's attack had little impact on him. Mu Shuiying was trying to break the seal on her body. She still needed time to break the seal. Mu Shuiying could only hope that Yi Chen could buy time until she finished destroying the darkness cultivation seal completely. Yi Chen was currently continuing to fight Hun Chao, himself trying his best to win against Hun Chao. Yi Chen was waiting for a suitable opportunity to seal Hun Chao into the gold chest he got from Sun Yang's ancestors. When Yi Chen had a chance, Yi Chen would definitely seal Hun Chao right away. Too bad that opportunity didn't come either. Yi Chen had started to feel that he was at his limit. Yi Chen was no longer able to withstand the impact that had to be endured when using the fire and wind veins simultaneously. Yi Chen's heart has started to ache because of using the wind veins for too long. If it continues like this, sooner or later Yi Chen will lose by time. Yi Chen might be able to be comparable to a demon. Unfortunately, he lost against time. He already had no time left. Now that Yi Chen may only be able to rely on Mu Shuiying, he hopes that Mu Shuiying can recover as soon as possible and return to fight against Hun Chao. What is wrong? Why are you getting weaker? Show me your true strength, ha. Hun Chao burst into laughter when he saw Yi Chen cornered. He was very happy to corner Yi Chen like this. Yi Chen could only survive. He could only withstand every attack launched by Hun Chao. Hun Chao finally realized that something strange was happening. You could see that Yi Chen seemed to be trying to buy time with himself. Damn, you're trying to buy time with me so that woman can recover. I won't let that happen. Hun Chao wouldn't be that easy to let Mu Shuiying recover. If until Mu Shuiying recovered, then Hun Chao would have a hard time dealing with Mu Shuiying. Hun Chao started to ignore Yi Chen. He started going towards Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen didn't let Hun Chao go to attack Mu Shuiying. He definitely tried to stop Hun Chao from attacking Mu Shuiying. You die. Hun Chao attacked Mu Shuiying using all the strength he had. Hun Chao was really targeting the life Mu Shuiying had. He seemed eager to kill Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen immediately stood in front of Mu Shuiying, himself holding back the attack that Hun Chao was trying to make. Yi Chen coughed up blood when he resisted the attack that came from Hun Chao. You could see that Hun Chao's attack had quite an impact when it hit Yi Chen's body. Chapter 9:16. Yi Chen was very badly injured. The heavenly armor used by Yi Chen immediately disappeared. Yi Chen had reached its limit. He was no longer able to use heavenly armor. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiying, who was in front of Yi Chen, started to open her eyes. When Mu Shuiying opened her eyes, she found that Yi Chen was currently in front of her. Mu Shuiying could see the immediate blood that was in Yi Chen's mouth. You could see that Yi Chen was badly injured while trying to protect herself. Yi Chen smiled at Mu Shuiying. A while after Yi Chen smiled at Mu Shuiying, Yi Chen lost consciousness of hers and collapsed right in front of Mu Shuiying's body. Seeing this, Mu Shuiying immediately caught Yi Chen into her arms. Yi Chen, wake up, don't scare me. Mu Shuiying tried to wake up Yi Chen, who was currently in her arms. It's a shame that Mu Shuiying's words couldn't reach Yi Chen. Right now Yi Chen is already unconscious. Mu Shuiying looked panicked when she found Yi Chen didn't answer herself. For the first time Mu Shuiying showed such an exaggerated panic. Yi Chen's injuries were so bad. It wasn't strange that Mu Shuiying looked so panicked about Yi Chen's condition. Yi Chen continued to help herself. Mu Shuiying felt that she owed Yi Chen a lot. Mu Shuiying didn't know how to get back at Mu Shuiying. Ha ha ha, you trash human. How are you willing to inflame yourself like that? You really are so stupid. Han Xiao insulted Yi Chen's stupidity, who sacrificed himself to save Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying didn't react when she heard Han Xiao's words. She was currently focused on Yi Chen, who was passed out in her arms. Regardless of Yi Chen being a lecherous and shameless person, Yi Chen was a very kind person. It was evident from Yi Chen, who was willing to protect herself. Senior sister, are you okay? Mei Yueli came to Mu Shuiying's side, immediately asking about Mu Shuiying's situation. Currently Mei Yueli is in a rather bad state. It can be seen that Mei Yueli's appearance is in tatters. Mei Yueli was injured due to the attack previously carried out by Han Xiao. It wasn't strange that Mei Yueli needed time to recover. Mu Shuiying did not answer Yi Chen. You can see that Mu Shuiying is currently focused on hugging Yi Chen in her arms. She is constantly trying to wake Yi Chen up. It's good if you two get together, this will make it easier for me to kill both of you. In this way, Han Xiao would find it easier to kill Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. Senior sister, let's defeat this evil guy. Mei Yueli invited Mu Shuiying to fight Han Xiao. Too bad Mu Shuiying still looked dazed. She was still devastated when she saw Yi Chen unconscious right before her eyes. Mei Yueli started to see what was wrong with Mu Shuiying. She found that Mu Shuiying looked dazed and confused. Senior sister, Mei Yueli tried to wake Mu Shuiying up. She was trying to make Mu Shuiying wake up as usual. Too bad what Mei Yueli was doing was in vain. Mu Shuiying didn't listen to her at all. Senior sister, I'm sorry, Pa. Mei Yueli was forced to slap Mu Shuiying. Mei Yueli slapped Mu Shuiying to bring herself to her senses. The heat from Mei Yueli's slap woke Mu Shuiying up. Mu Shuiying finally got up. Why did you slap me? Mu Shuiying asked Mei Yueli. Senior sister, it's because you looked dazed earlier, so I was forced to slap you to wake you up. Mei Yueli told the reason why she slapped Mu Shuiying. If Mei Yueli didn't do that, perhaps Mu Shuiying wouldn't have awakened. Mu Shuiying is now aware. She looks at Yi Chen, who is currently in her arms. You can see that Yi Chen's condition is getting worse. If it continues, maybe something bad will happen to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying could not let anything bad happen to Yi Chen. She would not let her savior be in danger like this. Let's step back for a while. Mu Shuiying invited Mei Yueli to temporarily step back. For Mu Shuiying, Yi Chen's safety was her first priority for now. But how? This person definitely won't just let us go. Mei Yueli asked Mu Shuiying about how to leave this place. Han Xiao definitely wouldn't let the two of them just go away. This person would definitely block the path for the two of them to leave this place. You don't have to worry about that problem. Mu Shuiying started to take out a blue crystal from her space ring, herself throwing the blue crystal towards Han Xiao. The blue crystal that Mu Shuiying had just thrown exploded. As blue ice exploding crystals began to form around Han Xiao's body, there were a total of 5 enormous ice pillars forming around Han Xiao's body. These 5 pillars emitted a blue light like a barrier. Han Xiao's body was currently trapped between the 5 pillars of ice. It could be said that Han Xiao was currently trapped within this pillar. Do you think this can stop me? Feel this. Han Xiao tried to destroy the barrier in front of him. He started attacking the ice barrier in front of him. Bang! When Han Xiao attacked the rally that was in front of him, he found that the barrier in front of him didn't budge at all. It could be seen that the ice barrier that was confining him was very hard and strong. The strength of the ice barrier was beyond Han Xiao's expectations. Let's go now. Mu Shuiying invited Mei Yueli to leave this place. For the time being, Han Xiao would not be able to get out of the ice prison. Mu Shuiying had to take Yi Chen away from this place. She had to treat Yi Chen immediately. Mei Yueli could only follow Mu Shuiying. She was very curious about what Mu Shuiying had just used. Where are you going? Come back! Han Xiao yelled at Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli, telling them both to come back to fight him. Too bad Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli continued to leave this place. Senior sister, what did you just use? Mei Yueli asked about what Mu Shuiying had just used. It's an ice jade barrier. It's useful for sealing an enemy. Master gave me that in the past just in case I run into a strong enemy. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli what she had just used. I see. Mei Yueli finally understood what Mu Shuiying had just used. It turned out to be an object that could temporarily lock up the enemy. Then how long can it last? Mei Yueli asked how long it would last to lock up Han Xiao. Maybe around 7 days. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli that the ice jade barrier was able to last for 7 days. Mei Yueli nodded to Mu Shuiying. 7 days is quite a long time, it's enough to heal their wounds from this battle. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli immediately went to see Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin and Nangong Xiang. Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang hurriedly went to meet Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying. The three of them immediately saw the condition of Yi Chen, who was in Mu Shuiying's embrace. Husband, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang were very worried about Yi Chen's current situation in Mu Shuiying's arms. They wanted to know Yi Chen's condition for the time being. Chapter 917 Method to Save Yi Chen. What happened to Yi Chen? Nangong Xiang immediately asked Mu Shuiying what happened to Yi Chen. How could Yi Chen be in this condition? Yi Chen's condition was the worst that Nangong Xiang had ever seen. Nangong Xiang had never seen Yi Chen in this condition. Zhang Shiyun and Shuesuin also began to want to know what happened to Yi Chen. Both of them wanted to know why Yi Chen was in this condition. The problem is quite long if it must be explained. We better go back to take care of Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying could not explain everything to Nangong Xiang, Zhang Shiyun, and Shuesuin. If they wasted time, Yi Chen's life could be threatened. Let's go back first. Nangong Xiang quite agreed with Mu Shuiying's words. They had to focus on Yi Chen's condition for the time being. Where are you guys going? Bang! Han Xiao tried to break down the barrier Mu Shuiying had created, himself repeatedly attacking the barrier set up by Mu Shuiying. This ice barrier was quite strong. With Han Xiao's current strength, Han Xiao seemed to have a hard time breaking down the barrier that held him back. Mu Shuiying, Mei Yueli, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang started to leave the territory of the Blue Esper. They began to ignore the screams made by Han Xiao. Almost all of the women felt excessive worry for Yi Chen. They were all worried about Yi Chen more than anything. Han Xiao was furious with what had happened. He was living alone in this remote place. Han Xiao continuously attacked the ice barrier that was holding him back. Han Xiao did not attack at all to destroy this barrier. Meanwhile, Han Xiao was busy breaking down the barrier that shackled him. Mu Shuiying, Mei Yueli, Zhang Shiyun, Shuesuin, and Nangong Xiang had brought Yi Chen to the villa. They immediately put Yi Chen on the sofa in the living room. There were several women currently gathered in this room, one of whom was Zhao Yanyan, Lu Yu, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Xiao Lulu, and there are a few more. All these women gathered to confirm Yi Chen's condition. They wanted to know whether Yi Chen was okay or not. Zhao Yanyan and Lin Roshi were the ones who checked the state of Yi Chen. How is the husband's current situation? Lu Yu asked Zhao Yanyan and Lin Roshi about Yi Chen's situation. Husband has suffered very heavy internal injuries. Plus his body temperature looks quite many yang qi. Zhao Yanyan told all the women here that Yi Chen had suffered a very heavy wound, plus Yi Chen's body temperature looked really high. Zhao Yanyan was afraid that if Yi Chen's ancient, yang, body would relapse, it would be something dangerous for Yi Chen if it really happened. Then what should we do to heal it? Lu Yu asked what they should do now. I don't know. Zhao Yanyan said that she didn't know what to do with Yi Chen's current condition. Zhao Yanyan was not a doctor. Naturally, Zhao Yanyan had no way of curing Yi Chen. All the women who belonged to Yi Chen became worried when they saw this. It seemed they all had to find a reliable doctor to treat Yi Chen's wounds. Yanyan, can you hear me? Chu Yuechan suddenly spoke into Zhao Yanyan's mind. Yuechan's sister, I can hear you, what's wrong? Zhao Yanyan asked why Chu Yuechan suddenly contacted him like this. I want to discuss Yi Chen's condition with you. I hope you listen to this carefully. Chu Yuechan said to Zhao Yanyan that he wanted to discuss Yi Chen's current condition. Fine, I'll listen to it. Zhao Yanyan said that he would listen to what Chu Yuechan would say to him. Chu Yuechan started to say Yi Chen's condition to Zhao Yanyan. He also told Zhao Yanyan how to heal Yi Chen, who was currently in a very bad state. Yuechan's sister, are you sure we should use that method? Asked Zhao Yanyan to Chu Yuechan. That is the only fastest way. Do you want to see Master continue to be in this state? Chu Yuechan said to Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan did not want to see Yi Chen in this condition, but what Chu Yuechan said just now was quite difficult for Zhao Yanyan to fulfill. Chu Yuechan told Zhao Yanyan to find 3 women who were still virgins for Yi Chen. The 3 women who were still virgins had to do dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Here the problem is that all of Yi Chen's women are no longer virgins. Most of them have done dual cultivation together with Yi Chen, so Zhao Yanyan was confused about what to do in a situation like this. She didn't know what to do in this condition. Yanyan, you talk about this with other women, maybe they can help you find a virgin woman for Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan told Zhao Yanyan to discuss this matter with other Yi Chen women. Okay, I understand. Zhao Yanyan understood. She would discuss this with the others. One more thing, you have to hurry, Master can't wait too long. Chu Yuechan told Zhao Yanyan to quickly use the method she had just said, otherwise Yang Qi Yi Chen's strength would only get worse. Zhao Yanyan nodded. She would quickly find a solution to this problem. Everyone please listen to me, Zhao Yanyan said to all the women in this place. Zhao Yanyan told all the women who were here on how to save Yi Chen. All the women in this place listened to the means that could be used to save Yi Chen. Yan Yan, are you sure it works? Asked Nangong Xiang to Zhao Yan Yan. Among the women who were here, Nangong Xiang was among the ones who were still virgins, so she still had a chance to help Yi Chen. Sister Xiang, that's the fastest way to save husband. I hope you can help. Zhao Yan Yan said to Nangong Xiang. Very well, I will help. Nangong Xiang nodded herself to help on this matter. Now that Zhao Yan Yan has got one, it remains only to look for the remaining two women who are still virgins. Zhao Yan Yan started thinking about who should be willing to volunteer to help Yi Chen. Then I will also help. Mu Shuiying volunteered to help Yi Chen as well. All the women who were here were shocked when they heard what Mu Shuiying had just said. They all didn't believe that Mu Shuiying would volunteer like this. Senior sister, how can you do something like that? Mei Yueli began to question Mu Shuiying's decision. She thought Mu Shuiying's decision made no sense at all. How could Mu Shuiying want to do dual cultivation together with a man like Yi Chen? In her opinion, the two of them were completely incompatible. All this happened because Yi Chen tried to save me, so it is my responsibility too, Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli. But Mu Shuiying tried to change Mu Shuiying's way of thinking. Don't stop me, Mu Shuiying firmly said to Mei Yueli. She didn't want Mei Yueli to stop herself. Chapter 918. Li Qingzu volunteered. Mei Yueli was speechless when she listened to Mu Shuiying's answer. She could no longer go to stop Mu Shuiying's decision. Why would senior sister want to do such a thing for this man? Mei Yueli started to wonder why Mu Shuiying would do such a thing with Yi Chen. This was not like the Mu Shuiying she knew. The Mu Shuiying he knew would definitely not want to do something like this. Mu Shuiying, are you sure about this? Mu Lanin asked if Mu Shuiying would do that together with Yi Chen. Mu Lanin was afraid that Mu Shuiying wouldn't be able to do that. You don't have to worry like that. I will definitely do what I said before. Mu Shuiying told Mu Lanin that she really wanted to help Yi Chen. Good, if that's your intention. Zhao Yan Yan was delighted to see Mu Shuiying willing to help Yi Chen, but I have a condition for all of you. Mu Shuiying told everyone present that she had a condition. Say, as long as it's within your reach. Zhao Yan Yan told Mu Shuiying to state the conditions they needed to accept. I want you to hide this matter from Yi Chen. Don't let him know about this matter. Mu Shuiying told everyone the conditions they had to accept from her. Well, if that's what you want, we will keep your secret. Zhao Yan Yan immediately agreed to the conditions given by Mu Shuiying. According to her, the conditions were very easy for them to accept. Now that there are two people who are willing, now it's just a matter of finding one more willing to help Yi Chen. In this place only Mei Yueli was left, who was still a virgin, so all the women here immediately looked at Mei Yueli with strange looks. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't want to do that. Mei Yueli immediately told everyone that she didn't want to do something like that together with Yi Chen. She still didn't want to do something embarrassing like that with opposite sex. Even if it was Yi Chen, Mei Yueli still hesitated to do something like dual cultivation. Everyone was disappointed when they heard such an answer from Mei Yueli. It seemed they had to find another woman. Sister Lanin, are there any women from the frozen sect still virgins? Zhao Yan Yan immediately asked Mu Lanin about the woman in the frozen ice sect. Only master is left. It might be very difficult to convince him. Mu Shuiying told Zhao Yan Yan that only Mu Nianzi was still a pure virgin. The others were already Yi Chen's women and currently settled in the fairy gates. The women from the frozen ice sect had been training inside the leaving gates to match their strength with Yi Chen's women, who already had a rather high level of cultivation. Zhao Yan Yan felt a little disappointed when she heard this. It seemed that she couldn't rely too much on Mu Nianzi for this matter. Sister, you are quite close to Yi Chen's fiancé. Do you want to come and help in this situation? Zhao Yan Yan tried to ask Lu Yu, she hoping to get a good answer from Lu Yu. Yan Yan, maybe this will be difficult to do. That woman is quite shy with matters like this. I don't think she is ready for this kind of thing. Lu Yu told Zhao Yan Yan that it was most likely that Xia Qingyu wasn't ready to do dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Try to persuade him first. Zhao Yan Yan told Lu Yu to persuade Xia Qingyu. Who knows, Xia Qingyu would want to help save Yi Chen. You can't do that to Qingyu. If you do that, Qingyu's future cultivation will be ruined. Mei Yueli immediately rejected Zhao Yan Yan's wish to summon Xia Qingyu here. Mei Yueli didn't want Xia Qingyu's purine body to be given to Yi Chen just like this. It would affect Xia Qingyu's cultivation. If we can't do that, do you have any other way? Zhao Yan Yan asked Mei Yueli. Zhao Yan Yan's gaze was quite sharp towards Mei Yueli. This made Mei Yueli feel quite intimidated by Zhao Yan Yan's gaze. Yi Chen's life was in serious trouble. Zhao Yan Yan couldn't mess with things like this. She didn't want anything worse to happen to Yi Chen. If Zhao Yan Yan couldn't contact Xia Qingyu to come here, then Mei Yueli had to come up with a way to deal with this. I don't know. Mei Yueli lowered her head. She had no other way. Yan Yan, don't bully her. Lu Yu told Zhao Yan Yan to stop.
Quite pitiful to see Mei Yueli being bullied by Zhao Yanyan. Sister Yu, what should we do now? Should we find a random woman outside?
Zhao Yanyan had no other choice. Maybe she could only find a random woman out there. Husband, maybe you won't like things like that. We'd better find the acquaintances that husband has.
Lu Yu felt that Zhao Yanyan's idea wasn't good. Chen would definitely not like it when they looked for random women out there.
Yes, I know what you mean, but under such circumstances we don't have much choice, Zhao Yanyan said to Lu Yu. They don't have much time, they have to be quick in taking action. All of the Chen women here quite agreed with what Zhao Yanyan said.
Looking for a random outsider woman would be very easy for them to do.
If it's okay, I want to help. Suddenly came the voice of someone who volunteered to help Chen. All the women who were in the living room immediately looked to the source of the sound. When they looked towards the source of the sound, they found Li Qingzu standing not far from the kitchen door. From the start, Li Qingzu had listened to all the conversations that Zhao Yanyan and the others had. Lin Roshi immediately
approached Li Qingzu. Qingzu, are you sure about what you just said?
Lin Roshi immediately asked with a serious face about what she had previously said. Teacher Lin, I firmly believe in what I just said. Li Qingzu told Lin Roshi that she meant it, but this would be unfair to you.
Lin Roshi said to Li Qingzu, Teacher Lin, I love Chen, so it doesn't matter if I give it to the person I like. If Chen doesn't want me in the future, then it will be my fate.
Li Qingzu said to Lin Roshi, don't talk like that. If Chen doesn't want you, I'll pack it up.
Lin Roshi said that she would help Li Qingzu. Li Qingzu was a kind and very active woman. Lin Roshi couldn't let anything bad happen to Li Qingzu. Li Qingzu was willing to do that to prove her love for Chen. If in the future Chen dared to ignore Li Qingzu, Lin Roshi would definitely beat Chen up. Teacher Lin, thank you very much. Li Qingzu thanked Lin Roshi for support. Li Qingzu was happy that Lin Roshi supported her. From now on you can call me Sister Roshi. Lin Roshi told Li Qingzu to start calling herself with the name Sister. Chapter 919 Bridal Room. Thank you very much. Zhao Yanyan came to Li Qingzu's side. Zhao Yanyan was very grateful for Li Qingzu's understanding. Yanyan, you don't need to thank me. I did this voluntarily. Li Qingzu told Zhao Yanyan that she was doing this voluntarily without any coercion from any party. Zhao Yanyan was happy to hear that Li Qingzu did this without any coercion from any party. Li Qingzu looked very sincere when she did this for Chen. With this all three people complete, now they can use methods to heal Chen's wounds as well as Chen's excess yang qi. Now they just needed to prepare everything. They had to prepare rooms for Chen, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu. Sister Suyin, please give them a copy of the Queen Heart Silk technique. Zhao Yanyan asked Shui Suyin to give Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu copies of the Queen Heart Silk. Okay, I'll give them a copy of the Queen Heart Silk. Shui Suyin didn't mind giving Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu copies of the Queen Heart Silk. Meanwhile, the others helped me prepare the room and bring husband. Zhao Yanyan ordered all the women to help prepare the rooms for the four of them. All the women present in this place nodded. They all immediately went together with Zhao Yanyan to prepare a room to treat Chen. Prepare yourselves, I will give you the Queen Heart Silk technique. Shui Suyin told Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu to get ready. She would transfer the Queen Heart Silk technique to the three of them. Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying nodded, while Li Qingzu still looked a little confused as to what was about to happen. Shui Suyin started to transfer copies of the Queen Heart Silk technique to Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying. Since both of them were cultivators, it would be very easy for Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying to learn it. Meanwhile, Shui Suyin had to guide Li Qingzu. After all, Li Qingzu was not a cultivator, so Shui Suyin had to work extra hard to guide Li Qingzu in order to learn the Queen Heart Silk technique. Luckily, Li Qingzu was a very smart woman, so Li Qingzu was able to learn the Queen Heart Silk technique. Although not yet fully described, the road becomes a cultivator. Li Qingzu's own capital outstanding talent is great, because that Li Qingzu will definitely be a great cultivator outstanding. After a while, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu had finished studying the Queen Heart Silk. Now they just needed a real practice. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu had already prepared themselves. They were all ready to do just that with Chen. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu were preparing to go upstairs. Zhao Yanyan and the others should have prepared everything upstairs. Wait a minute, Shui Suyin immediately stopped Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu. What else? Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu asked Shui Suyin. I almost forgot to warn you three, husband's strength in that field is quite strong. You should cooperate well or you will all suffer before going into battle. Shui Suyin did not forget to warn Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu about Chen's fighting power. Shui Suyin didn't want Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu to be surprised by Chen's fighting strength. Alright, we understand. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu nodded to Shui Suyin. They would work hand in hand. After that, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu went upstairs. Xue Suyin followed right behind the three. Right now, there was only Mei Yueli in the living room. From beginning to end, Mei Yueli was completely ignored by all the women in this place. They all ignore me. With a sullen face, Mei Yueli sat on the sofa. Mei Yueli was very upset when she was treated unfairly like this by all the women there. Mei Yueli could only stand by this injustice. She just sat quietly and waited for the result. Mei Yueli wanted to know if Mu Shuiying would really do that. With Yi Chen, if that was the case, then Mu Shuiying would be tainted. If Master were to find out about this, then it would be quite a serious matter. Mu Shuiying was Master's favorite disciple. If Master found out about this, he would definitely be very angry with Mu Shuiying. Too bad Mei Yueli couldn't stop this. Mei Yueli knew that she couldn't stop Mu Shuiying's decision. Under these conditions, Mei Yueli only hoped that the Master would not be angry when one day she found out about this. Meanwhile, Xue Suyin, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu had arrived at the door of the room where they would treat Yi Chen. It just so happened that in front of the door there were already countless women waiting for the arrival of Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu. Are you three ready? Jia Yanyan came over to Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu, asking if the three of them had prepared themselves to treat Yi Chen. We are ready. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu in unison answered Jia Yanyan's question. The three of them were ready at any time to help treat Yi Chen's wounds. Very good, we have prepared everything inside. From here it's up to you what you want to do. Jia Yanyan told Nangong Xiang that he had prepared everything. Now all that remains is to leave the results to Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu. Alright, then we will go in, let's go. Nangong Xiang was the first to take the lead. She invited Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu to enter the room. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu finally entered the room. They all rushed inside. Jia Yanyan and the others could only watch the three enter the room. Yanyan, are you sure we don't need to keep an eye on them? Lu Yu asked Jia Yanyan. That's not necessary, let them do it alone. We'd better keep an eye on the situation of the enemy outside. Jia Yanyan told Lu Yu for letting Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu do their job. Alright, Lu Yu nodded. It seemed that they could only leave everything to Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu. Meanwhile in the room, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu looked at the room they were currently in. This room has been decorated very beautifully. There are so many flower petals sprinkled around this place. The room they will use looks exactly like the room used for a bride's first wedding night. Geez, what is Yanyan really thinking? Nangong Xiang shook his head when he saw the scene in front of him. This was truly something that Nangong Xiang had never imagined before. Mu Shuiying looked normal when she saw the scene in this room. Her reaction was completely normal. Meanwhile, Li Qingzu looked very fond of the decorations in this room. He thought it was very beautiful. Li Qingzu would do that in a place decorated like this. How could Li Qingzu not be happy about this? Chapter 920 Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, Li Qingzu in Bed 1. Currently Yi Chen was sleeping right in the middle. She was currently lying somewhere on top of the bed. Yi Chen's face was red. It could be seen that Yi Chen's condition was getting worse. Are you ready? Nangong Xiang asked Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu. She wanted to know if they were ready or not. We are ready. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu simultaneously replied to Nangong Xiang, both of whom were already ready to heal Yi Chen with the dual cultivation path. Good, let's start right away. Nangong Xiang invited Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu to start right away. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu nodded. The three of them started to climb into the bed. After getting on the bed, the three of them looked silent. They didn't know where to start. The three of them looked shy while doing this together. Even though they had prepared themselves, it was still very embarrassing for a virgin like them. Let's take off Yi Chen's clothes. Nangong Xiang invited Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu to take off Yi Chen's clothes. The three of them started to take off every inch of Yi Chen's clothes. Yi Chen's clothes had been changed by Jia Yanyan and the others, so the clothes Yi Chen was currently wearing were pretty clean. With the cooperation of Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu, the three were finally able to take off all the clothes Yi Chen was wearing. When Yi Chen's clothes disappeared, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu could see Yi Chen's muscular body. Yi Chen's body looks absolutely perfect. A body like this is the dream of every woman on modern Earth. Plus Yi Chen is very handsome. This makes anyone will definitely fall in love with Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu started to look down. When the three of them looked down, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu saw Yi Chen's huge thing. That's huge. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu simultaneously shouted in their hearts. They couldn't believe that Yi Chen's thing would become this big. Yi Chen's has not yet fully awakened. If this thing wakes up, then its size will become much bigger and longer. Among Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu, only Li Qingzu had seen this before. Even though she had seen this before, Li Qingzu was still shocked when she saw it up close. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu's faces turned even redder.
They looked embarrassed when they saw the scene in front of them. So where should we start? Nangong Xiang asked where they should start. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu were both still virgins. The three of them looked confused as to what to do. We should start stimulating Yi Chen first. I heard it's the best way to get the boys to release their essence. Li Qingzu was the one who gave Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying advice. Even though Li Qingzu had no experience with a man, Li Qingzu still knew how to have a relationship with a man.
Alright, let's do that. Nangong Xiang
agreed with what Li Qingzu said. They had to stimulate Yi Chen first. The three of them started dividing up the tasks. Nangong Xiang was at the top kissing Yi Chen, while Li Qingzu and Mu Shuiying were in charge of stimulating Yi Chen's younger brother who was at the bottom. Nangong Xiang had already kissed Yi Chen, so it was not difficult for Nangong Xiang to kiss Yi Chen and stimulate him. On the other hand, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu still didn't do anything. They seemed a little scared to begin with. Why are you two silent? Hurry up and do your duty. Seeing that Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu were still silent, Nangong Xiang started to scold the two. She ordered Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu to do their job. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu looked at each other. They both began to strengthen the resolve they had to do this. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu simultaneously started to extend their hands towards Yi Chen's big thing. They gripped Yi Chen's big thing. Mu Shuiying held the bottom while Li Qingzu held the top. The two of them started to provide services to Yi Chen using their soft hands. Yi Chen's thing became bigger and bigger when he felt Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu's hand movements. This was probably Yi Chen's natural reaction. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu were even more shocked when they saw the thing in their hands getting bigger. They didn't expect that it could still be bigger than before. Looks like it's working, let's go ahead seeing this. Nangong Xiang was very happy. It seemed that what they did managed to stimulate Yi Chen, who was in an unconscious state. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu nodded. They continued to give hand service to Yi Chen. Time began to pass. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu continuously served Yi Chen. Too bad what the three of them did was fruitless. Yi Chen still hadn't brought out her young qi essence. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu were even more anxious when they discovered this, whereas their target was to harvest Yi Chen's yang qi and stabilize the yang qi within Yi Chen's body. How is what we do not enough to stimulate it?
Mu Shuiying asked Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. She wanted to know if what they were doing was not enough to stimulate Yi Chen.
Looks like this isn't enough. Li Qingzu felt that what they were doing was not enough to please Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang also thought the same thing as Li Qingzu. It seemed that what they were doing was lacking to please Yi Chen. Then what should we do now? Mu Shuiying asked what they should do now. Why don't you two try to eat that thing? I heard from Shiyun that Yi Chen likes it. Nangong Xiang said Yi Chen's pleasant way to Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu. Nangong Xiang is good friends with Zhang Shiyun. Of course she often confides about Yi Chen's problems to Zhang Shiyun. Nangong Xiang often asked Zhang Shiyun Yi Chen's preference. Zhang Shiyun was such a person. Of course the answer would lead to adult things in bed. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu's faces immediately turned red when they heard what Nangong Xiang had just said. They both couldn't believe that a beautiful goddess like Nangong Xiang would suggest such a thing to the two of them. Why, don't you want to do that? Nangong Xiang asked Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu. It's not that we don't want to, but we are still unfamiliar with this, Sister Xiang. Why don't you set an example for the two of us? You seem quite experienced in this field. Mu Shuiying asked Nangong Xiang to set an example for the two. That's right, please set an example for both of us. Li Qingzu also asked Nangong Xiang to set an example for herself. That
Nangong Xiang looked nervous when she was cornered by Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu. She wasn't very experienced in this matter either. Why, doesn't Sister Xiang want to do this? Mu Shuiying asked Nangong Xiang. The words that Nangong Xiang had previously said were returned by Mu Shuiying to Nangong Xiang. Chapter 921 Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying Li Qingzu in bed, 2. I have no experience in this matter. At the insistence of Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu, Nangong Xiang told the two that she had no experience in this matter. Mu Shuiying was quite surprised to hear that Nangong Xiang had no experience in this kind of matter, even though Nangong Xiang looked very confident compared to the two of them. Wait a minute, aren't you the Empress? Have you never received this kind of education? Mu Shuiying asked Nangong Xiang. Of course I have, but in practice I have never done it. Nangong Xiang said to Mu Shuiying. Nangong Xiang may have received lessons like this, but in practice Nangong Xiang had never done it. Degree, Mu Shuiying surprised to hear this. Not unexpectedly, Empress Sun never do such a thing with Sun Quan. This is a shocking news for Mu Shuiying once. Wait a minute, Sister Xiang is still a virgin. Why didn't I realize this earlier?
Mu Shuiying just realized that Nangong Xiang was still a pure virgin. Mu Shuiying started to wonder how Nangong Xiang was still a virgin, plus Nangong Xiang was willing to do this together with Yi Chen. If Sun Quan found out about this, it would be a huge scandal in the God realm. Mu Shuiying's brain was starting to get really messy. She was confused about Yi Chen and Nangong Xiang's relationship. Sister Xiang, since you have little knowledge of this matter, why don't you set an example for us? Li Qingzu asked Nangong Xiang to set an example for herself and Mu Shuiying. Nangong Xiang was again confused. She was a little confused about what to do to answer Li Qingzu. Nangong Xiang's knowledge in this field was very little. She only knew how to carry out normal relationships. Nangong Xiang was at a loss as to what to do in a situation like this. If it continued like this, then they would not be able to save Yi Chen. If only Zhang Shiyun were in this place, it would most likely be of great help to them. Nangong Xiang thought of finding one of Yi Chen's women who was experienced enough to help them in this matter. Wait a minute, I have it. Nangong Xiang almost forgot something. Even though she had something that Zhang Shiyun gave her, Nangong Xiang hurriedly looked for something in her space ring. She tried to find the object that Zhang Shiyun gave her. Nangong Xiang finally found the thing she was looking for. Nangong Xiang immediately took it out of her space ring. A book appeared in Nangong Xiang's palm. It turned out that the thing Nangong Xiang was looking for turned out to be a book. Nangong Xiang hastily opened the contents of the book she had in her hand. Within it, Nangong Xiang saw some shameless poses of pictures. It was clear that the book that Nangong Xiang had just opened was a technique for dual cultivation. In this book, there are a lot of poses that can be learned by every woman who sees it. Nangong Xiang's face turned red when she saw this. She didn't expect this book to be so shameless. Even though they thought this book was shameless, Nangong Xiang was still trying to learn what was inside. She steeled her resolve to help Yi Chen. Listening to Nangong Xiang's intelligence, Nangong Xiang very quickly learned everything. Now she knows how to serve Yi Chen properly. Nangong Xiang's confidence grew after studying the book Zhang Shiyun gave her. Luckily, Nangong Xiang didn't throw this book away, otherwise he wouldn't be feeling so sorry. You too quickly learn this. Nangong Xiang handed the book in her hand to Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu, herself telling the two to study it. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu received the book from Nangong Xiang. Both of them immediately saw the book that Nangong Xiang had given them both. Just a moment after seeing the book, both Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu turned red. They didn't expect that Nangong Xiang would have a collection like this. If the people of the God realm found out that a goddess like Nangong Xiang had something like this, then it was certain that they would be very surprised. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu started to study the contents in this book. Both of them seemed very interested in the contents in this book, while Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu were studying books on how to do dual cultivation. Nangong Xiang began to try out the knowledge he had previously learned. Nangong Xiang started to hold Yi Chen's big object with her hands. It's great. Yi Chen really has extraordinary capital. It's only natural that women always boast about this. It turns out that this is the reason Nangong Xiang understood why Zhang Shiyun and other women liked to discuss this matter so much. It turned out that this was the reason. Nangong Xiang of course knew that the bigger a man's object was, the more wonderful the feeling would be. Nangong Xiang wanted to know how it felt to try this big thing in her hands. Yi Chen's thing had fully demonstrated its power. Nangong Xiang's one hand couldn't even grasp it. This showed that Yi Chen's thing was indeed very large and extremely majestic. Nangong Xiang began to bring her face closer to Yi Chen's large object. First she set aside a portion of her golden hair so as not to disturb. After that, Nangong Xiang began to open her cherry lips. Nangong Xiang started to eat Yi Chen's big thing. She put this big thing in her mouth. Cough. When Nangong Xiang had just tried this big thing, Nangong Xiang immediately coughed painfully. It could be seen that Nangong Xiang was still not used to doing this. Nangong Xiang thought that this would be easy to do, unexpectedly that it would be more difficult than she thought. This thing was enormous, so Nangong Xiang felt great difficulty while trying the taste of Yi Chen's huge object. Yi Chen, why is yours so big? I'm in trouble. Nangong Xiang could only complain that Yi Chen's thing was too big. If only it was smaller, maybe Nangong Xiang wouldn't have any trouble. Smiley face. Nangong Xiang did not know that this big thing would become addicted to her. After trying the taste of this big thing, Nangong Xiang would definitely not be able to say that again. Nangong Xiang started to try again for the second time. This time she tried to be earnest in helping Yi Chen prevent Yi Chen's safety is now the top priority. She can't just give up because of a problem like this. If Yi Chen's other women can, why can't he too? She has to show that she can do this. Nangong Xiang ate this big thing again. She started to put the big thing in front of her in quite small portions. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly when he felt his belongings enter into a moist and warm place. This feeling was extraordinary. Yi Chen felt that Nangong Xiang's mouth was something extraordinarily good. Even though Yi Chen was unconscious, it seemed that he could still feel the changes around him. It could be seen from the comfortable feeling that Nangong Xiang's service gave him. Chapter 922 Goddess Mouth Taste. Nangong Xiang saw the changes that occurred in Yi Chen's body. It seemed that what she was doing was working well. Yi Chen seemed to be enjoying this. Nangong Xiang began to become even more serious in providing her services. She began to imitate every move she had previously seen in the book Zhang Shiyun had given her. A slurpee jubu at jubu. Nangong Xiang Noble sucked, and played with this big thing. She felt that this big thing felt very delicious when she ate. Nangong Xiang began to feel addicted to doing this. According to him, doing this is not something bad. This is the most fun thing Nangong Xiang has ever done. No wonder many women are crazy about doing this. It turns out this has its own pleasure for a woman. It's a shame that Yi Chen is currently unconscious. If Yi Chen was currently conscious and saw what Nangong Xiang did to his little brother, Yi Chen would definitely be very happy. One of the four beauties of the God realm actually gave him a mouth service. How could Yi Chen not be happy when he saw and felt this? If Yi Chen was currently conscious, he would definitely be happy and groan when he saw what Nangong Xiang had done for him. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu, who were at the side, saw what Nangong Xiang was doing. It could be seen that Nangong Xiang was very eager to serve Yi Chen with all her heart. In addition, Nangong Xiang seemed to really enjoy doing this for Yi Chen. After seeing Nangong Xiang's face, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu started to wonder whether doing so was fun or not. With a little adjustment and a short practice, Nangong Xiang was now a bit proficient. Now she could use her cherry mouth to fully serve Yi Chen. Pua. Nangong Xiang spat out a large object. She looked at Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu, who had been watching from the side. Would you like to try it? Nangong Xiang asked Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu. She wanted to know if Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu wanted to try it too. Does doing something like that feel good? Li Qingzu asked Nangong Xiang if doing so felt good and enjoyable. I can't put it into words. Why don't you try it yourself to know the taste? Nangong Xiang told Li Qingzu to try it herself to know what it tastes like. Okay, I'll give it a try. With a red face, Li Qingzu started to get up the courage to try it. Li Qingzu started to eat the big thing in front of her. She started to feel the taste of this big thing. This thing was too big. The first time Li Qingzu tried it, she felt an unbearable feeling of tightness. Li Qingzu was forced to regurgitate what she had just eaten. Cough, cough, cough. Li Qingzu started coughing. She felt tight and it was hard to breathe. For a virgin like Li Qingzu, doing this was extremely difficult. Li Qingzu found it difficult to fully hold Yi Chen's object in her mouth. Do it slowly, don't rush it. Nangong Xiang gave Li Qingzu a little direction. She started telling Li Qingzu to do this slowly. Li Qingzu experienced the same thing as Nangong Xiang's. So Nangong Xiang guided Li Qingzu to improve herself. Alright, I'll try it slowly. Li Qingzu nodded to Nangong Xiang. She started to slowly try it. This time Li Qingzu did it slowly. She began to gradually get used to Yi Chen's large object. Li Qingzu started serving Yi Chen as Nangong Xiang had previously done. Her head started to move up and down on Yi Chen's large object. It could be seen that Li Qingzu was trying to serve Yi Chen to the best of her ability. Li Qingzu wanted to make the man she liked happy. That's why Li Qingzu tried to learn to make Yi Chen happy. Even though Yi Chen was currently unconscious, Li Qingzu hoped that her feelings could be conveyed to Yi Chen. Jubo, jubo, jubo. Li Qingzu started sucking Yi Chen's big thing. She used her tongue to stimulate Yi Chen's big thing. Just like Nangong Xiang, Li Qingzu also felt a pleasant feeling when playing with this big object. She thought it was very enjoyable and very enjoyable. Mu Shuiying saw Li Qingzu's face that seemed to enjoy Yi Chen's big object. It could be seen that Li Qingzu was also drunk by Yi Chen's female conquering weapon. Mu Shuiying became very curious. She also wanted to try what it was like to do that. Let's take turns. I want to give it a try. Mu Shuiying said to Li Qingzu to change with her. Li Qingzu looked at Mu Shuiying. She started to stop serving Yi Chen and gave this big thing to Mu Shuiying. Actually, Li Qingzu felt reluctant to leave the precious treasure in her hands. Unfortunately, he couldn't be greedy and have this thing alone. Mu Shuiying took the place of Li Qingzu now that she was kneeling right in front of Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying didn't waste much of her time. She lowered her head and started to open her mouth to taste Yi Chen's big thing. Humph! With a single jolt, Mu Shuiying stuffed almost of it into her mouth. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu were shocked when they saw what Mu Shuiying was doing. They didn't expect Mu Shuiying to do such a thing right away. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu knew very well how terrifying that thing was. They even dared to try a few pieces for fear of choking on eating this thing. To think that Mu Shuiying would do something like this so easily, Mu Shuiying actually felt suffocated by the size of Yi Chen's large object, but Mu Shuiying tried to stop herself from choking. After a while of making adjustments, Mu Shuiying finally got used to this big thing. Mu Shuiying started to move her head up and down, trying to please Yi Chen. Unfortunately, Mu Shuiying's skill was the worst among the three. Mu Shuiying used her teeth to scratch Yi Chen's thing. Yi Chen, who was unconscious, seemed to be frowning. It seemed that Yi Chen was feeling sick because of this. If Yi Chen was currently conscious, Yi Chen would have screamed in pain because of this. Shuiying, stop for a moment? Nangong Xiang immediately told Mu Shuiying to stop. Nangong Xiang saw the changes shown by Yi Chen. Obviously Yi Chen's natural reaction was different from before. For some reason Yi Chen looked in pain because of this. Luckily Nangong Xiang found this out, otherwise it might jeopardize the future of Yi Chen's younger brother. Mu Shuiying immediately stopped. She immediately pulled her head back from the battle. What is wrong? Mu Shuiying asked Nangong Xiang, be honest with me, did you just use your teeth? Nangong Xiang asked Mu Shuiying, yes, I did do that. Mu Shuiying did indeed do that. Yi Chen's thing was too big so she accidentally scratched it with her teeth. Don't do that, it will hurt Yi Chen object. Nangong Xiang told Mu Shuiying not to do such a thing. If Mu Shuiying really couldn't do it, then Mu Shuiying wouldn't have to force herself to hurt Yi Chen. Chapter 923 Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu worked together to serve Yi Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't know about that matter. Mu Shuiying apologized to Nangong Xiang. She really didn't know about this matter. You don't need to apologize like that. We are all studying here, so a mistake is natural. Nangong Xiang didn't mind this. They were all still laymen here, so it wouldn't be strange for them to make a small mistake like this. Let's work together. It can speed things up. Nangong Xiang invited Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu to cooperate, instead of them watching each other. It was better for them to work together to quickly absorb Yi Chen's young qi. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu completely agreed with what Nangong Xiang had said. They both thought it was a very good thing to do. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu could share this huge thing at the same time. It would make things easier for them. While it was a bit embarrassing to serve this large thing at the same time, it could at least reduce the error rate they made. Slurp. Jubo, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu started to crowd around Yi Chen's big thing. The three of them started sucking and licking Yi Chen's big thing greedily. Three tongues began to dance around Yi Chen's huge object. Clearly this was a boon that no one in this world could ever imagine. All the men in this world would definitely be very envious when they saw Yi Chen being treated like a king by a beautiful goddess like Nangong Xiang. They would surely be jealous to death if they found out about this. Nangong Xiang was a revered figure in the god realm. She had countless secret admirers throughout the god realm. If these admirers knew the woman who became the goddess in their hearts did this, they would definitely have a heart attack on the spot. Plus there was still a beautiful woman like Mu Shuiying who had a beauty that was not inferior to Nangong Xiang. If Mu Shuiying's special body had been fully awakened, then Mu Shuiying would become a goddess among women in this world. Even though Li Qingzu was inferior to Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying, she was still a beautiful woman who was very difficult to find in this world. If properly cared for by Yi Chen, Li Qingzu would be a beauty that was not to be messed with. As beautiful women with their respective charms continued to provide services for Yi Chen, the three of them dedicated themselves to serving Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu started to use the Queen Heart Silk technique. They learned to harvest Yi Chen's yang qi. For Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying this might be quite an easy thing, but for Li Qingzu who was still new to the world of cultivators, doing this was a little difficult to do. Li Qingzu had to learn a bit to absorb Yi Chen's yang qi. With the combined skill of Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu, it could be seen that Yi Chen was in some serious trouble. Yi Chen's thing started to shake like it was about to explode. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu didn't notice the change in Yi Chen's thing at all. The three of them were already in quite deep passion. Buyer. Yi Chen was finally defeated by the combined skill of Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu. Yi Chen ended up taking out an enormous amount of yang qi essence. It just so happened that Mu Shuiying was the one who was eating Yi Chen's big thing. So Mu Shuiying's mouth was filled with an enormous amount of pure yang qi essence. Glup, glup, glup. Mu Shuiying tried her best to receive all this yang qi essence into her. Unfortunately the numbers were so huge that it was very difficult for Mu Shuiying to handle alone. Seeing Mu Shuiying struggling like this, Nangong Xiang was forced to help Mu Shuiying, taking Mu Shuiying's place in order to receive Yi Chen's yang qi essence. Nangong Xiang began to receive Yi Chen's essence. She wholeheartedly sucked up all of Yi Chen's yang qi essence. Yi Chen continued to emit such a huge amount of essence, Nangong Xiang could no longer hold back Yi Chen's amount of yang qi. Unable to contain Yi Chen's amount of yang qi, Nangong Xiang gestured for Li Qingzu to accept Yi Chen's yang qi. Li Qingzu understood. She had finally taken over from Nangong Xiang to receive Yi Chen's yang qi. Li Qingzu started to receive Yi Chen's yang qi essence. She started to try what the yang qi essence tasted like. When Li Qingzu tried it, she felt that it had a special, very delicious taste. Li Qingzu felt that this was the most extraordinary thing she had ever tasted. Very quickly, Li Qingzu was addicted to the taste. she sucked up the last remnants left behind by Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu finally got their respective rations. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu looked at each other. They were all currently only having the same thought. They were shocked and amazed by the yang qi essence that Yi Chen possessed. It felt completely impossible to use words. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu felt that they would become addicted to Yi Chen's essence sucking taste. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu looked back at Yi Chen. When the three of them looked at Yi Chen, all three saw that Yi Chen still looked strong. This made Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu very surprised. It seemed that what Shuisuin had said was true. Yi Chen's abilities were indeed very strong. Currently the secret garden belonging to Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu was like a flowing spring. They felt they needed something to overcome this void. Since all the preparations have been made, now is the time for the main event. They would actually do dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Are you guys ready for this? Nangong Xiang asked if Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu had prepared themselves to have a real relationship with Yi Chen. We are ready. Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu had already prepared themselves. Both of them were ready to do dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Good, let's get started. Nangong Xiang invited Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu to start right away. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu started to take off the clothes they were currently wearing on their bodies. With quite beautiful movements, the three of them removed every inch of the clothes that were on their bodies. This scene was definitely so beautiful. Every man would definitely have a nosebleed when they saw the three beautiful women taking off their clothes with such splendid movements. Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu with swift movements began to disarm themselves. All of them quickly instantly turned into a naked state. Li Qingzu looked at Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying, somehow feeling a little inferior to these two beautiful goddesses. Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying were indeed very beautiful. They were indeed worthy of the title of goddess. Chapter 924, Goddess likes the riding position. Why are you looking at us like that? Nangong Xiang asked Li Qingzu, who was looking at the two of them with such a gaze. No, it's just that you were very beautiful like a goddess. Li Qingzu told Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying what was in his heart. According to Li Qingzu, Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying were extremely beautiful women, a beauty that they both looked like from another world. When compared to herself, Li Qingzu felt inferior to the two. Nangong Xiang smiled when she heard this. She thought Li Qingzu's words were very funny to her. You don't need to praise us like that, you yourself look beautiful too. Believe in yourself, Nangong Xiang told Li Qingzu to believe in herself. Li Qingzu understood what Nangong Xiang was trying to mean. From now on she would try to believe in her beauty. Alright, I want to give it a try first. Nangong Xiang said that she wanted to try it first. She couldn't stand this slightly uncomfortable feeling. She wanted to quickly fill her possessions with Yi Chen's big thing. Without waiting for approval from Mu Shuiying and Li Qingzu, Nangong Xiang immediately climbed into Yi Chen's body. It looked like Nangong Xiang was riding a horse. The difference was that she was currently riding Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang looked at Yi Chen's size-less weapon. She began to wonder if this thing could fit on her small body. Nangong Xiang started to hold Yi Chen's big gun. She started to position Yi Chen's big object to fit right into the entrance of her honey cave. Nangong Xiang's secret garden looks very beautiful. It looks beautiful and very perfect. Plus there is only a little grass growing around this place. Ugh. Yi Chen's weapon started to penetrate into Nangong Xiang's fort defense. It seemed that this weapon wanted to break through Nangong Xiang's defense. Nangong Xiang started to raise her eyebrows. She felt an unbearable feeling of aches and pains in her body. If Nangong Xiang wasn't a cultivator, she would have screamed and cried because of this pain. Nangong Xiang continuously pushed the big object inside. She tried her best to get this thing in. After great effort, Nangong Xiang finally managed to completely master Yi Chen's big thing. Now Yi Chen's big thing is completely under her grasp. Nangong Xiang started to get used to Yi Chen's. After a while the pain started to dissipate. The pain started to be replaced with a very pleasant feeling. Nangong Xiang felt that this feeling was very comfortable and very good. After fully getting used to Yi Chen's thing, Nangong Xiang started to move up and down on Yi Chen's body. Nangong Xiang began to seek pleasure for herself. She felt this feeling very pleasant for her. Nangong Xiang felt a feeling of fullness in her body. Nangong Xiang did not expect that this feeling would be so pleasant. She could not expect that this feeling would be so pleasant like this. No wonder Zhang Shiyun always pushed herself to do dual cultivation with Yi Chen. It turned out that this was the reason. It was really very convenient and very good. Nangong Xiang was so addicted to this, she might not be able to come back after trying the forbidden fruit like this. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's breathing seemed to quicken. It could be seen that Yi Chen was enjoying what Nangong Xiang was doing to her. Nangong Xiang's honey cave wall is the best. It's twisty like a dragon's curve and has a very strong grip. Of course this makes little brother very happy. If only Yi Chen realized. Yi Chen would definitely be infatuated with the secret artifact that Nangong Xiang had.
30 minutes quickly passed. Nangong Xiang had truly plunged into the pleasures of dual cultivation.
Nangong Xiang returned to vent. If I'm not mistaken, this is already the 10th time since she started the battle with Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang was already very tired. She felt that her waist was sore. Nangong Xiang felt that she should rest for a while. When Nangong Xiang was thinking about taking a break, Nangong Xiang suddenly felt that Yi Chen's body was shaking slightly inside her body. Seeing this,
Nangong Xiang knew that Yi Chen would immediately confide in her. Nangong Xiang did not
waste this opportunity. She immediately used all the remaining strength to make Yi Chen lose. Nangong Xiang increased the speed she had, herself moving up and down at a much faster speed than before. When Nangong Xiang did this, naturally Yi Chen felt great pleasure. Yi Chen immediately shot all her yang qi into Nangong Xiang's flower core. Instantly Nangong Xiang felt a warm feeling flood over her body. This warm feeling was really very comfortable. Nangong Xiang really enjoyed this warm feeling. Yi Chen's yang qi essence continued to flow out. In an instant Nangong Xiang's flower core was filled with Yi Chen's yang qi essence. Nangong Xiang's stomach slightly bulged from this. Nangong Xiang looked like a woman who was pregnant. After finishing, Nangong Xiang decided to leave Yi Chen's body. She had to cultivate the pure yang qi that she just got from Yi Chen. With this much yang qi, Nangong Xiang would definitely gain tremendous benefits. Right now Yi Chen's big thing still looked strong. There wasn't the slightest sign of weakness or fatigue. After Nangong Xiang finished, Mu Shuiying was the second to try. Unlike Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying seemed to be more hasty. Without any preparation, she immediately plunged a large object into her honey cave in one fell swoop. After seeing Nangong Xiang's lecherous expression, Mu Shuiying became even more curious and wanted to try what dual cultivation felt like. Mu Shuiying was a woman who was attracted to something foreign, so when she saw Nangong Xiang's reaction, Mu Shuiying was immediately attracted and wanted to give it a go. Ouch! Mu Shuiying felt pain as Yi Chen's huge warrior barged in forcibly into her small gate. Mu Shuiying had to endure this pain. She had to be able to endure this pain. After a while of enduring the pain, Mu Shuiying finally felt a feeling that was difficult for her to describe in words. It was clear that this feeling was very good and comfortable for her. Mu Shuiying started to imitate what Nangong Xiang was doing, herself starting to move up and down at a fairly fast speed. Mu Shuiying's honey cave was cold and chilly. This made the hot Yi Chen feel melt when he was inside. In addition, Mu Shuiying's is soft and very deep. Yi Chen's thing can completely enter without any resistance. Mu Shuiying started to make lewd and shameless faces. To think that an indifferent goddess like Mu Shuiying would show such a face, Mu Shuiying was completely overpowered by the feelings that Yi Chen gave her. Now all she could think of was to seek more and more pleasure. I might not be able to come back again. Mu Shuiying felt that she would never be able to come back again. After trying this feeling, how could Mu Shuiying be able to return to the way she used to be? Surely she would never be able to return to the way she used to be. Mu Shuiying would remember this beautiful thing. She would carve this in the depths of her heart. Chapter 925. Journey in tonight is still very long. Mu Shuiying was currently enjoying this good feeling. She really liked it. Mu Shuiying did not expect that doing something like this would be so much fun. This was truly something that Mu Shuiying could not refuse. Mu Shuiying started to lean her body forward. The two mountain peaks that had just blossomed at this moment were tightly pressed against Yi Chen's body. The size of Mu Shuiying's double peak is quite large, and at least it is almost the size of an F cup. Mu Shuiying started to kiss Yi Chen, who was in front of her. Mu Shuiying moved with her heart's desire. She wanted to try everything she just learned from the book. To think that Mu Shuiying could be so aggressive like this. She was actually very different from the calm and always indifferent Mu Shuiying. The difference seen today is like heaven and earth, both completely different from what is often seen. Oh, this is great. Within 30 minutes Mu Shuiying had already vented dozens of times. She loved the feeling of reaching the top. This was really good. Huff, huff. Mu Shuiying's breath was already completely messed up. She looked very tired when she fought Yi Chen. Even though she was completely exhausted, Mu Shuiying didn't want to give up. She didn't want to be defeated by Yi Chen in this way. If Nangong Xiang could win against Yi Chen, then why couldn't she do the same? So Mu Shuiying decided to move faster and more aggressively so that Yi Chen could quickly defeat. Mu Shuiying's aggressive moves made Yi Chen reach his limit. It could be seen that Yi Chen would be defeated under Mu Shuiying's pomegranate skirt. Buyer. Yi Chen released yang qi into Mu Shuiying's body. Mu Shuiying's body was instantly filled with warmth. The warmth was so comfortable. Even Mu Shuiying, who was an ice cultivator, was comfortable with this. After a long battle, Mu Shuiying collapsed next to Yi Chen. It could be seen that Mu Shuiying was already very exhausted. Mu Shuiying could only close her eyes and start cultivating the yang qi she had harvested from Yi Chen. Li Qingzu saw that Mu Shuiying's current condition looked very bad. It could be seen that Mu Shuiying was already unable to fight Yi Chen. Now that only she was left, Li Qingzu now had to step up and face Yi Chen. With slow movements, Li Qingzu started to try Yi Chen's big weapon. She started eating Yi Chen's weapon into her honey cave. When Yi Chen's weapon entered into her, Li Qingzu felt a very painful feeling. This feeling was so painful that it made Li Qingzu want to die. It hurts Li Qingzu couldn't help but cry when she felt this excruciating pain. Yi Chen's weapon was really big. It was quite difficult to match her. If this continued, perhaps Li Qingzu's body could be crushed by Yi Chen's weapon. Li Qingzu had already made up her mind. After coming this far, he would not back down like that. Li Qingzu continued to advance through the battlefield that was getting deeper and more painful. Li Qingzu tried to do everything he could. After a great struggle, Li Qingzu finally made it through passage. Only a short time left before reaching the end. Unfortunately, this was already Li Qingzu's limit. Li Qingzu felt that she could no longer advance. If this continued, then her flower core would be destroyed. Finally, I became your woman. Li Qingzu was very happy because now that she was completely united with Yi Chen, now Li Qingzu was completely Yi Chen's woman. Li Qingzu had no complaints in this matter. She was happy that she could be with Yi Chen. Li Qingzu started to get used to the pain. After about 5 minutes, Li Qingzu got used to doing this. She now felt a comfortable feeling in her body. Li Qingzu started to move. She started slowly, because Li Qingzu was the weakest between Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying. Li Qingzu didn't dare to do it aggressively and quickly. She fought slowly and enjoyed every second like she was drinking drops of the finest wine in this world. Kaya. Li Qingzu's moan sounded very meek. Li Qingzu was really very relaxed about having a dual cultivation session with Yi Chen, even though Li Qingzu's movements seemed slow and non-aggressive. Li Qingzu's honey cave seemed to be gripping Yi Chen's thing very tightly. Li Qingzu looked like she wanted to squeeze all the yang qi that Yi Chen had for herself. After 40 minutes of long struggle, Li Qingzu was finally able to make Yi Chen lose. Yi Chen took out the amount of yang qi in Li Qingzu's flower core, huffed. Li Qingzu's breath was already very heavy. It could be seen that Li Qingzu was very tired. When Li Qingzu was no longer able, Nangong Xiang immediately took the place of Li Qingzu. She immediately restarted the second round of battle with Yi Chen. Husband, you're is really strong and big. Nangong Xiang let out a very seductive moan and moaning sound. Men's bones would surely melt when they heard Nangong Xiang's very seductive voice. Nangong Xiang now completely considers Yi Chen as her own man. She will no longer be able to leave Yi Chen. From now on, she will become Yi Chen's wife along with the others. 1 hour quickly passed. Nangong Xiang had already reached her limit. She was already unable to fight against Yi Chen's extremely powerful little brother. Thanks to the time given by Li Qingzu and Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying had recovered herself. Now Mu Shuiying was ready to start the second round of battle against Yi Chen. Just like Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying seemed to be very addicted to doing this. Doing this was like tasting a forbidden fruit that was hard to stop and go back to. Yi Chen, you are so strong. I really like you. Mu Shuiying let out a word that no one had ever imagined. It was truly unbelievable when Mu Shuiying said this to Yi Chen. The current Mu Shuiying wasn't thinking straight anymore. She was completely confused by this endless fun. If Mu Shuiying could, she wanted to continue doing this forever together with Yi Chen. She loved this more than anything in this world. After an hour or so, Mu Shuiying lost, completely rendered helpless by little brother Yi Chen. Seeing that Mu Shuiying had finished, Li Qingzu immediately went to start the second round of battle with Yi Chen. She had been waiting for Mu Shuiying for a long time. Li Qingzu couldn't wait to start the second round of battle together with Yi Chen. In contrast to Mu Shuiying and Nangong Xiang, who became aggressive after fully tasting the forbidden fruit, Li Qingzu looked calmer than the two. Li Qingzu preferred to keep his thoughts to herself in her heart and not publish this to others. In her heart, Li Qingzu had repeatedly praised Yi Chen's younger brother for making her feel comfortable and good. This feeling was really worth trying. If Li Qingzu knew this was pleasing, Li Qingzu would have done this with Yi Chen long ago. After 50 minutes, Li Qingzu also raised the flag of defeat. She really could no longer continue this battle with Yi Chen. After Li Qingzu was subdued by Yi Chen's prowess, Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying immediately fought over Yi Chen. Both of them were fighting over Yi Chen's possession. It seemed that both of them wanted to have Yi Chen right now. Yi Chen, who was in an unconscious state, became the object of competition for beautiful goddesses like Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying. If Yi Chen were to come to his senses right now, Yi Chen would definitely immediately pounce on the two beautiful goddesses who were fighting over him. Finally, Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying made a deal. The two took turns serving Yi Chen. Even Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying provided the double sandwich service for Yi Chen. The two beautiful goddesses truly dedicated themselves to Yi Chen with all their hearts. Because Yi Chen's big thing was too big and long, Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying's double peaks were unable to cover all of Yi Chen's big thing. there are still so many parts they can't cover with the double tops they currently have. The jubo, slurp. Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying licked the head of Yi Chen's gun. Both of them looked like they were licking the most delicious popsicle in the world. Both of them looked so scared. They looked like they were eating the best food in the world. Buyer. Yi Chen was forced to vent again. The combined sandwich service performed by Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying was simply unbearable for the unconscious Yi Chen. Don't monopolize it, Nangong Xiang complained to Mu Shuiying, who monopolized Yi Chen's yang qi essence. She wanted that too. Mu Shuiying finally shared the yang qi essence to Nangong Xiang. The two of them shared with each other. Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying decided to try out some of the moves they had learned from the dual cultivation manual. Nangong Xiang and Mu Shuiying started doing countless experiments on the unconscious Yi Chen. It could be said that the two were serving Yi Chen using all the abilities they had. Li Qingzu, who was unconscious, woke up, joining the battlefield. A very seductive moan sounded from inside the room where Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, and Mu Shuiying were. It seemed that the battle inside was extremely fierce for everyone. The night is still long. The three will definitely continue their battle. Chapter 926. Yi Chen woke up. Several days had passed since Yi Chen's healing session started. In these few days, Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu were constantly looking to try their best to fight Yi Chen. It was clear that the three of them were exhausted from the long battle they had gone through. The three of them were very tired from the long battle they had spent together. During these few days, the relationship between Nangong Xiang, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu became very close. The three of them actually became very close good friends. The three of them had gone through a very long battlefield, so it was not surprising that their relationship had become very close. At this time, Yi Chen started to open the eyes that he had. He slowly opened his eyelids. When Yi Chen opened his eyelids, he found that now he was in a room that was familiar to him. Yi Chen could easily tell where he was right now. He was currently in one of the rooms in his villa. Yi Chen tried to get out of bed. When Yi Chen tried to get out of bed, he found that right beside him were Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu, who were currently lying on his chest. Both of them were currently half naked. This of course was very tempting for Yi Chen. How could Yi Chen not be seduced by the beauty of Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu, who was currently lying right beside his body? Yi Chen smelled a familiar scent in this room. It was clearly a very familiar scent for a war veteran like Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at his body. He started to wonder why he was also naked. What actually happened when he fainted? Yi Chen wanted to know everything. Yi Chen tried to remember what happened. When Yi Chen tried to remember what happened, he found himself very difficult to remember what happened. The last memory that Yi Chen had was when he was attacked by Hun Xiao. After that, Yi Chen didn't remember anything anymore. Hey, Yue-chan, what's going on here? Because he didn't get the answer he wanted, Yi Chen finally asked what happened to Chu Yue-chan. Yi Chen hoped that Chu Yue-chan would explain everything to him. Master, you have seen it yourself, haven't you? Just now Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu helped heal your wounds by dual cultivation. Chu Yue-chan told Yi Chen that previously she had just done dual cultivation together with Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. Chu Yue-chan deliberately didn't mention Mu Shuiying. She already knew that Mu Shuiying wanted to hide what she had previously done with Yi Chen. That's why Chu Yue-chan didn't tell Yi Chen about this matter. Mu Shuiying had already left this place, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen didn't see Mu Shuiying's whereabouts. I see. Yi Chen nodded to Chu Yue-chan. Now he believed that he did that with Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu, even though Yi Chen was unconscious at that time. Yi Chen believed that he had made Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu as women. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu's appearances were a little disheveled. It could be seen that both of them had done the best they could when battling Yi Chen. Both Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu currently seemed to be sleeping very peacefully. Currently both of them were really too exhausted. Yi Chen smiled when he saw the peaceful faces displayed by Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. He really owed both of them a lot. Yi Chen decided to make both of them happy. He would definitely take good care of women like Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. Yi Chen started to hug Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu's bodies. He hugged both of them in each of his arms. The movement made by Yi Chen made Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu wake up at the same time. Both of them opened their eyelids and looked at Yi Chen. Husband. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu simultaneously called Yi Chen. Both of them already considered Yi Chen as their husband. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu were overjoyed when they saw that Yi Chen had recovered. What they had been doing for the past few days turned out to be something that was not wasted. Now that Yi Chen had completely recovered, thanks to Nangong Xiang's purine qi, Mu Shuiying, and Li Qingzu, now Yi Chen had recovered and his cultivation had increased quite rapidly. Thank you very much. Yi Chen could only thank Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. He didn't know what else to say in this condition. Only thanks could be given by Yi Chen to Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu nodded lightly to Yi Chen. Both of them were happy to see Yi Chen was fine. Yi Chen enjoyed hugging Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu.
For the time being, Yi Chen did not want to be separated from Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. Did you guys really do that last night? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. He wanted to know if the two of them really took the initiative on their own to do dual cultivation together with him. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu's faces turned red when they both heard what Yi Chen had just said. Stupid, why are you still asking about that matter? Nangong Xiang complained that Yi Chen asked such a shameful thing. Yi Chen chuckled when he saw Nangong Xiang looking embarrassed like this. A beautiful goddess like Nangong Xiang actually put on an embarrassed face like this. This was something that ordinary people rarely saw. I just want to know, Yi Chen said to Nangong Xiang. Of course we both do that. With a flushed face, Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen, really? Then why don't we try again? Yi Chen teased Nangong Xiang. You pervert. Nangong Xiang started hitting Yi Chen. She complained to Yi Chen, who kept teasing her. Yi Chen laughed when he saw what Nangong Xiang was doing. It was really fun for Yi Chen to tease Nangong Xiang. Li Qingzu, on the other hand, seemed to be silent. He seemed embarrassed to talk to Yi Chen. Qingzu, may I ask you something? Yi Chen said that he wanted to ask Li Qingzu who was in his arms. What is that? Li Qingzu said to Yi Chen. Li Qingzu wanted to know what Yi Chen wanted to ask him. Have you done that too? Yi Chen asked if Li Qingzu also did the same as Nangong Xiang last night. Li Qingzu nodded lightly, telling Yi Chen that she did dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you won't be angry with what I did, will you? Li Qingzu asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled when he heard what Li Qingzu had just said. How could he be angry when he found out that one of the flowers in his school gave herself voluntarily to himself? This is the dream of almost all the boys in the school. How can I be angry with that? Yi Chen said sweet words to Li Qingzu. It was obvious that Li Qingzu could easily succumb to the sweet words that Yi Chen had just spoken. Chapter 927, God Master One Sword. Yi Chen, I don't mind if you don't want to take responsibility. I know my place. Li Qingzu said in a slightly sad tone. Li Qingzu knew where she belonged. She wouldn't ask Yi Chen anything about this matter. Li Qingzu was a good girl. She was really humble and didn't demand anything from Yi Chen. If these were women who were hungry for treasure and power, they would have demanded a lot from Yi Chen, or perhaps even demanded the resources that Yi Chen had. Don't say things like that. I'll take responsibility. There's no way I'll leave a woman like you behind. Yi Chen said to Li Qingzu that she would be responsible for everything that happened. Li Qingzu did all this for himself. How could Yi Chen have the heart to make Li Qingzu like this? The one who got Li Qingzu would be very lucky. Li Qingzu was a woman who didn't demand much. This was one that made Yi Chen feel happy for Li Qingzu. Li Qingzu was overjoyed by Yi Chen's words. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would accept her like this. Li Qingzu was now able to calm down. She finally got Yi Chen's acknowledgement. Why do you call me Yi Chen? Didn't you call me husband before? Yi Chen said to Li Qingzu. Husband. Li Qingzu shouted and hugged Yi Chen. It could be seen that Li Qingzu was very happy. Yi Chen of course hugged Li Qingzu even tighter. He started to bring Li Qingzu closer to his body. On the other hand, Nangong Xiang saw everything. She saw how romantic Yi Chen was. It was only natural that so many women fell in love with Yi Chen. Apparently this was the reason. Yi Chen looks too romantic. Yi Chen knows how to make women happy and comfortable. This may be one of the reasons why. Nangong Xiang is also interested in Yi Chen. Yi Chen can make Nangong Xiang feel happy and comfortable. Oh yeah, what happened to the battle? Yi Chen asked what happened in the previous battle. Did they win or not in the battle against Han Xiao? Husband, it's a shame the battle isn't over yet. The person who has injured you is currently only temporarily confined. Nangong Xiang explained the current situation to Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang knew very little about the battle that Mu Shuiying and Han Xiao had fought, so Nangong Xiang could only tell Yi Chen a little bit of information. I see. Yi Chen nodded to Nangong Xiang. It seemed that Mu Shuiying was unable to defeat Han Xiao, and chose to retreat to bring himself back to this place. Yuechan, do you have a way to fight Han Xiao? Yi Chen asked for a suggestion against Han Xiao. He found it difficult to fight Han Xiao. Han Xiao's biggest weakness is the divine yin yang sword. You should try to find an extremely powerful sword technique so that you can wield the divine yin yang sword more strongly. Sword technique? Yi Chen started to think about the suggestion that Chu Yuechan had just said. It was true what Chu Yuechan had just said. Yi Chen didn't have a sword technique. He had only used the divine yin yang sword at random. Perhaps Yi Chen should follow Chu Yuechan's advice. He might have to find a sword technique that was strong and invincible. Yuechan, do you have a technique recommendation for me? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. He asked if Chu Yuechan had a sword technique recommendation for him. What kind of technique do you want? Chu Yuechan asked what kind of technique Yi Chen wanted. I want a technique that is strong and invincible. Yi Chen told Chu Yuechan about the technique he wanted, Puchi. Chu Yuechan laughed when she heard what Yi Chen said.
you really are like a child wanting such a technique, Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Why, I want to win against Han Xiao, so I want the most powerful sword technique. Yi Chen wanted the strongest technique to defeat Han Xiao. He didn't want to lose to Han Xiao again. Fufufu, if you really want a technique, then I'll find it for you. You wait a moment, I'll be right back. Chu Yuechan laughed in a voice that was very pleasant for Yi Chen to hear. Clearly Chu Yuechan's voice was like a fairy singing. Yi Chen nodded to Chu Yuechan. He would wait for Chu Yuechan to find a technique for him. While waiting for Chu Yuechan to find a technique for himself, Yi Chen would flirt a bit with Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. Husband, don't be naughty. Nangong Xiang pinched Yi Chen's hand, who was trying to act naughty. Come on Xiang, just a little bit. How can you be so stingy with me? Yi Chen complained when he saw Nangong Xiang reject him. Wasn't yesterday enough for you? Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen, straight face. Yi Chen fainted yesterday. How did he know what he had done together with Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu? Master, I'm back. Chu Yuechan returned very quickly. She found a technique that was suitable for Yi Chen. What did you get for me? Yi Chen asked what Chu Yuechan got for him. I got a sword technique called God Master One Sword. I think it's suitable for you. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen about the technique she got. God Master One Sword. Is this technique any good? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. Of course, this technique is very good. A single slash can split the sky in two. Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen that this technique he had obtained was a technique that could split the sky into two halves. Then give it to me, let me see. Yi Chen told Chu Yuechan to pass the God Master One Sword technique to him. This is it. Chu Yuechan gave Yi Chen what he wanted. She transferred the God Master One Sword technique information to Yi Chen. A collection of information entered into Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen immediately studied the God Master One Sword technique that was just given by Chu Yuechan. He wanted to know if God Master One Sword was really that great. When Yi Chen studied the God Master One Sword himself, he discovered that this technique looked quite powerful. It was said that a single slash could cut through anything. Yi Chen quite liked this technique. He had already decided to learn the God Master One Sword. Yi Chen began to study God Master One Sword in earnest. He tried to study every content in the God Master One Sword manual that Chu Yuechan transferred. While Yi Chen was studying God Master One Sword, the current Nangong Xiang looked worried when she saw Yi Chen being silent and closing his eyes. Nangong Xiang thought that Yi Chen was angry because she had rejected Yi Chen's wish earlier. Husband Nangong Xiang tried to call out to Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang's tone of voice was so soft that it could make Yi Chen's hard bones soften. Yi Chen immediately opened his eyes when he heard Nangong Xiang's gentle voice. The goddess Nangong Xiang's voice made Yi Chen feel excited just from hearing it. Chapter 928 Tao of Sword 1. Xiang, what's wrong? Yi Chen immediately asked Nangong Xiang. He wanted to know why. Nangong Xiang said in a tone that sounded very gentle towards him. Husband, are you angry because of what just now? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang wanted to know if Yi Chen was angry that she didn't allow Yi Chen to touch her. No, I'm not angry. Yi Chen immediately replied to Nangong Xiang with an expression that looked very ordinary. Expression Yi Chen's made Nangong Xiang even more convinced that Yi Chen was annoyed with her. If you're not angry, why are you just silent? Nangong Xiang asked Yi Chen. I am currently learning a new technique, so of course I have to be quiet and concentrate enough. Yi Chen said to Nangong Xiang. Yi Chen told that he was learning a technique to deal with Han Xiao. No matter what happened this time, he had to win. If Yi Chen lost again, then the fate of the earth would definitely be even bleaker than it is now. Oh, Nangong Xiang sighed. She felt relieved when she heard Yi Chen's words just now. It seems that Yi Chen is not angry with her. Just now Nangong Xiang just misunderstood what Yi Chen was doing. What are you studying right now? Nangong Xiang asked what Yi Chen was currently studying. I'm currently learning a sword technique. I don't think I have a sword technique yet. Yi Chen told Nangong Xiang that he was learning using a sword technique. Then you can continue. Sorry to bother you. Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen to continue mastering the God Master One Sword technique. Okay. Yi Chen was quite confused when he saw what happened to Nangong Xiang. This woman was quite complicated to understand. Yi Chen decided to restudy and understand God Master One Sword. He tried to quickly learn God Master One Sword. Yi Chen began to immerse himself in studying God Master One Sword. He was really very focused on studying God Master One Sword. God Master One Sword was a little more difficult than Yi Chen thought. It was quite difficult for Yi Chen to learn just by looking at it. Yi Chen needed to practice to learn it. Yi Chen might have to go inside the fairy gate to learn God Master One Sword. Yi Chen started to open his own eyes. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he found that Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu were currently covering their bodies with a white blanket. Both of them sitting on the edge of the bed watching Yi Chen, not wanting to disturb Yi Chen. The two of them didn't say much. Both of them could only keep quiet. Xiang, try extending your hand. Yi Chen went to Nangong Xiang's side. He told Nangong Xiang to extend her hand.
Nangong Xiang very obediently stretched out her hand. Yi Chen started to see Nangong Xiang's condition. When he saw Nangong Xiang's condition, Yi Chen found that when Nangong Xiang recovered, Nangong Xiang's meridians,
which were seriously injured, had completely recovered. Now Nangong Xiang's condition was really as good as it was at his peak, although Nangong Xiang's current strength is still not fully recovered. But from now on Nangong Xiang can start cultivating like a normal cultivator. Yi Chen did not expect that his Yang Qi was useful enough to heal Nangong Xiang. It seems that Yi Chen's Yang Qi was quite effective in healing Nangong Xiang's old wounds, which were very difficult to heal. Xiang, you've recovered now. How are you feeling right now? Yi Chen asked Nangong Xiang. I am of course happy. Now I can start cultivating and restore my strength to how it was before, Nangong Xiang said to Yi Chen. Nangong Xiang was of course happy when he found out that her meridians were healed. Now Nangong Xiang could restore her strength to its peak. Nangong Xiang of course knew the reason why she was able to recover like this. This was because she did dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Yi Chen had told her this before. Unfortunately, Nangong Xiang was still hesitant and not ready yet, so Nangong Xiang didn't dare to do it with Yi Chen. Now that Nangong Xiang believed what Yi Chen had said, Yi Chen really didn't lie to herself about this matter. Dual cultivation is a fun way to increase your strength and get tons of benefits. Nangong Xiang had certainly benefited greatly from dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Now Nangong Xiang's strength was still above Mu Shuiying's. I'm happy too. Do you want to come with me to go to the fairy gate? I want to introduce the fairy gate to you, Yi Chen said to Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu if he wanted to invite both to go to the fairy gate. Li Qingzu was still quite confused by the fairy gate that Yi Chen was referring to. She didn't really understand what Yi Chen just meant. We want to clean up first, so maybe we will refuse. Nangong Xiang immediately answered Yi Chen. She wanted to clean up together with Li Qingzu. Nangong Xiang already knew quite a bit about fairy gates from Fu Lanling and Yi Chen's other women, so Nangong Xiang was not confused when Yi Chen mentioned about fairy gates. Inside the fairy gate there is a large bathing place. You can try it, Yi Chen said to Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu that inside the fairy gate there is a large bathing place. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu can use the bath as they please. Alright, we'll go with you. Seeing Yi Chen still insisting on introducing the fairy gate to the two, Nangong Xiang naturally couldn't continue to refuse Yi Chen's invitation. Good, then let's go. Yi Chen was happy to hear this. He immediately hugged Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang, and Li Qingzu turned into a glimmer of light and entered the fairy gate. Yi Chen, Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu appeared inside the fairy gate. The three of them were currently in a flower garden that looked extremely beautiful. Li Qingzu was very impressed when she saw the scenery around this place. This place is really very beautiful. It looks like a fairyland that Li Qingzu often saw in television series as a child. Nangong Xiang looked around this place. This place is very beautiful and also has very pure energy. It's only natural that all Yi Chen women feel at home while cultivating in a place like this. Wuchan. Yi Chen called out Shu Yuechan's name. What is wrong? Shu Yuechan immediately appeared beside Yi Chen. She asked what Yi Chen needed to call her. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu immediately looked at the beautiful fairy that had just appeared near them. Both of them were quite surprised to see the beauty that Shu Yuechan possessed. Shu Yuechan's beauty was truly extraordinary. She looked like a fairy from another world. Even Nangong Xiang was quite surprised when she saw that Yi Chen had someone who could match her beauty. Nangong Xiang started to ask where exactly did Shu Yuechan come from. Why did she have a wing on her back? Nangong Xiang began to suspect that Shu Yuechan was from a powerful ancient race. It could be seen from Shu Yuechan's terrifying strength. Nangong Xiang's instincts told her that Shu Yuechan possessed terrifying strength. This woman might even be as strong as Sun Quan. Chapter 929, Tao of Sword, 2. Please take them around and go to the bathing place inside the fairy gate. Yi Chen asked Shu Yuechan to go and take Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu around this place. Okay, I'll do it. Shu Yuechan nodded. She would go and take Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu to go around this place. From now on the fairy gate would be their home, so they had to get used to this place. Come with me. Shu Yuechan asked Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu to come with her. Husband, we go first. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu bid farewell to Yi Chen. The two of them now went together with Shu Yuechan around this place. Yi Chen nodded to Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu. He invited the two of them to go together with Shu Yuechan. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu finally left together with Shu Yuechan. Now here only Yi Chen was left alone. Yi Chen immediately returned to his original goal. He immediately went to the training room to practice God Master One Sword. Yi Chen's goal remained that he would try to train God Master One Sword to an even higher level. Yi Chen probably already understood the contents of the God Master One Sword. Unfortunately, he didn't really understand the God Master One Sword, especially what is meant by the Tao of Sword. This is something that is very difficult for Yi Chen to understand. Yi Chen is still confused about the Tao of Sword. Yi Chen might have to practice it directly, then he would understand what the Tao of Sword was like. Yi Chen went to the training ground. He would try to practice God Master One Sword. While Yi Chen was trying to practice God Master One Sword, Shu Yuechan was currently taking Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu around all the locations that were inside the fairy gate. Shu Yuechan started to explain all the locations and uses of everything inside the fairy gate. Sister Xiang, by the way, where did Sister Shuiying go? Li Qingzhu asked where Mu Shuiying had gone. Why, when the three of them woke up, Mu Shuiying was not around. I don't know, maybe she left earlier. She probably left because she didn't want to expose what we've been doing together for the past few days, Nangong Xiang said to Li Qingzhu. Nangong Xiang knew that Mu Shuiying didn't want to expose their relationship. Maybe she would have hidden what happened last night and wouldn't have told Yi Chen this. I see. Li Qingzhu nodded to Nangong Xiang. He now understood why Mu Shuiying had disappeared earlier. Apparently Mu Shuiying didn't want to expose what they had done to Yi Chen, Miss Fairy. Have you told your husband about Mu Shuiying's matter? Nangong Xiang asked if Chu Yuechan had told Yi Chen about Mu Shuiying's matter. You can call me Yuechan's sister like the others. For that matter, I still haven't told Master. I still keep secret what happened last night. So for the time being, Master doesn't know about the relationship he has with Mu Shuiying. Chu Yuechan told Nangong Xiang, and Li Qingzhu said that she had not told Yi Chen about Mu Shuiying's problem. Nangong Xiang nodded. It seemed that Chu Yuechan was helping Mu Shuiying to keep this matter a secret from Yi Chen. Sister Yuechan, by the way, where is the bathing place? I want to clean myself up immediately. My body is quite dirty. Li Qingzhu asked where the bath was in this place. Li Qingzhu's body looked dirty and only wore one, so Li Qingzhu wanted to quickly go and clean herself up. Alright, I will immediately take you to the bathing place. Shu Yuechan immediately escorted Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu to the bathing place inside the fairy gate. The bathing place inside the fairy gate was enormous. It could accommodate a large number of people inside. After arriving in the bathing place, Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu immediately went to wash themselves. They started to enjoy the water in this bath. The water in the bath was very fresh. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu's bodies relaxed when they entered the bath. You two enjoy your time in this place. I will go first. Chu Yuechan said goodbye to Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu. She wanted to go and see how Yi Chen was. Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu nodded, both of them inviting Chu Yuechan to leave them. It seemed that Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu would not be coming out of this bath for a while. They were quite enjoying bathing in this place. Chu Yuechan immediately left Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzhu. She immediately went to the practice room to see Yi Chen. God Master One Sword was a technique that was not easy to practice. It required mastery of the Tao of Sword in order to use it. The Tao of Sword is something that every sword master must seek and understand. It is not easy to master the Tao of Sword. Even geniuses sometimes cannot understand or master the Tao of Sword in his life. Shu Yuechan wanted to know if Yi Chen could master the Tao of Sword in the near future or not. He didn't have much time, so Yi Chen had to quickly master the Tao of Sword. When Shu Yuechan arrived at the practice room, she saw that Yi Chen was currently using the Divine Yin Yang sword to try God Master One Sword. Yi Chen used a puppet provided in the practice room for the practice object. This puppet had been set up by Yi Chen with a much higher cultivation level than the current Yi Chen's, so it should have a much stronger defense than the average enemy Yi Chen would face. Yi Chen started to try the first move of the God Master One Sword called One God Slash. This move can cut all kinds of objects in a fairly wide radius. One God Slash. Yi Chen tried to slash the practice puppet in front of him. Slash the practice puppet in front of Yi Chen could easily parry One God Slash's slashes. Yi Chen's attack looked nothing to a sword puppet. What? Why isn't my attack strong enough? Yi Chen started to wonder why Yi Chen's attack wasn't strong enough to cut through the training dummy in front of him. Even though God Master One Sword's first technique was described as being able to cut through anything easily, why did the result turn out to be something like, this is not at all what Yi Chen imagined. Your master looks quite troubled. Do you need any help? Chu Yuechan came to Yi Chen's side. Chu Yuechan intends to provide a favor for Yi Chen. Help, do you have a way for me to quickly master God Master One Sword? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. Of course I have a way for you to quickly master God Master One Sword. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen that he had a suitable method for practicing God Master One Sword. Then tell me. Yi Chen told Chu Yuechan to quickly say the method of learning God Master One Sword. Okay, you hold this first. Chu Yuechan gave something to Yi Chen. What Chu Yuechan had just given Yi Chen was a tree branch. Chapter 930 Tao of Sword 3. What is this tree branch for? Yi Chen immediately asked Chu Yuechan about the tree branch he just gave. Yi Chen wanted to know why Chu Yuechan gave himself a tree branch like this. Of course, to practice, you should try to cut the practice dummy with this tree branch. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to turn this tree branch into a sword. Huh? Are you trying to joke with me? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. According to Yi Chen, what Chu Yuechan said was an impossible thing to do. Even using the divine yin-yang sword, Yi Chen couldn't cut this practice puppet. How could he use this weak tree branch to cut the practice puppet? You tried it already. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to try it first, but before Yi Chen could say anything, Chu Yuechan had already covered Yi Chen's mouth with her finger. Master, the Tao of Sword is something that must be sought with experience. If you only rely on the divine yin-yang sword, then you will find it difficult to learn the Tao of Sword. Chu Yuechan gave an explanation to Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan wanted Yi Chen to search for his own Tao of Sword with the tree branch she gave him. If Yi Chen could understand the Tao of Sword, then this fragile tree branch could become an extremely terrifying sword. Do you now understand what I'm saying? Chu Yuechan asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded to Chu Yuechan. He understood what Chu Yuechan meant. Chu Yuechan wanted Yi Chen to use this tree branch as an object of practice. If Yi Chen could master the Tao of Sword with this wooden branch, then that would mean that Yi Chen could definitely master all kinds of swords in this world. Chu Yuechan was really quite ruthless. He wanted Yi Chen to try practicing with something like a tree branch. Even a sword master would definitely not be able to do what Chu Yuechan told to do. The level of learning the Tao of Sword using a stick of wood was absolutely impossible to do. Alright, now try to understand the Tao of Sword in your own way. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to understand the Tao of Sword in Yi Chen's way. Yi Chen nodded to Chu Yuechan. He would try to understand the Tao of Sword in his own way. Good, then I will go first. Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen that she would go first. Yi Chen started trying to use the God Master One Sword technique. He started trying to use this tree branch as a sword. At first Yi Chen was a little strange about this. He was really not used to using a tree branch as a sword. Yi Chen again tried to use God Master One Sword first move, one God slash. Unlike before, Yi Chen's slash this time really looked very weak. Even the puppet didn't seem to feel anything from the attack that Yi Chen had just launched. Yi Chen didn't give up trying to come back and kept trying to re-understand the Tao of Sword. While Yi Chen was very busy studying the Tao of Sword in God Master One Sword, Chu Yuechan was in the distance watching Yi Chen's training. At Chu Yuechan's side was a beautiful woman who was wearing a veil as well as watching Yi Chen's training. You gave such a heavy training method. Are you sure Yi Chen can understand the Tao of Sword just from using a tree branch? The beautiful woman asked Chu Yuechan. Shuiying, you don't need to worry. I believe that Master can master the Tao of Sword even if he only uses a wooden sword. He is quite a genius and never gives up. I believe that he will work hard to learn the Tao of Sword in perfect God Master One Sword, Chu Yuechan said to Mu Shuiying. Chu Yuechan was very confident in Yi Chen's abilities. That's why Chu Yuechan increased the difficulty level in Yi Chen's training. Chu Yuechan did this purely because she wanted Yi Chen to become a great and strong person. Strength always starts from a difficulty. So the harder the practice, the stronger Yi Chen will be. The woman who was talking to Chu Yuechan was of course Mu Shuiying. Chu Yuechan brought Mu Shuiying into the fairy gate secretly without Yi Chen or other women knowing. The problem is he only has a little time. Soon that person will be free from shackles. The ice jade barrier won't be able to last for very long. Mu Shuiying said to Chu Yuechan, it will be your duty to restrain Han Xiao until Master is ready. You have already gained quite a lot of benefits from dual cultivation with a master. With your current cultivation, you must be able to restrain Han Xiao very easily. Chu Yuechan wanted Mu Shuiying to hold back Han Xiao until Yi Chen completely mastered God Master One Sword. Mu Shuiying's face behind the veil slightly blushed when she heard Chu Yuechan remind herself of the dual cultivation session she had previously held together with Yi Chen. It was quite embarrassing to remember the craziness that she had previously done together with Yi Chen. It was the craziest thing Mu Shuiying had ever done in her life. That night Mu Shuiying lost control of herself. She turned into a very aggressive and lewd woman. Just remembering this made Mu Shuiying feel ashamed to death. Mu Shuiying still couldn't believe that her calm self would turn so aggressive on the bed. It was something that Mu Shuiying really couldn't imagine. Why are you silent? Seeing the strangeness shown by Mu Shuiying, Chu Yuechan immediately asked Mu Shuiying. Nothing. Mu Shuiying immediately regained her senses. She immediately told Chu Yuechan that nothing had happened to her. So how? Can you do what I asked earlier? Chu Yuechan asked if Mu Shuiying could do what she previously asked to restrain Han Xiao until Yi Chen finished mastering God Master One Sword. Alright, I understand, I will do it. Mu Shuiying nodded. She would do what Chu Yuechan wanted. Mu Shuiying would go and make sure Han Xiao wouldn't be able to fog up before Yi Chen completely mastered God Master One Sword. Thank you very much. Chu Yuechan thanked Mu Shuiying for helping to solve this problem. If Chu Yuechan was currently able to get out of the fairy gate, she would definitely go and solve this problem herself. Since she still couldn't get out of the fairy gate, then Chu Yuechan was forced to ask Mu Shuiying for help to resolve this matter. Mu Shuiying left the fairy gate. she immediately went to Hun Chao's location in the Blue Esper realm. Mu Shuiying had completely left the fairy gate. Now Chu Yuechan wanted to see what Nangong Xiang and Li Qingzu were currently doing. Previously, Chu Yuechan had not finished the tour for the two of them. She still had to take the two of them around this place. The time inside the fairy gates flew by quickly. The current Yi Chen continued to train, himself trying his best to try to understand the Tao of Sword. Unfortunately, for several tens of hours of practice, Yi Chen still didn't understand the Tao of Sword. Yi Chen was confused about mastering the Tao of Sword. Chapter 931 Help from Yin Inger. Even though Yi Chen had tried continuously without giving up, he even tried to learn from the mistakes he had made. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was still unable to master the Tao of Sword. This is more difficult than I thought. Yi Chen felt that it was much more difficult than he thought. Finding the Tao of Sword is a pretty difficult thing to do. The Tao of Sword is really very difficult and very mysterious. Should I just give up and look for another technique? Yi Chen started thinking about giving up and looking for another sword technique for himself. If Yi Chen continued like this, then he would not be able to master the God Master One Sword technique. Yi Chen started to think whether he should do it now, whether he should retreat or continue to master the God Master One Sword technique. After much deliberation, Yi Chen finally decided to continue studying God Master One Sword. Even though this technique was difficult to learn, but this technique was quite powerful if it could be mastered by Yi Chen. Yi Chen decided to continue studying God Master One Sword. He had to find his own Tao of Sword. Yi Chen felt dissatisfied. Before he could master his own Tao of Sword, Yi Chen felt challenged to keep trying to learn God Master One Sword. Yi Chen again tried to practice his slashes. He tried to continuously use all the abilities he had to train God Master One Sword. Master, what are you doing? Yin Inger suddenly appeared beside Yi Chen. She asked what Yi Chen was doing at the moment. Yin Inger was quite curious about what Yi Chen was doing. That's why Yin Inger asked what Yi Chen was doing. According to Yin Inger, what Yi Chen did was really very strange. Yi Chen started swinging a tree branch as if he was doing something strange. Whoever is a freak who wants to swing a tree branch like Yi Chen? Yi Chen really looks very strange when he swings a tree branch. I'm studying the Tao of Sword. Yi Chen explained to Yin Inger that he was studying the Tao of Sword. Oh, so Master is studying the Tao of Sword. Yin Inger nodded to Yi Chen. She now understood what Yi Chen was doing. But why are you swinging weapons randomly? That's not the way to use the Tao of Sword. Yin Inger told Yi Chen that it's not a way to learn the Tao of Sword. What do you know about the Tao of Sword? Yi Chen asked Yin Inger, who was beside him. The Tao of Sword is a combination of feelings, thoughts, and also the weapon you wield. As long as you can unite the three, you will enter the state of the Tao of Sword, and can control your weapon perfectly. Yin Inger suddenly gave a brief explanation to Yi Chen about the Tao of Sword that Yi Chen is currently studying. Yi Chen gaped at the explanation that Yin Inger had just said. Unexpectedly, Yin Inger would give a more concise explanation on how to learn the Tao of Sword. Inger, how did you know about this? Yi Chen immediately asked, where did Yin Inger know this? I don't know, those words just suddenly crossed my mind. Yin Inger didn't know how she came to know about this matter. All the words she just said flashed through her mind suddenly. Straight face, Yi Chen didn't know what to say. He thought that Yin Inger knew about the Tao of Sword, but what Yin Inger said was something that crossed his mind. Yi Chen started to think about the words that Yin Inger just said. He thought what Yin Inger said might be worth trying. After all, it wouldn't harm for Yi Chen to try what Yin Inger had just told him. Yi Chen began to concentrate fully. He began to try to unite his feelings, thoughts, and the sticks in his hands. Yi Chen this time no longer considered the tree branch in his hand as before. Now Yi Chen tried to consider the tree branch in his hand to be the most perfect and most powerful weapon of him in this world. Yi Chen also felt that now that he was more at one with the world around him, he had truly become one with nature. Very quickly, Yi Chen was able to unite the heart, mind and stick of wood in his hands. Now Yi Chen has started to enter the Tao of Sword. Yi Chen's breath looked very peaceful, plus now the aura around Yi Chen looked completely different. The aura around Yi Chen could intimidate enemies that were nearby. After feeling completely at one with the sword and the area around him, Yi Chen started trying to use the One God Slash. This time Yi Chen slashed in a seemingly slow motion. Although Yi Chen's movements were slow, the slash Yi Chen was trying to shoot was far more terrifying than before. Slashes. Yi Chen's slash hit the training dummy right at the training dummy's weakest point. Just now Yi Chen could sense the weak point of the training dummy in front of him. That's why he decided to land his slash on that part. Yi Chen immediately looked at the training dummy. When Yi Chen looked at the practice dummy, he found that there were a few cuts. Although this incision is still very shallow, it is already a very good thing. During the few hours of training, Yi Chen had never scratched the body of the training puppet one bit. All the attacks that Yi Chen had previously carried out had absolutely no effect on this wooden puppet. Yes, it works. Yi Chen looked very happy when he managed to leave a mark on the body of the training doll. finally after a long time he was able to leave a mark on the body of the training doll. This was a huge improvement for Yi Chen. Yi Chen had probably started to understand a little about the Tao of Sword. Yi Chen had to thank Yin Inger. If not for Yin Inger's very simple explanation, perhaps Yi Chen would still have a hard time understanding the Tao of Sword. The explanation given by Yin Inger was really very easy for Yi Chen to understand. This allowed Yi Chen to easily enter the Tao of Sword state. Inger, thank you very much, you were really very helpful, moi, moi, moi. Yi Chen started to lift Yin Inger and started to kiss Yin Inger on the cheek. Yin Inger's reaction looked very ordinary when she was kissed by Yi Chen. Yin Inger was confused by what Yi Chen was doing right now. Why did Yi Chen kiss her like this? Inger, do you want a present? Yi Chen asked Yin Inger, because Yin Inger's services were very useful. Yi Chen decided to give Yin Inger a gift. Is it true? Yin Inger's eyes immediately lit up when she found out that Yi Chen was going to give her a present. Yin Inger was indeed still a child. Her reaction immediately changed when Yi Chen talked about gifts. Of course, say whatever you want. Yi Chen told Yin Inger to say whatever she wanted. Chapter 932, Ice Jade Barrier Broken. Yin Inger started to think about what she wanted. After thinking for a while, Yin Inger knew to ask what gift. Yi Chen, I want master only. Yin Inger pointed at Yi Chen. Yin Inger said that she wanted Yi Chen. How want me? Yi Chen couldn't believe that Yin Inger wanted him. What this little girl really wanted from him. Why did Yin Inger want him? Yi Chen's mind started to run wild. He started to think of strange things that were beyond reason. Yes, I want to suck more blood that belongs to the master. Yin Inger suddenly hugged Yi Chen. She started to thrust her fangs into Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen felt a slight pain in his body. It could be seen that Yin Inger was starting to suck his blood. This little vampire really only wanted food. Something other than food could interest her. Yes, at least Yin Inger didn't ask Yi Chen anything strange. Yin Inger only asked Yi Chen something ordinary. Yin Inger continuously sucked Yi Chen's blood. This time she sucked much more than usual. Yi Chen was afraid that he would bleed to death before fighting Han Xiao. It's delicious. Yin Inger was very satisfied. This time she was really full of the food that Yi Chen gave her. Alright, I'll go back to sleep. If master needs help, master can wake me up. Yin Inger said to Yi Chen that she was going back to sleep. Yin Inger is really a very lazy spirit. After eating her full, Yin Inger went straight to bed. Straight face, Yi Chen was rendered helpless by what Yin Inger did. This little vampire really likes sleeping too much, as Yi Chen recalled. Yin Inger rarely interacted with outsiders, every day. Yin Inger only spent all her time sleeping and sleeping. Yin Inger turned into a glimmer of light. She had already returned to her comfortable bed. Alright, I should just continue my practice. Yi Chen decided to continue his training. He didn't want to waste any more time. Yi Chen currently had very limited time. He wanted to quickly resolve the matter with Han Xiao. Han Xiao has spread fear throughout this world. The evil creature must be immediately banished to a faraway place so that it no longer interferes with the lives of the remaining creatures on Earth. After what Han Xiao did, Yi Chen didn't know how many people were still alive. Han Xiao had committed a massive massacre. Of course, this would affect the civilization in this world. Yi Chen had just mastered the Tao of Sword. Now was the time for him to perfect God Master One Sword. After successfully mastering the Tao of Sword, Yi Chen's confidence immediately rose. Now Yi Chen is very confident that he can master God Master One Sword. Yi Chen only needed a little more time to fully refine God Master One Sword. After that, it was time to seek a reckoning with Han Xiao. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Blue Esper, right now Mu Shuiying was keeping an eye on Han Xiao. She was currently making sure that Han Xiao would not escape from the shackles that held her at this time. Currently beside Mu Shuiying was Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli had been keeping an eye on Han Xiao since these few days. While Mu Shuiying was busying herself with dual cultivation together with Yi Chen, Mei Yueli was kept busy by keeping an eye on Han Xiao. Why are you looking at me like that? Mu Shuiying asked why Mei Yueli kept looking at her with such a strange look. Senior sister, there seems to be something different about you right now. Mei Yueli told Mu Shuiying that there was something different about Mu Shuiying. What does it mean? Mu Shuiying immediately asked the meaning of the words that Mei Yueli had just said, that senior sister now looks more mature and prettier than before, even your skin looks really nice and moisturized. Mei Yueli told Mu Shuiying about the great changes Mu Shuiying had experienced after dual cultivation. What do you mean? I don't see a strange change, Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli. Mu Shuiying tried to hide the changes she had experienced after doing dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying had naturally discovered quite a significant change in herself after doing dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. After dual cultivation with Yi Chen, now Mu Shuiying looked even more beautiful. All parts of her body felt better than before. Mu Shuiying already knew that Yi Chen had an ancient yang body. Not to think that the effect of possessing an ancient yang body could provide this kind of benefit when dual cultivation, if this matter was really found out by the women. From the God realm, surely all the women from the God realm would come to earth and go straight to arrest Yi Chen. The temptation to be beautiful and strong was something that was very difficult for anyone to resist. Even if it was a cold goddess who had no heart or feelings. Senior sister, how can you lie like that? You obviously look different from a few days ago. What exactly did that man do to you? Mei Yueli started to interrogate Mu Shuiying. She wanted to know if Mu Shuiying really did that together with Yi Chen. What are you saying? I'm helping her out of debt, so don't fantasize too much, Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli.
Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to forget what had happened. She didn't want Mei Yueli
to talk too much and make all her secrets exposed in front of Yi Chen. Why do you look like you're trying to hide something? Are you actually doing it or not with Yi Chen?
Mei Yueli was even more curious if Mu Shuiying did that together with Yi Chen.
Why did Mu Shuiying look like she was trying to hide what she and Yi Chen had done from her? Yueli, listen to this carefully. In the future, don't ever talk about this matter again. This is a sensitive and embarrassing matter. I hope you don't bring up this matter anymore. With a serious face, Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli not to bring it up again, this problem. Mu Shuiying found it embarrassing to keep bringing up the dual cultivation matter together with Yi Chen. Alright, Mei Yueli nodded. She would not bring up the trouble Mu Shuiying and Yi Chen had done. Mei Yueli could only keep her curiosity deep. She couldn't upset Mu Shuiying. If it was Mu Shuiying, then Mei Yueli wouldn't know what kind of anger she got.
Crack!
While Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli were having a conversation, suddenly a loud crack was heard. This voice was clearly the sound that came from the ice jade barrier, which was currently collapsing. Hearing this voice, Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli immediately looked at the ice jade barrier, both of whom saw that the ice jade barrier was gradually cracking. It could be seen that the ice jade barrier had already reached its limit and was about to break.
Clank!
The ice jade barrier completely shattered into shards of ice crystals that flew in all directions. Ice crystal shards, it looks like hail that just fell from the sky. Chapter 933, One Step in Battle. I'm finally free. You all just wait, I will take revenge for what you have done to me. A few moments after being fully released from prison, Han Chao immediately shouted as loud as possible. It could be seen that Han Chao was truly happy to have been released from the ice jade barrier's confinement. Now Han Chao could take revenge on Mu Shuiying, who had locked him. That woman had to pay for what she had done to Han Chao. Senior sister, see that the evil demon has been liberated, plus he looks much stronger than last time. Mei Yueli pointed at Han Chao. Mei Yueli felt that Han Chao felt stronger than the last battle they had. You're right, it seems that he has become much stronger. Mu Shuiying nodded to Mei Yueli. She also felt that Han Chao had become stronger than last time. It seemed that within these 7 days Han Chao had cultivated and increased his strength. Han Chao's cultivation speed was truly extremely fast. During these 7 days, Han Chao refined the blood that he had obtained from the people he had killed, so it was not surprising that Han Chao's strength had increased slightly from last time.
Senior sister, what should we do now?
Mei Yueli immediately asked what they would do now. If Han Chao got stronger, then their chances of winning would also get smaller. You don't have to worry, leave this matter to me, you just wait and see from here. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to stay in this place. Meanwhile, Mu Shuiying would go and take care of Han Chao. The current Mu Shuiying was extremely confident. She was really very confident that she could fight Han Chao so easily. Mu Shuiying's cultivation increase was enormous after dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Now Mu Shuiying had become much stronger than a few days ago. With Mu Shuiying's current cultivation, Mu Shuiying should be able to easily win over Han Chao.
Senior sister, wait a moment.
Mei Yueli intended to chase after Mu Shuiying. She wanted to try to help Mu Shuiying against Han Chao. Stay there. In a nonchalant tone, Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to stay here. She didn't want Mei Yueli to interfere in this matter. Mei Yueli could only stay where she was when she heard what Mu Shuiying had just said. Mei Yueli had no choice but to stay here and see what Mu Shuiying would do. Mu Shuiying was currently heading straight for Han Chao, descending right in front of Han Chao. Han Chao immediately looked at Mu Shuiying, who had just arrived. He was really happy when he saw Mu Shuiying coming here. It's great that you came to this place yourself. Now I don't have to bother looking for you anymore, Han Chao said to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying was silent when she heard what Han Chao had just said. Mu Shuiying's expression looked very ordinary and indifferent. Han Chao's words were like a passing wind that was not worthy of her hearing. What's with that your expression? Han Chao looked at Mu Shuiying's normal expression. He thought this was an insult to Han Chao. Are you done with that nonsense of yours? Mu Shuiying spat out a few words for Han Chao. Although only a few words came out from Mu Shuiying's words were really painful for Han Chao to listen to. You bastard bitch, just watch out for you, I will make you regret for daring to speak to this master like that. Han Chao immediately charged towards Mu Shuiying. Han Chao intended to attack Mu Shuiying with all his might. This time Han Chao wanted Mu Shuiying's life, so it wasn't strange that Han Chao didn't hold back when attacking. Mu Shuiying, Han Xiao used his dark palm to attack Mu Shuiying, Han Xiao aiming right at Mu Shuiying's heart. Mu Shuiying looked relaxed in the face of Han Xiao's attack. She only slightly waved her hand. Ice pillar from under Han Xiao's body instantly came out a very large ice. This ice instantly enveloped Han Xiao's entire body. Han Xiao was now trapped inside the ice pillar. He could no longer move after being trapped inside the ice pillar. Mu Shuiying's battle was really very short. Mu Shuiying could very easily seal Han Xiao in ice. Mei Yueli gaped at what had just happened. She didn't expect that Mu Shuiying would win so easily. Mu Shuiying is now really very strong. In just a few seconds she managed to defeat Han Xiao. The current Han Xiao was no longer able to move, now that he was completely sealed within the ice pillar. Han Xiao was also surprised to see Mu Shuiying's increase in strength. Mu Shuiying actually became much stronger than the last time they fought. Even after increasing his strength, Han Xiao was still defeated very easily by Mu Shuiying. You can stay there for a while, someone else will beat you besides me. Mu Shuiying told Han Xiao that someone would beat and kill Han Xiao. Han Xiao just had to wait for that person to arrive at this place. That person would definitely arrive at this place soon. Even though Han Xiao was currently trapped inside the ice pillar, Han Xiao could still hear and see what Mu Shuiying had just said. Han Xiao was truly furious at what Mu Shuiying had just said. If the current Han Xiao could be free, then Han Xiao would definitely curse and berate Mu Shuiying. This woman considered him too weak. Han Xiao started to wonder who Mu Shuiying was referring to. He wanted to know who would actually defeat him. Han Xiao didn't think at all that the person Mu Shuiying had just talked about was Yi Chen. He thought Yi Chen would definitely not survive the attack from him that time. The attack that time contained a lot of dark energy that could disrupt the function of the cultivator's body. Yi Chen was definitely dead and impossible to save. After Mu Shuiying finished sealing Han Xiao, Mu Shuiying returned to the side of Mei Yueli, who was behind the clouds. Senior sister, that was really so great. How did you have that kind of power? A moments after Mu Shuiying came to Mei Yueli's side, Mei Yueli immediately gave Mu Shuiying a compliment. Mei Yueli was taken aback by the power that Mu Shuiying had just displayed. Mu Shuiying's strength was really much stronger than she knew. Mei Yueli began to wonder where Mu Shuiying had gotten such an ability. Whereas just a few days ago Mu Shuiying's strength was still the same as hers, but now Mu Shuiying's strength had far surpassed hers. This was truly a very amazing thing for Mei Yueli. Mu Shuiying looked confused to answer Mei Yueli's question. She couldn't possibly answer that the increase in her strength was due to dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. It would be very embarrassing for Mu Shuiying if she were to tell the truth about her increased strength. Senior sister, why are you just keeping quiet? Quickly tell me, where did you get such power from? Mei Yueli asked where did Mu Shuiying get the power boost from. Chapter 934. Yi Chen came to the battlefield. Actually, this is my true strength. A few days ago the strength I had was still not fully recovered. Now that I've recovered, so this person is no match for me. Mu Shuiying tried to find a reason that was reasonable enough to avoid Mei Yueli's question. Also, senior sister's strength hasn't fully recovered so far. Mei Yueli very easily believed what had just said Mu Shuiying. Mei Yueli believed that Mu Shuiying's strength had not fully recovered all this time due to the long sleep she had endured. Yes, that's what happened. Mu Shuiying immediately confirmed what she had just said, trying to convince Mei Yueli that what she had just said was the truth. Mei Yueli was quite easy to deceive. She was very easy to believe Mu Shuiying's words without suspecting what Mu Shuiying said was true or not. Then why don't you kill that man right away? Isn't it with the strength you currently have, you can kill that person? Mei Yueli said to Mu Shuiying. Now that Mu Shuiying already possessed such immense power, it should not be difficult for Mu Shuiying to kill Han Xiao. That person is very difficult to kill. Only Yi Chen can take care of that demon. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli that Yi Chen was the one who could overcome Han Xiao. The weapons and tools to defeat Han Xiao were in Yi Chen's hands, which meant that only Yi Chen could take care of Han Xiao. Oh yes, that man has the tools to seal this demon, so only he can defeat the demon. Mei Yueli now remembered that the tool used to seal the demon was in Yi Chen's hands. Only Yi Chen could seal the demon. It's good that you understand. Mu Shuiying nodded in satisfaction when she saw that Mei Yueli understood what she meant. Now that Mu Shuiying no longer needed to explain in more detail to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli already knew the reason why she had only restrained Han Xiao and didn't kill him with her own hands. Cracks from below came the sound of ice cracking. Hearing this cracking sound, Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli immediately looked in the direction where Han Xiao was. When Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli looked at Han Xiao, they both saw that the ice pillar created by Mu Shuiying was starting to crack. It could be seen that the ice pillar was currently being devoured by the power of darkness. The power of darkness seemed to be trying to eat the ice pillar that was holding up Han Xiao's body. The ice pillar's cracks were getting bigger and bigger. In the near future it seemed like the ice pillar would completely shatter into pieces. The power of darkness is really very troublesome. Mu Shuiying felt that Han Xiao's power of darkness was really very troublesome. The power of darkness was like a plague that could cause Mu Shuiying's ice to be damaged and destroyed. Clank! The ice pillar instantly turned into chunks of ice that scattered in all directions. Do you think you can hold me back with that technique of yours, have? Han Xiao said to Mu Shuiying, who was far ahead of him. According to Han Xiao, Mu Shuiying's ice technique was still less powerful than the ice jade barrier. That's why Han Xiao could easily destroy Mu Shuiying's ice pillar. I still have many ways to stop you. Mu Shuiying said to Han Xiao that she still had many ways to stop Han Xiao. Don't be arrogant too soon. I will definitely beat you. I will show you the experience I had during the past god and demon battles. Han Xiao looked very, very serious. This time he would show all his abilities to fight Mu Shuiying. According to Han Xiao, Mu Shuiying was a very worthy opponent for him. Han Xiao had to be really serious about fighting an enemy like Mu Shuiying. An extremely terrifying darkness aura began to envelop Han Xiao's body and the surrounding area. The area around this place was so dark that it was hard to see. This darkness is different from the darkness of the night. The darkness that occurs is very gripping. It can make everyone frightened just from being in this darkness. Yueli, you better retreat first. I will start a battle with this person. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to withdraw right away. Mu Shuiying intended to start a more serious battle with Han Xiao. Mu Shuiying had a bad feeling for Han Xiao. It seemed that Han Xiao this time brought out all of his abilities. Han Xiao really couldn't hold back against her anymore. This time Han Xiao had really brought out all the strength he had. Mu Shuiying started to use her profound energy. Mu Shuiying's body was enveloped by the ice mist, which had an extremely low temperature. Anyone who dared to approach Mu Shuiying would definitely instantly turn into an ice statue. The area around Mu Shuiying began to turn into a vast expanse of ice field. It was unknown how large the expanse of the ice field had just been formed by Mu Shuiying's aura. Both of them were powerful cultivators who had reached quite a high realm once. It wasn't strange that the battles they had affected what was around them. It is even possible that this battle will affect conditions in all corners of the planet Earth, given the extraordinary strength of the two. From the aura battle that Mu Shuiying and Han Xiao had fought, it could be clearly seen that Mu Shuiying was far superior in terms of cultivation. Even though Mu Shuiying was vastly superior to Han Xiao's experience on the battlefield was not to be underestimated. Han Xiao had fought countless gods in the past. Surely Han Xiao's experience would be very rich. When the two great powers of Mu Shuiying and Han Xiao met, there was an earthquake and shock that could be felt in almost half of the Earth's territory. This naturally showed how strong the power of Mu Shuiying and Han Xiao was. Mu Shuiying and Han Xiao looked at each other, both of them preparing to do battle at any moment. It was obvious that the two of them were currently waiting for the other side to take the initiative first. Boom! A very powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the location of the two. Mu Shuiying and Han Xiao were both shocked when they saw an explosion occur right in front of the two of them. The explosion just now was strong enough to send dust flying all over the place, limiting the visibility that Han Xiao and Mu Shuiying had a little bit. A strange figure began to appear behind this dense dust. This foreign figure who had just arrived was difficult to see. This made Mu Shuiying and Han Xiao unable to see who the person who had just fallen right in front of their eyes was. The dust gradually began to subside and disappear. The figure in the dust began to appear very clearly. The figure who just came turned out to be Yi Chen. Yi Chen had just arrived at this place. Yi Chen had finished his training. Now he was ready to fight Han Xiao and take revenge for his past mistakes. This time Yi Chen will definitely try his best to defeat Han Xiao. He promises to defeat the demon who has made this world chaotic and spread fear on the earth. Chapter 935. Yi Chen shows his strength. Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying immediately muttered under her breath when she saw Yi Chen, who had come to this place. Yi Chen has finally come to this place. Now that her task of restraining Han Xiao is completely finished, now Mu Shuiying only needs to leave this matter to Yi Chen. You again? Aren't you tired of coming over and interrupting my business? Han Xiao looked very annoyed when he saw that the person who had just arrived was Yi Chen. Han Xiao thought that Yi Chen had died and would no longer bother him. To think that this person would still come alive and appear in front of him. I hope you don't get tired of meeting me. This time will probably be our last meeting, Yi Chen said to Han Xiao, who was standing in front of him. Yi Chen told Han Xiao that this might be their last battle. You are absolutely right. This time will indeed be our last battle. This time I will make sure to really kill you. Han Xiao said to Yi Chen that he would kill Yi Chen. We'll see who loses. Yi Chen very firmly answered Han Xiao's challenge. Mu Shuiying, I will take care of Han Xiao. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that he would take care of Han Xiao. It's up to you. In an indifferent tone of voice, Mu Shuiying replied to Yi Chen, huh? Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh when he heard Mu Shuiying being indifferent to him. This woman was still the same as always. Yi Chen had already gotten used to Mu Shuiying. He could already accept Mu Shuiying's indifferent attitude. Yi Chen turned his attention to Han Xiao. Now Yi Chen was looking straight at Han Xiao. Inger, help me, Yi Chen called out to Inger. Immediately the divine yin yang sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Inger is really very obedient to Yi Chen. As long as Inger is given a gift by Yi Chen, then this little loli will do what Yi Chen wants. Go ahead, Yi Chen told Han Xiao to come forward and fight him. Alright, get ready to go to the afterlife. Han Xiao advanced towards Yi Chen, trying to attack Yi Chen who was in front of him. Darkness Palm. Han Xiao attacked Yi Chen with the Darkness Palm. Yi Chen was currently silent. He slightly closed his eyes. It seemed that Yi Chen was very calm. Han Xiao smiled when he saw Yi Chen close his eyes. It seemed that this person was resigned to his death. Die bastard. Han Xiao tried to land the Darkness Palm right on Yi Chen's head. He wanted to try to break Yi Chen's head. Suddenly Han Xiao heard the sound of a slash entering his eardrums. Moments after a slashing sound was heard, Han Xiao's right hand that he used to attack Yi Chen suddenly broke off. Han Xiao panicked when he saw what had just happened. He immediately retreated far back. Han Xiao immediately grabbed his arm, which was gone, and excruciating pain could be felt by Han Xiao from this wound. The divine yin yang sword was a weapon that could kill god demons. So it wasn't strange that Han Xiao felt a lot of pain when he received Yi Chen's powerful slash just now. This shit hurts. What kind of sword does this kid actually have? Why can this sword hurt me? Han Xiao began to wonder what kind of sword was in Yi Chen's hand. Why this sword hurt him so much? Plus currently Han Xiao was unable to regenerate his body. Now Han Xiao's hand couldn't recover. Luckily the divine yin yang sword had the ability to negate regeneration. This made demons like Han Xiao find it very difficult to deal with Yi Chen and the divine yin yang sword. Just accept your defeat here. Brandishing the divine yin yang sword, Yi Chen told Han Xiao to accept his defeat here. The battle has just begun. Don't be too quick to conclude who the victor is. Han Xiao said that the battle had just begun. The winner and loser were still not completely determined. Even though he lost one arm, Han Xiao could still fight Yi Chen. He could still use various techniques to deal with Yi Chen. So you don't want to give in? Then I will make you feel a painful pain. Yi Chen would make Han Xiao suffer. Yi Chen would make sure to make Han Xiao suffer a lot. From Yi Chen's body began to pour out a profound fire as well as a profound ice simultaneously. Right now Yi Chen's body was covered in profound fire as well as profound ice. Auras that were blue like ice and red like fire started to swirl around Yi Chen's body. From a distance, Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli were shocked when they saw Yi Chen releasing fire and ice at the same time like that. It was a very shocking thing for Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. He can use two elements at once. Mei Yueli stuttered slightly when she said this. She couldn't believe Yi Chen could use fire and ice at the same time. I just found out that he can use two elements at once like that. Mu Shuiying just found out that Yi Chen can use ice and fire at the same time like this. This was quite a shock for Mu Shuiying, who was from the God Realm. Senior sister, this man named Yi Chen really has abilities that are very close to our master. What will the master think if she sees this? Mei Yueli asked Mu Shuiying. Master Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying could use two elements just like Yi Chen. The Peak Lord, who was a master of Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying, could use ice and fire. That was why Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli had their respective powers of ice and fire. Their master can both control fire and ice at the same time. She is a woman who has a special body that allows her to control fire and ice in her body. Looks like Yi Chen is different from master. Just see if he can use both elements at once. I don't think master can use her elements like Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli, who was at the side. Yes, I saw it too. It seems that Yi Chen is much more powerful than the master. Mei Yueli agreed with what Mu Shuiying said. Yi Chen was indeed much better at controlling ice and fire. In the God Realm, people with two elements were extremely rare. There were very few people who could use the two elements in the God Realm. People like this were usually geniuses that influential sects and clans within the God Realm would seek out. Moreover, users of conflicting elements, it was something that was extremely difficult to find. Contrasting element users usually have their own risk, maybe the two elements in their body injure themselves. That's why there are only a few people who are able to use two opposing elements in this world. Yi Chen was different from people like this. He was the heir of the Sage God. So Yi Chen could control all the elements that the Sage God used to possess. If Yi Chen also used his wind element right now, then Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli would be even more shocked. Chapter 936, Power of God. Master One Sword. 1. What Yi Chen was doing just now had taken them both by surprise. If Yi Chen showed the wind element, then it would leave Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli speechless. Oh, so you are now in the early stages of the divine spirit realm. It's only natural that you now have the courage to challenge me. Han Xiao had just realized that Yi Chen's current strength had increased quite a bit from the previous battle, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen's confidence was extremely high to win against Han Xiao. I'm never afraid to challenge you. Nothing in this world can scare me. Yi Chen said to Han Xiao that he was never afraid against Han Xiao. You arrogant person. Do you think with your current strength you can beat me? Your cultivation is still far from that of this master. Han Xiao told Yi Chen that his cultivation is still much higher than Yi Chen's. There was a huge gap between the cultivations of Han Xiao and Yi Chen. Cultivation level isn't everything. I'm here with a weapon that can hurt you. Even if your cultivation is higher than mine, I can still beat you. Yi Chen told Han Xiao that cultivation level wasn't everything. Yi Chen had all kinds of tricks to increase his strength. If Yi Chen took out all the flagship cards behind his hand, he might now be much stronger than Han Xiao. Yi Chen still kept his flagship card just in case something bad happened to him. We'll see. Darkness Chain. Han Xiao immediately used the Darkness Chain technique. Around Han Xiao's body appeared dozens of dark chains that emitted a terrifying sound. Han Xiao directly controlled Darkness Chain to attack Yi Chen. Han Xiao's goal was very clear. He wanted to capture Yi Chen's soul and torture it before destroying it. Yi Chen started to slightly move the divine yin-yang sword in his hand. When Yi Chen did this, the chains of darkness that were coming towards him were instantly cut into pieces. What's that? Xiao Hanbak made shocked by what has just been done by Yi Chen. Just now he could not see what he has just done by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, so you can understand the Tao of Sword, Mu Shuiying said in a low voice. She felt a little happy when Yi Chen had understood the Tao of Sword. Senior sister, what did you just say? Mei Yueli, who was at the side, immediately asked back what Mu Shuiying had just said. Mei Yueli probably misheard the words Mu Shuiying just said. I said that Yi Chen has understood the Tao of Sword. Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli that Yi Chen had understood the Tao of Sword. Impossible. How could he comprehend the Tao of Sword at such a young age? Mei Yueli could hardly believe what she had just heard from Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen had mastered the Tao of Sword. This was something that Mei Yueli could hardly believe. Mei Yueli naturally knew how difficult it was to understand the Tao of Sword. Even an elder who had lived for tens of thousands of years still had a hard time understanding the Tao of Sword. Yi Chen is indeed very talented. In just a few days he was able to learn the Tao of Sword. This is quite impressive. Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli that Yi Chen only needed a few days to learn the Tao of Sword. He learned the Tao of Sword in just a few days? Mei Yueli was completely taken aback by what Mu Shuiying had just said. What Mu Shuiying said was truly shocking to Mei Yueli. Just imagine, Yi Chen could learn the Tao of Sword in just a few days, while others would take thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years just to be able to learn the beginning of the Tao of Sword. If the sword masters found out that Yi Chen only needed a few days to learn the Tao of Sword, then they would definitely vomit blood. They had already spent all their time studying the Tao of Sword. If they heard this news, then they would definitely have a heart attack. This guy's talent is terrible. Mu Shuiying confirmed what she had just said to Mei Yueli. Yi Chen's talent was truly terrifying. It wasn't strange that at such a young age Yi Chen could have a fairly high cultivation. Mei Yueli agreed that after hearing what Mu Shuiying just said, Yi Chen's talent was truly terrifying. Back in the battle, at this time Han Xiao again tried to attack Yi Chen with the darkness chains he had. It was a pity that Yi Chen again cut all the chains that would approach him. It turns out that you have mastered the Tao of Sword. It's only natural that you can cut off my arm easily. Apparently this is the reason Han Xiao finally realized that Yi Chen had just used the Tao of Sword when parrying his attack. Yi Chen was currently silent. He didn't answer Han Xiao's words. Yi Chen thought it was pointless to answer Han Xiao's question. It would be a waste of his energy. It was better for him to solve this matter as soon as possible and seal Han Xiao. Yi Chen started walking towards Han Xiao. Yi Chen walked like he was walking on a normal street. Yi Chen didn't seem in a hurry to attack Han Xiao. Han Xiao was very wary of Yi Chen's arrival. This time Han Xiao felt the threat that Yi Chen was giving him. Han Xiao was actually not afraid of Yi Chen's Tao of Sword. What he was afraid of was the divine yin-yang sword currently in Yi Chen's hands. The divine yin-yang sword was extremely terrifying to Han Xiao. Just being touched by this thing was already extremely painful for Han Xiao. Actually, if Yi Chen didn't have the divine yin-yang sword, perhaps Han Xiao wouldn't have too much trouble against Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen had the divine yin-yang sword, this put Han Xiao in really serious trouble. Damn it, at this rate I will really lose to this guy if it continued like this. Then Han Xiao would really be defeated by Yi Chen. Han Xiao didn't like to accept defeat like this. There was no way he would lose to a brat like Yi Chen again. This would embarrass Han Xiao, who was the most feared and respected demon in the demon realm. Han Xiao saw that Yi Chen was getting closer to him. It would be really bad when Yi Chen fully approached here. Damn it. I have no choice but to use the strongest technique I have. Currently Han Xiao had no other choice but to use the strongest technique he had. Han Xiao was already completely cornered. If Han Xiao didn't take action, then he would be defeated by Yi Chen. Han Xiao didn't want to lose a second time. This time he had to win against Yi Chen. Han Xiao started to close his eyes. He started chanting words in a foreign language that Yi Chen couldn't understand. Chapter 937 Power of God Master One Sword. 2. Even though Yi Chen didn't understand the language Hun Xiao was speaking, Yi Chen knew what Hun Xiao was trying to do. It was obvious Hun Xiao was trying to use a high-ranking technique that he had. Yi Chen couldn't allow Hun Xiao to use such a dangerous technique. He had to stop what Hun Xiao was trying to do right now. Yi Chen rushed to attack Hun Xiao. He swung his divine yin-yang sword towards Hun Xiao. It was only a moment before Yi Chen swung his sword. Hun Xiao's body was already enveloped in an extremely dense darkness. This darkness began to spin and form a vortex of wind that sucked everything in. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately retreated backwards. He immediately went to protect himself from the vortex of darkness that tried to suck up everything around this place. The vortex of darkness was really very strong. It was able to suck anything into it. Various items such as stones, concrete, trees and trash were easily sucked into the dark market. This vortex of darkness was like a black hole that could suck anything into it. Right now Yi Chen was trying to hold on. He was trying not to be sucked in by this vortex of darkness. If Yi Chen were to be sucked into this vortex, then it is certain that he would have a bad ending, so Yi Chen tried to survive so that he would not be sucked into the vortex of darkness. What exactly is that person doing? Mei Yueli started to wonder what Hun Xiao was doing, why Hun Xiao was sucking things and stuff around this place. I feel something bad about this. Mu Shuiying felt something bad about this. She felt that Hun Xiao was doing something dangerous. The vortex of darkness was continuously active and sucking everything in. Not even sand and gravel were spared from the rage of this vortex of darkness. In a very short time the surroundings where Yi Chen was located became extremely clean. All the objects that were previously around Yi Chen had been sucked into the vortex of darkness. After a while, the vortex of darkness finally stopped and disappeared. Now only the remnants of darkness could be seen by Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the darkness that was in front of him. Behind this darkness Yi Chen felt something strong. Yi Chen didn't know what Hun Xiao had just done. For sure what Hun Xiao had just done was to defeat him. Clear. Suddenly from behind the darkness Yi Chen saw a pair of eyes that were red like blood. The size of these eyes was quite large. They were even bigger than Yi Chen's body. From its size it must be a monster or something very large. Yi Chen was very curious about this huge figure in front of him. Yi Chen waved his hand. A strong wind began to blow away the darkness in front of him. When the darkness in front of Yi Chen disappeared, Yi Chen could see a huge monster that had a pair of wings, large pointed teeth and sharp claws. From a glance this monster has a stature like a human. It's just that his figure is much more terrible and scary. Ha! It seems that the transformation I have done is successful. The huge monster let out a voice that closely resembled Hun Xiao. Most likely this big being that was currently in front of him was Hun Xiao. So you changed your body to be much bigger? Yi Chen said to Hun Xiao. Yi Chen didn't look surprised when he saw Hun Xiao's transformation. Yi Chen was already a little used to the techniques possessed by demon that sealed this earth. You don't look surprised by the changes I made? Hun Xiao asked Yi Chen. Why should I be surprised by your transformation? Isn't the bigger your body, the slower you are? Yi Chen said to Hun Xiao, who said a big body would be slow. Hun Xiao was now behind Yi Chen. He moved behind Yi Chen at a fairly fast speed, so even though you're big you can still move that fast. It's quite impressive too, Yi Chen said to Hun Xiao. Even though Hun Xiao's movements were fast, just now Yi Chen could still see them clearly, so he wasn't too surprised and panicked at the speed that Hun Xiao had just displayed. Die you bastard! Hun Xiao used his sharp claws to attack Yi Chen. He intended to slicing Yi Chen's body in front of him. Yi Chen immediately blocked Hun Xiao's attack. He used the divine yin-yang sword to block Hun Xiao's attack. In this exchange of attacks Yi Chen was blown away by the impact of Hun Xiao's attack. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Chen was flown hundreds of kilometers and crashed into several hills and mountains around this place. The hill that Yi Chen had hit was smashed into pieces. Mountains and hills were instantly hollow and shattered everywhere. Damn, that sword is really annoying. Hun Xiao saw the claws in his hands. Hun Xiao could now see that his claws had been partially cut off by Yi Chen's sword. If Hun Xiao confronted Yi Chen again, then it was certain that his claws could be cut off by Yi Chen's sword. Yi Chen is currently out of the rubble of the boulder that buried himself. Yi Chen came out and started to clean the dust that was on his body. Hun Xiao's attack just now didn't hurt Yi Chen at all. The attack just now wasn't strong enough to injure Yi Chen's body, which was already strengthened by heavenly armor. It seems that I have to end this as soon as possible. If I'm delayed too much time, Hun Xiao will only get stronger and stronger. Yi Chen felt that he had to end it all. The longer Hun Xiao got stronger, if he continued to let it go, it would be difficult to stop. Seal it. Time to try God Master One Sword technique. Yi Chen felt that it was time for him to use the God Master One Sword technique. Inger, are you ready? Yi Chen asked Inger. I'm ready whenever Master needs it. Inger was ready at any time. She was ready to defeat Hun Xiao. Good, let's defeat this ugly demon. Yi Chen was happy that Yin Inger was ready to defeat Hun Xiao. Yi Chen began to enter into the Tao of Sword mode. He began to completely fuse with Yin Inger. Since Yin Inger is a spirit, this makes Yi Chen easily unite his thoughts and feelings with Yin Inger. He is now one with Yin Inger. Profound ice and fire began to envelop the divine Yin Yang sword. Yi Chen intended to try to combine his power with the God Master One Sword technique. Yi Chen was really very strange. He loved doing this kind of crazy experiment. After all the preparations were done, Yi Chen started to open his eyes. One god Yi Chen started to swing his sword horizontally towards Hun Xiao, who was in the distance. Yi Chen's slashing power contained extremely terrifying power. It was certain that it could cut through anything that stood in the way. Slash. Instantly the sky that was previously dark due to thick black clouds instantly brightened. All the dark clouds were swept away by one god Slash's slash. Chapter 938, Sealing Hun Xiao. Hun Xiao's massive body was currently sliced into two pieces. Hun Xiao's massive body could easily be cut by Yi Chen's slash from a great distance away. Hun Xiao's body that had been cut in half fell to the ground. It could be seen that Hun Xiao had lost his support. Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying showed shocked expressions when they saw what had just happened. Both Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli looked completely shocked when they saw the power of the slash that Yi Chen had just executed. What technique was that just now? Mei Yueli started to wonder about the technique that Yi Chen had just used. She thought that the technique that Yi Chen had just used was very powerful and very cool. Mu Shuiying also wanted to know what technique Yi Chen had just used. She also thought that the technique just now was very powerful, with just one slash. Yi Chen was able to get rid of the dark clouds and also cut off Hun Xiao's huge body. The power of the slash just now was extremely powerful. With that kind of power, Yi Chen might be able to split this earth into two pieces. Hun Xiao started to get up from the ground. He used his hands to support his body due to the powerful attack that Yi Chen had just launched. Hun Xiao had lost half of his body, now only the upper half remained. Hun Xiao couldn't regenerate, that's why he couldn't recover his body that was cut off by the slash from the divine Yin Yang sword. Bastard Hun Xiao was really furious when he saw his body being cut like this. An unstoppable rage had started to ooze out of Hun Xiao's body. Hun Xiao was really tired of being beaten by Yi Chen. He could no longer stand being beaten by Yi Chen in this way. Enough of this humiliation. I will destroy you in this planet. Hun Xiao said to Yi Chen that he would destroy Yi Chen in this planet. It was obvious that Hun Xiao was really fed up of fighting Yi Chen. He wanted to immediately destroy Yi Chen and the contents of this planet. Hun Xiao started to flap his wings to fly into the sky. Hun Xiao started to raise his two hands up. Super explosion. Great darkness in the middle of Hun Xiao's two palms started to emit a dark energy that felt extremely terrifying. This darkness started getting bigger and bigger. In an instant the size of this sphere of darkness was several times bigger than Hun Xiao's body. Master, you must stop that attack, otherwise maybe half the planet will be destroyed. Shu Yuechan immediately warned Yi Chen to immediately destroy the attack that Hun Xiao was trying to carry out. I see, I will not allow Hun Xiao to destroy the earth. Yi Chen will not let Hun Xiao destroy the earth. This was his homeland. He would never let someone like Hun Xiao destroy his homeland. Yi Chen had already decided that he would use the second move of God Master One Sword technique to defeat Hun Xiao. The second step of the God Master One Sword technique is called God Master Shadow Sword. This is a technique that can trick the eyes of the enemy who sees it. Yi Chen started to rotate the divine Yin Yang sword in his hand clockwise. When Yi Chen did this, behind the divine Yin Yang sword appeared a shadow that was very similar to the divine Yin Yang sword. People who saw this would definitely think that the divine Yin Yang sword had a lot of clones. With so many shadows like this, it will be difficult for the enemy to see where the real divine Yin Yang sword is. This makes it difficult for the enemy to guess the direction of Yi Chen's attack. Humans, prepare to accept your defeat. I will destroy this planet and its contents. Hun Xiao had already finished preparing for Super Explosion Great Darkness. Now he just needs to throw the Super Explosion Great Darkness in his hand down. Then the Super Explosion Great Darkness will automatically explode and wipe out all the remaining life on this earth. When Hun Xiao intended to cast Super Explosion Great Darkness, Yi Chen aimed a slash at Hun Xiao. Godmaster Shadow Sword. Yi Chen started to slash the divine Yin Yang sword towards Hun Xiao. Slash, 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 slash. Hundreds of slashes instantly landed on Hun Xiao's body. Hun Xiao's body instantly turned into small pieces when this happened. Even though Yi Chen had only just made a few slashes, didn't expect the result to be like this. Due to the second step of the Godmaster Shadow Sword technique, Yi Chen's slashes just now seemed a little bit, but in reality Yi Chen slashed repeatedly. The second step of the God Master One Sword technique looked much more terrifying than the first step. Even Hun Xiao had no resistance when faced with the second step of the God Master One Sword technique. Hun Xiao didn't make a sound of pain at all when he was defeated by Yi Chen. He didn't have time to scream when Yi Chen crushed his body. You son of a bitch, How dare you destroy my vessel? Now all my efforts have been in vain. Han Xiao's remnant soul was currently flying in front of Yi Chen. This remnant soul looked angry at Yi Chen for destroying his body, even though Han Xiao had gone to great lengths to reposition the body just now so that he could use it for his old body. Unfortunately, his body had just been destroyed, so all of Han Xiao's efforts were now wasted. That's my original goal. I was deliberately destroying other people's bodies that you have taken over. Yi Chen's original goal was to destroy the body of the person who had been taken over by Han Xiao. Right now Yi Chen only needed to seal the remnants of Han Xiao's soul again. Han Xiao's remnant soul was really so stubborn, even with the divining Yang sword, Yi Chen couldn't annihilate Han Xiao. It seemed that the only way was to seal Han Xiao and put him in a place where no one would ever find him again. Then I will take over your body, only it seems that his body is suitable for my soul container for the time being. Han Xiao intends to take over Yi Chen's body. He is attracted by Yi Chen's body, which has a terrible power. Han Xiao started to get closer to Yi Chen. He really wanted to take over Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen didn't miss this golden opportunity. Yi Chen immediately took the heirloom of the golden coffin that Sun Yang's ancestor had given him. Yi Chen instantly opened it right in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao's remnant soul immediately stopped when Yi Chen took out a golden coffin heirloom. Han Xiao looked scared by the heirloom of the golden coffin that Yi Chen had just taken. Now you go back to where you belong. Yi Chen immediately activated the golden coffin heirloom. The golden coffin heirloom instantly sucked Han Xiao in. Han Xiao tried to fly away. Unfortunately, what he did was completely in vain. Han Xiao's remnant soul was sucked into the heirloom of the golden coffin. No. Han Xiao screamed hysterically as his remaining soul entered into the heirloom golden coffin. This time Han Xiao really looked very desperate. Yi Chen ignored Han Xiao's screams, kept trying to seal Han Xiao into the heirloom golden coffin. Chapter 939, Time to Change the Earth. Han Xiao can easily be put in a golden coffin heirloom. Fucking quick, release me from this rotten prison. From within, Han Xiao started trying to destroy the heirloom golden coffin. Unfortunately, what Han Xiao did didn't work out. Han Xiao couldn't get out of the golden coffin heirloom. Now that you can't run away anymore, you should immediately tell me where you hid your real body. With an evil smile, Yi Chen immediately interrogated Han Xiao. He wanted to know where Han Xiao had hidden his real body. I will never tell where my real body is. Han Xiao refused to tell Yi Chen where he hid his real body. So you really don't want to tell me? Well, then I will throw you to the deepest place on this earth so that no one can find you anymore. Yi Chen said to Han Xiao that he would throw Han Xiao into the deepest place on this earth. Yi Chen knew that he would not get anything from Han Xiao. Surely Han Xiao would not want to tell Yi Chen where his real body was. Therefore it was better for Yi Chen to throw Han Xiao in this golden chest, somewhere where it was impossible for anyone to find. Yi Chen already knew where he should throw Han Xiao. Yi Chen started to lift the golden chest that was used to seal Han Xiao. Yi Chen, where are you going? Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli immediately asked where Yi Chen would take Han Xiao to go. I will take this person to a place that is very difficult for anyone to find. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli that he intended to take Han Xiao to a faraway place and no one could find him. Alright, then go. Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli welcomed Yi Chen to go bring Han Xiao. Yi Chen nodded. He left while taking Han Xiao to a place very far away. Senior sister, where do you think Yi Chen will take the demon go? Mei Yueli asked Yi Chen. I don't know about the matter, but the further he takes the demon away the better, Mu Shuiying said to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli completely agreed with what Mu Shuiying said. Mei Yueli hoped that Yi Chen would take Han Xiao to a place that no one knew about. Then let's go back. Mei Yueli invited Mu Shuiying to come back. Mu Shuiying nodded. She and Mei Yueli headed back to the Kunlun Holy Land territory. Yi Chen was currently flying towards the direction of a volcano, himself descending right at the peak of this volcano. Yi Chen looked into the crater of this volcano. The crater of this volcano was still filled with scorching lava. Very good. It seems this is a suitable place for the entrance to the bottom of the earth. Yi Chen intended to use this volcano as an entrance into the earth. Yi Chen intended to put Han Xiao at the bottom of the earth where no one would find him. Yi Chen had consulted with ancestor Sun Yang to change the location of Han Xiao's place, and ancestor Sun Yang told Yi Chen to seal Han Xiao in the depths of the earth. It was the only place no one would ever think of visiting. Yi Chen immediately took Han Xiao to dive into the lava pool. He brought Han Xiao to the deepest part of the earth. Since Yi Chen had the inheritance of flame veins, the magma in this place could not injure Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly dived to the deepest part he could reach. After several tens of minutes, Yi Chen finally arrived at the end road. The front was deadlocked and could not advance anymore. Yi Chen didn't know how many thousand miles he had dived. This must have been very deep and impossible for cultivators from the God realm to reach. The temperature in this place is also extremely high. It is difficult for weak cultivators to be in this place. Human, what are you trying to do? Where are you taking me right now? Han Xiao asked Yi Chen where they were now. Han Xiao couldn't see anything. Around him there was only an endless magma sea. This will be your new residence. Yi Chen told Han Xiao that this would be Han Xiao's new residence. What? I prefer my old place. Han Xiao protested when Yi Chen said that this place would be his new home. Huh, do you think I would be that stupid to put you in that place so you can fool the visitors like before and before? That will never happen. Just enjoy your time here for good. Yi Chen waved his hand towards Han Xiao. He immediately went to the surface. Bastard. Hurry back right now. Take me away from this place. Han Xiao kept yelling at Yi Chen. He told Yi Chen to take himself away from this place. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had already left this place, so Yi Chen could no longer listen to Han Xiao's ramblings. Yi Chen very quickly rose to the surface, himself immediately came out of the volcanic crater. Now Yi Chen is right at the top of this volcano. Finally everything is finished. Now what to do with Earth? Yi Chen started to think about what he should do with the current Earth. Han Xiao has made a very terrible destruction. It is very difficult to restore the Earth as before. It seems that I have to change this world. Yi Chen felt that if he had to change this world, maybe it was time for this world to change from a normal world to a cultivator world. The world's population has been greatly reduced. Now that the population is very small, it will be easier to start introducing these people to cultivation. It was also in case that if the world went into chaos again like this, the Earthlings could defend themselves. Yi Chen would come up with a plan of his own. He would try to implement this change as soon as possible. He hoped that everyone could start adapting to what Yi Chen was going to do. Yi Chen was going to ask Zhang Shiyun for help to arrange everything. With Zhang Shiyun being the current ruler of the Kunlun Holy Land, Zhang Shiyun would definitely very easily implement changes to the current world. All the major factions that control the world have been destroyed. Right now the world has no one in charge, so everyone is free to make their own choices. Alright, I've decided that I will change everything. Yi Chen has decided to change everything. From now on this world will be a new world where everyone has the right to choose their choice. No more big factions will monopolize the resources, everyone can enjoy it. This arrangement may not be quick to do, it may take tens to hundreds of years to completely change the earth today. Yi Chen decided to return to the city. He would discuss this with Zhang Shiyun and the people who still had influence in this world. Thanks to all the readers who have followed the third volume. Now it's time for us to enter the fourth volume where Yi Chen will go to the God Realm. I hope you can continue to enjoy this novel until the end. Thank you again. Greetings from Dark Forces, Chapter 940 Holiday. Almost 3 weeks had passed since the massive attack carried out by Han Xiao. Now the remaining people are working together to restore this world. The population is getting smaller and there are only a few people left in the whole world. It is estimated that only about 10% of the world's population currently remains, while 90% have died at the hands of Han Xiao. The remaining people try to rebuild their civilization. Meanwhile, there are now several new sects that have started to exist. The rules of the world have been changed. Now cultivators no longer need to hide themselves from the mortal world. The remaining people also began to take an interest in cultivation. They all became interested and joined several small sects that were currently doing large-scale recruitment. It can be said that the earth has really started to change completely. A new era has really started again. Now everyone has the right to determine their own destiny without being enslaved by the old rules made by the great powers that control this world. While the hero who has saved the world and changed the world is currently reclining on a chair near the pool. Meanwhile, around him there are dozens of beautiful women swimming and having fun around the pool. All of these women were, of course, Yi Chen's women. They were enjoying a vacation after almost 2 weeks of tiring work. Yi Chen and his wives played an active role in helping to restore this world. They were actively helping to restore this world. So it wasn't strange that they wanted to take this one-day vacation. Yi Chen originally wanted to train, but he was dragged by all the women to come and join in on this holiday. As a result, Yi Chen enjoyed the beautiful scenery that was currently presented in front of him. Needless to say, this scene is really very amazing. At this time all the women look very seductive. Yi Chen is a little itching to play with all of them. Yi Chen was lucky enough to see a scene like this. Not all men could be as lucky as Yi Chen to see a scene like this. Husband, don't you want to join everyone in the pool? Zhao Yanyan came to Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan asked if Yi Chen didn't want to join the women who were currently playing in the pool. No, I'd rather be here and watch them play. Yi Chen said that he would rather be here and see all his wives playing and having fun in the pool. If Yi Chen joins the pool, he is afraid that something will happen to all his wives. Maybe his younger brother below will not stand it and decide to attack all the women in the pool. Smiley face. Husband, you better join in the fun with all of us. Don't waste your time practicing and solving problems.
Liu came over to Yi Chen. Liu told Yi Chen to rest and enjoy this time. This kind of thing happened quite rarely, so Liu wanted Yi Chen to relax a little for even one day. Liu knew very well that Yi Chen had the responsibility on his shoulders to save Ling Yin. But Liu hoped that Yi Chen would relax even more and could take the time he had to relax a bit. You don't have to worry, I won't push myself, I know my limits. Yi Chen said to Liu that he knew very well how far his limits were. Good, then let's have some fun. Liu and Jia Yanyan simultaneously dragged Yi Chen into the pool, both of them wanting Yi Chen to join in on the fun. Yi Chen was helplessly forced to enter the pool. He started to participate in the games played by the women in the pool. It could be said that today Yi Chen was really having fun with the women in this pool. He really enjoyed playing and having fun in the pool together with his peerless beauty. Laughter that was very pleasant to hear began to sound in Yi Chen's ears. Yi Chen was delighted to hear this laughter. Yi Chen was still Yi Chen, while having fun with his wives. Yi Chen started to take advantage of all the beautiful women who were in this pool. He began to touch the body and flirt with the women in the pool. Since all the women who were in the pool were his wives, no one put up any resistance when Yi Chen took advantage of them. Everyone looked happy when Yi Chen touched and watched them. If a woman already belongs to a man, they usually don't get angry when their man touches them. Days like this were rare, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen wanted to enjoy this a little longer. Unknowingly, it was getting dark. It was time for everyone to get out of the pool and change into their usual casual clothes. Yi Chen was a little reluctant to end all of this, but as time passed, he couldn't continue like this. Now Yi Chen had to return to his busy life to train and strengthen himself again and reach the peak of cultivation. Husband, there is a beautiful woman outside looking for you. Li Qingzu, who had changed into a maid outfit, suddenly came to Yi Chen. He told Yi Chen that outside there was a beautiful woman looking for him. After fully professing her love for Yi Chen, now that Li Qingzu had called Yi Chen a husband, she really could no longer leave Yi Chen. Even though Li Qingzu has become Yi Chen's woman, Li Qingzu is still a maid in this house. She likes to help Xiao Lulu clean this villa. Who's looking for me at night like this? Yi Chen asked who was looking for him at this time of night. He wanted to know who the beautiful woman was looking for him at this time of night. That I don't know. I'm quite unfamiliar with that woman. That woman must have a slightly old-fashioned appearance. Li Qingzu didn't know who the woman was looking for Yi Chen was. He had never seen a beautiful woman currently looking for Yi Chen. Yi Chen became curious about the beautiful woman looking for him. Yi Chen decided to go and see for himself. Okay, I'll go and see for myself. Yi Chen said to Li Qingzu that he would go and see the woman. Li Qingzu nodded to Yi Chen. He decided to go back to the kitchen together and help Xiao Lulu and the others to prepare dinner. After a long day of activities, all the women must be hungry. That's why after this there will be a dinner party. Anyway, today they will all have fun and forget their daily life of cultivating and cultivating. Yi Chen immediately went towards the entrance. When Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the villa, Yi Chen saw a woman who had long straight black hair with her back to him. From the back alone this woman already looks beautiful. Yi Chen began to wonder what kind of face this woman had. Miss, why are you looking for me? Yi Chen immediately asked the beautiful woman in front of him. Yi Chen wanted to know who this woman in front of him really was. The beautiful woman with long black hair turned around and looked at Yi Chen. Chapter 941 Wedding Invitation. When the woman in front of him turned around, Yi Chen could see the beauty that this woman possessed. This woman is very beautiful and elegant with bangs in the front. No need to ask, this woman is clearly very beautiful. The problem was that Yi Chen did not know this woman at all. He felt that he had never met this beautiful woman in front of him. Even though he had never met and knew this beautiful woman, Yi Chen felt familiar with the beautiful woman in front of him. He felt that this woman reminded him of someone very familiar. That, Miss, who are you? Yi Chen immediately asked about the identity of the beautiful woman in front of him. You don't know me? The beautiful woman asked Yi Chen. The beautiful woman did not expect that Yi Chen did not know her. No, Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Chen told that he didn't know this beautiful woman in front of him. At all, this was his first time meeting this beautiful woman in front of him. The beautiful woman looked helpless when she listened to Yi Chen's answer. Yi Chen really didn't know her. I am Miss Dongfang's maid. The beautiful woman told Yi Chen about her identity. This beautiful woman is Gu Sun. She came here to tell Yi Chen something. Oh, so you are the maid of the goddess Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen nodded to Gu Sun. It turned out that the woman in front of him was the maid of the goddess Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen thought who was coming at this time of night. It turned out to be the personal maid of the goddess Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen wondered why Dongfang Xiu had sent his personal maid to this place. Wait a minute, Yi Chen immediately realized something. He looked straight at Gu Sun, who was in front of him. Judging from where this woman had a slight compatibility with Gu Xian, Yi Chen had remembered his master's last words at that time. Gu Xian had told Yi Chen that his daughter was currently serving goddess Dongfang Xiu. This woman was
Probably the Gu Sun that Gu Xian meant. Yi Chen felt absolutely certain that the woman in front of him was Gu Sun. That, may I ask you something? Yi Chen wanted to ask Gu Sun something. Sure. Just say it. Gu Sun allowed Yi Chen to ask himself, is your name Gu Sun? Yi Chen got straight to the point. He asked the name of the beautiful woman in front of him. Yes, my name is Gu Sun. Gu Sun answered Yi Chen's question. She did not hide her identity from Yi Chen. Sun's sister, I finally got to meet you. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Yi Chen looked happy when he saw that in front of him was Gu Sun. This woman was really Gu Xian's daughter. Needless to say, Gu Sun was a beautiful and graceful woman. A woman like this was the ideal woman of all men in this world. Gu Sun just smiled when she saw that Yi Chen had guessed her. This person finally realized that she was Gu Sun. Sun's sister, what brought you to this place? Yi Chen asked Gu Sun, who was in front of him. He wanted to know why Gu Sun had come to his place. Gu Sun just remembered that her main purpose in coming here. Gu Sun's main purpose of coming here was to tell Yi Chen something. Why did he even talk casually with Yi Chen? Ahem, I will inform you of my coming here. You first read this. Gu Sun handed him a piece of paper that looked like an invitation letter. What is this? Yi Chen immediately asked about what Gu Sun had just given him. You read it first, you'll know what's inside. Gu Sun told Yi Chen to read the invitation he gave. Yi Chen nodded. He began to open and read the invitation that Gu Sun had given him. When Yi Chen read the invitation that Gu Sun had given him, Yi Chen discovered that the contents of this paper were an invitation to a wedding party that was going to be held by Dongfang Xiu and Hai Ming. When Yi Chen read this invitation, Yi Chen felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Obviously, Yi Chen was not happy when he got something like this from Dongfang Xiu. Was Dongfang Xiu the one who gave me this letter? Yi Chen asked Gu Sun if Dongfang Xiu himself gave this to him. No, Miss didn't tell me to do such a thing. I came on my own initiative and gave it to me. Gu Sun told Yi Chen that he came and gave the invitation on his own initiative. Sun's sister, why are you giving this to me? Yi Chen wanted to know the reason why Gu Sun gave this to him. You're still asking why I gave it to me. You really are an insensitive man. Are you a man? Gu Sun said that Yi Chen is a man who is not sensitive to what Gu Sun wants. Yi Chen, straight face. Yi Chen didn't know what to say in a situation like this. Gu Sun's words pierced Yi Chen. Sun's sister, don't say things like that. After all, I'm still a man, Yi Chen said to Gu Sun. If you were a man, then you have to prove it, Gu Sun said to Yi Chen. Okay, then let's go inside, Yi Chen said to Gu Sun. Go inside? For what? Gu Sun asked Yi Chen. Of course, to prove that I'm a man, Yi Chen said while making a male pose. Gu Sun of course knew what Yi Chen was trying to do. Gu Sun's face turned slightly red when she heard what Yi Chen had just said. You pervert. Gu Sun reached her hand towards Yi Chen's ear. Gu Sun started to twist Yi Chen's ear quite strongly. Ouch, sick, please let go me. Yi Chen told Gu Sun to let go him. What Gu Sun did was quite painful for Yi Chen. Do you still dare to tease me again like before? Gu Sun said to Yi Chen. No, I won't dare to do that again. Yi Chen immediately answered Gu Sun. He hoped that Gu Sun would let him go. Seeing that Yi Chen had promised, Gu Sun immediately let go of Yi Chen's ear. Yi Chen's ears were red from what Gu Sun had just done. Yi Chen didn't expect Gu Sun to be upset because of what just now. It seemed that in the future Yi Chen had to be careful when talking to Gu Sun. Yi Chen, I'm serious here, so please don't play around anymore. Gu Sun said that he was seriously in trouble. Okay, I won't joke anymore like before. Yi Chen obediently listened to Gu Sun's words. After all, Gu Sun was still Gu Xian's daughter. Yi Chen had to respect the daughter of his master. Do you understand what I mean by giving this wedding invitation to you? Gu Sun asked Yi Chen. I don't know. Yi Chen shook his head. He didn't know why Gu Sun had given him this invitation. He thought that what Gu Sun gave hurt for Yi Chen. The news about Dongfang Xiu's marriage made Yi Chen sad. Could it be that Dongfang Xiu had forgotten about him so quickly? Chapter 942. Short discussion with Gu Sun. Even though Yi Chen had tried his best to become strong in order to match Dongfang Xiu, he didn't expect that Dongfang Xiu had actually accepted Hai Ming's engagement and proposal. Why do you look sad like that? Gu Sun asked Yi Chen. Yes, it seems that goddess Dongfang Xiu has forgotten about me and has chosen Hai Ming, Yi Chen said to Dongfang Xiu, who said that, do you know, every day Miss always daydreams of herself while looking at this planet. Gu Sun told Yi Chen about what happened to Dongfang Xiu after meeting Yi Chen. After meeting Yi Chen, Dongfang Xiu changed a little. Dongfang Xiu was no longer what she used to be. Sometimes Dongfang Xiu would daydream herself while looking at the direction where the earth was. As Dongfang Xiu's only personal maid, Gu Sun naturally knew of every change made by her miss. That's why Dongfang Xiu knew what Yi Chen was thinking. It must be that Dongfang Xiu was thinking about Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen was the one who had saved her and could make her heart move. Is that true? Yi Chen asked Gu Sun. Gu Sun nodded to Yi Chen, she telling Yi Chen that what he just said was the truth. Yi Chen was happy to hear this. It seemed that Dongfang Xiu was still thinking about him in her heart. This alone could make Yi Chen believe that Dongfang Xiu was still waiting for him. Wait a minute, Then why did Dongfang Xiu accept Hai Ming's proposal? Yi Chen immediately asked why Dongfang Xiu accepted Hai Ming's proposal. That's because young lady was forced to accept it, otherwise Hai Ming will definitely go berserk and look for you. Gusun said to Yi Chen why Dongfang Xiu would accept Hai Ming's proposal. It turned out that Dongfang Xiu was forced to do this to protect Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt extremely guilty when he heard Dongfang Xiu inflaming herself like that to protect himself. Yi Chen felt that being a man was useless when he allowed a woman who liked him to be forced together with another man just to protect himself. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly. He wished that right now he had the strength to take Dongfang Xiu away. Yi Chen, I will tell you an important piece of advice that you must keep in your heart. The God realm is a place for strong people to gather, where strength is everything. If you want to help young lady, you must have very strong strength. Big deal to deal with the immortal profound sea realm. Gu Xin gave a piece of advice to Yi Chen to quickly become stronger. I tried my best to be strong. Yi Chen said that he had tried his best to become strong. In this place you may be very strong, but in God realm you are still an ant in the eyes of the immortal profound sea realm. I suggest you go to God realm immediately. This place is not suitable for you. With your talent cultivation fast, I believe in God your realm will get stronger quickly. You only have less than 5 years left. If you continue to be trapped in this place then you will have no hope. Gu Xin gave a short lecture to Yi Chen. Gu Xin even suggested to Yi Chen to leave this small planet like Earth. According to Gu Xin this planet was not a suitable place for Yi Chen to become stronger. 5 years was a short time for a cultivator. It felt like the blink of an eye for a cultivator at the God realm. Yi Chen's talent would be wasted if he continued to stay on this small planet. Yi Chen started to think about the wise words that Gu Xin just said. According to him, Gu Xin's words were the truth that Yi Chen had to accept. Yi Chen could not continue to be on Earth. Every day Yi Chen felt a huge setback in terms of cultivation. Even though Yi Chen was inside the fairy gate, Yi Chen felt that his cultivation had become slower than before. Perhaps it was time for Yi Chen to go to the God realm to train and increase his strength. Yi Chen, I can't talk to you for too long. If I take too long then I will be caught. You better think about what I said earlier. I hope that our next meeting you will become even stronger. Gu Xin no longer had the time to talk more with Yi Chen. This was all Gu Sun could give Yi Chen. Gu Sun hoped that Yi Chen would think about the words she just said. This was also for the sake of the young lady who looked sad when she was forced to marry Hai Ming. Gu Sun really hoped that Yi Chen could save Dongfang Xiu from the shackles of this forced marriage. Sister Sun, wait a moment. Yi Chen tried to stop Gu Sun. He still had many things he wanted to ask Gu Sun. Even Yi Chen wanted to inquire about Gu Xian's news to Gu Sun. Yi Chen wanted to know the news about his current master. Too bad Gu Sun had already left this place. He couldn't stay with Yi Chen for too long. Yi Chen felt helpless. It seemed that he would have to wait another time to discuss this with Gu Sun. Yi Chen tightly gripped the wedding invitation paper that was currently in his hand. From now on Yi Chen had to come up with his own plans to save Dongfang Xiu and Ling Yin. Both of them were currently waiting for Yi Chen patiently. Yi Chen entered the villa. He might start thinking about his own plans to become strong. Yi Chen had even decided to try going to the God realm. Meanwhile, Gu Sun saw that Yi Chen had now entered the villa. Gu Sun's task was finished. She hoped that what she had just said to Yi Chen could make Yi Chen more enthusiastic in practicing and cultivating. That way Yi Chen would quickly become a strong and formidable person. Gu Sun is very confident in Yi Chen's strength. It is clear that Yi Chen's talent in cultivation is very fast. This is evident from Yi Chen's current cultivation. In just a few months Yi Chen has been able to reach the first level of the divine spirit realm. Speed, this is quite fast to cultivate in a place with low energy like Earth. Alright, time to go. Gu Sun had to leave Earth immediately. She had to return to the sacred heaven star realm to serve Dongfang Xiu. If Gu Sun had been missing for too long, then Dongfang Xiu would definitely be suspicious of what Gu Sun had just done. Gu Sun came here to see Yi Chen on her own initiative. Gu Sun came unnoticed by Dongfang Xiu. Gu Sun was afraid that she would be angry if Dongfang Xiu found out that she had gone to see Yi Chen. It was for this reason that Gu Sun couldn't be in this place for a long time. She could only tell Yi Chen a brief thing. Yi Chen, don't disappoint me. I hope our next meeting you can become a strong person. Gu Sun hoped that in their next meeting Yi Chen would be much stronger than now. Chapter 943. Everyone, I want to tell you something. Yi Chen went inside. When Yi Chen entered the villa, he was already greeted by a very large dinner banquet. Almost all the women in this villa took part in this banquet. Even Mu Shuiying and Mu Nianzi were also dragged along to join this banquet. It could be said that currently everyone in the villa was taking part in this banquet. Yi Chen saw the harmony of all the women. He could see the togetherness they were doing. Husband, where are you from? Lin Roshi greeted Yi Chen. She asked where was Yi Chen from just now. I just came from outside to meet acquaintances. Yi Chen told Lin Roshi that he had just gone out to meet acquaintances. Why don't you invite him in and join us for this dinner? Lin Roshi asked why Yi Chen didn't invite his acquaintances to come and eat with all of them. He has a special need, so he can't. Yi Chen said to Lin Roshi that Gusun had left due to a special need, so Gusun couldn't join in the event that all the ladies had prepared. Oh, so your acquaintance is gone. Too bad, said Lin Roshi to Yi Chen. Lin Roshi knew that Yi Chen's acquaintance just now must be a woman, that's why Lin Roshi wanted to invite her to join. Unexpectedly, that Yi Chen's acquaintance had already left due to some necessity. Husband, everything is ready. Then let's start right away, Lin Roshi said to Yi Chen that everything was ready and they were ready to start dinner. Lin Roshi dragged Yi Chen away towards the chair that was specially prepared for her. Yi Chen was dragged to a chair in the middle. Meanwhile, around Yi Chen gathered beautiful women who sat in neat rows. This looked like a dinner made by the king and his concubines. Since everyone had already gathered, dinner started soon. Everyone ate the food they made. Husband, let's try the food. Jia Yanyan, who sat beside Yi Chen, started to get some food for Yi Chen. She made sure that Yi Chen got the right food. Thank you, wife. Yi Chen thanked Jia Yanyan for what Jia Yanyan did. Jia Yanyan was really very considerate, cheerful, handsome dinner. Everyone looked happy and happy. Today they really enjoyed every minute they spent. Dinner was very enjoyable. Almost everyone enjoyed it all. Even Mu Shuiying and Mu Nianci enjoyed this dinner very well. Yes, although these two are not as passionate as other women. Everyone, I want to tell you something. Yi Chen said to all the women that he wanted to say something. All the women stopped chatting. They all immediately looked at Yi Chen with curious gazes. They were all very curious about what Yi Chen would talk about. Husband, what's the problem? Lu Yu and the others were very curious about what Yi Chen wanted to talk about. I want to tell you that I intend to go to the God realm. Yi Chen told all the women in this place that he wanted to go to the God realm. All the women were silent when they heard what Yi Chen had just said. They couldn't believe that Yi Chen would go to the God realm suddenly like this. Husband, why suddenly say something like this? What really happened? Jia Yanyan immediately asked Yi Chen what happened. Why did Yi Chen suddenly want to go to the God realm? That, I feel that increasing my cultivation is getting more and more difficult, so I intend to try going to the God realm to increase my strength. After all, I have to be strong enough to find the flower of life 7 colors and protect all of you, Yi Chen told all the women in the area. This place, if he wanted to become stronger, that's why he wanted to go to the God realm. All the women here understood what Yi Chen wanted. Yi Chen's wish was to be strong and be able to protect them all. Yi Chen's intentions were very good. It made the women's hearts stir. Jia Yanyan, Lu Yu, Su Mengxin, Fu Lanling, Qing Chang, Mu Laning, Lin Roshi, Xiao Lulu, Su Yuya, Cheng Mengyan, Feng Shuai, Nan Huatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suyin, Yishou Nangong Xiang, Li Qingzhu, and the women from Frozen Ice sect understood what Yi Chen wanted right now. Yi Chen wanted to grow stronger too. Protect them all. How would everyone stop Yi Chen? Husband, if you really want to go to the God realm, have you set your first destination yet? Nangong Xiang immediately asked if Yi Chen had found his first destination when he went to the God realm. I haven't thought about it. I'm making plans for it. Yi Chen said that he had not thought about this. He just wanted to tell everyone about this matter. If you haven't thought about it, how about you just go with Shuiying? I heard that the Shuiying sect is pretty good. Nangong Xiang gave Yi Chen a suggestion to go to the Mu Shuiying sect. Mu Shuiying, who was eating, immediately looked at Nangong Xiang. Nangong Xiang gave a wink to Mu Shuiying. She wanted Mu Shuiying to take care of Yi Chen when he was in God realm. Although Mu Shuiying's relationship with Yi Chen was still a secret, Mu Shuiying was already considered Yi Chen's future woman. That's why Nangong Xiang could entrust Yi Chen to Mu Shuiying. Nangong Xiang believed that Mu Shuiying would not do anything to harm Yi Chen. The God realm was a place filled with all kinds of extremely dangerous people. With Yi Chen's kindness towards women, Nangong Xiang was afraid that Yi Chen would be taken advantage of by women from the God realm. What a coincidence! I also intend to return to my sect. Do you want to come with me? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying actually wanted to stay on Earth a little longer, but because Yi Chen wanted to go to the God realm, Mu Shuiying immediately gave up her intention of staying in this place any longer. There was no way Mu Shuiying would refuse after Nangong Xiang said that to her. Is it true? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen didn't expect that a coincidence like this would happen. Mu Shuiying nodded lightly to Yi Chen. She told Yi Chen that what she just said was the truth. Well, if you can really take me to the God realm, then I will of course come with you. Yi Chen didn't think much of it. He immediately agreed to come along with Mu Shuiying. That way Yi Chen wouldn't have to be confused about finding a suitable place for him to practice. The Nine Immortals Peak sect was a pretty good place for Yi Chen to start his steps in the God realm. Well, if you decide that, we will leave in a few days. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that they would be leaving in a few days. That meant that during these few days Yi Chen could still use the time Mu Shuiying had given him to make the necessary preparations. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen immediately nodded to Mu Shuiying. he would prepare everything he needed to go to God Realm. Chapter 944 Special Prize from Zhao Yanyan. 1. Yi Chen along with his wife continued to eat dinner, all returning to eat the food they made. After dinner was over, everyone rushed to tidy up the place, everyone returned to work together to clean things up. After finishing dinner, Yi Chen immediately went upstairs to see Ling Yin. He checked Ling Yin's condition and told Ling Yin about his departure to God Realm. Yi Chen couldn't say much to Ling Yin. Yi Chen could only say a few words to Ling Yin. After speaking and accompanying Ling Yin, Yi Chen returned to his own room. Today Yi Chen was really very relaxed. He let go of all his responsibilities. In a few days Yi Chen will go to God Realm. Yi Chen should enjoy times like this more leisurely. Click. When Yi Chen was lying down lazily, he heard someone opening the door to his room. Yi Chen immediately saw who entered his room. When Yi Chen looked at the entrance, Yi Chen found Zhao Yanyan standing in front of the entrance wearing a very sexy pajamas. These sexy pajamas wrapped around Zhao Yanyan's splendidly developed body. After doing dual cultivation with Yi Chen many times, Zhao Yanyan's body had grown very well. Yi Chen was drooling when he saw the appearance of Zhao Yanyan in front of him. Zhao Yanyan was too seductive. Husband, what do you think? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. What do you mean by that? Yi Chen pretended to be stupid and didn't know what Zhao Yanyan was talking about. Geez, why are you pretending to be stupid like that? Zhao Yanyan said discontentedly. Zhao Yanyan of course knew that Yi Chen was currently playing dumb in front of her. Yi Chen obviously wanted to try playing with him. If you don't tell me, how will I know? Yi Chen said to Zhao Yanyan, who was standing in front of the entrance. Husband, how do I look today? Zhao Yanyan finally asked Yi Chen about his current appearance. Of course, Yanyan is very beautiful and sexy. You really fit in that outfit. You really deserve the title of goddess. Yi Chen immediately gave Zhao Yanyan a compliment. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan that Zhao Yanyan's current appearance looks very beautiful and sexy. Zhao Yanyan's beauty has really grown very well. Zhao Yanyan now really deserves to be compared to goddesses like Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu. Zhao Yanyan's face turned slightly red when she heard this. She felt sweet when she heard Yi Chen's praise. Click. Zhao Yanyan closed the door. After closing the door, Zhao Yanyan walked towards the bed. Zhao Yanyan sat beside Yi Chen's bed. Yanyan, why did you come here? Is there something you want to talk about? Yi Chen asked Zhao Yanyan. Yes. I do want to talk to you about something. It's about what you said earlier. Zhao Yanyan said that she wanted to talk about what Yi Chen had done earlier during dinner. Don't you want me to go to the God Realm? Yi Chen asked Zhao Yanyan. Of course not. I just feel that if you are too hasty in making decisions, what actually happened? Zhao Yanyan felt that Yi Chen's decision was too hasty. Zhao Yanyan felt that there was something wrong with Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan was truly a genius and smart woman. Yi Chen really couldn't hide anything from Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen had no choice but to tell what happened to Zhao Yanyan. He thought it was better to be honest with Zhao Yanyan than Zhao Yanyan to continue to be suspicious like this. Yi Chen started to tell Zhao Yanyan what had happened. He told Zhao Yanyan why he was in such a hurry to go to the God Realm. Zhao Yanyan listened to all of Yi Chen's explanations. After listening to Yi Chen's explanations, Zhao Yanyan finally understood what happened. So it's about Dongfang Xiu? Zhao Yanyan didn't expect that Dongfang Xiu would marry someone she didn't like because of Yi Chen. It wasn't strange for Yi Chen to look in such a hurry. Apparently this was the reason. Yi Chen immediately nodded to Zhao Yanyan. There was no way Yi Chen would stay silent and see something like this. Then do you need me to come with you? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan wanted to help Yi Chen solve these problems. She wanted to go with Yi Chen to the God Realm. No, don't do that. Yi Chen immediately rejected Zhao Yanyan's suggestion. He didn't want Zhao Yanyan to come with him. Why? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan was confused as to why Yi Chen didn't want her to come along. Dear wife, look at you. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan to look at her. What's wrong with me? Zhao Yanyan saw her. Zhao Yanyan asked what was wrong with her. Zhao Yanyan felt that there was nothing wrong with her. Zhao Yanyan was now strong, so it was fine if she wanted to go along with Yi Chen. It's not a matter of your strength, it's a matter of your beauty. Yi Chen started to touch Zhao Yanyan's perfect face and looked beautiful. Zhao Yanyan closed her eyes when Yi Chen touched her. Zhao Yanyan enjoyed Yi Chen's touch. Yanyan, you're so beautiful. If you come along, I'm afraid there will be a lot of bad people after you. That's when I might find it difficult to protect you. Yi Chen whispered the reason why he didn't want Zhao Yanyan to come along. It's not that Yi Chen doesn't want Zhao Yanyan to follow him. The problem is that the beauty of Zhao Yanyan and all of his wives is really extraordinary. Yi Chen is afraid that there will be too many people targeting Zhao Yanyan and his wife if Yi Chen takes them all to the God Realm. Zhao Yanyan now understood why Yi Chen forbade him to come along. If Zhao Yanyan came along, it would most likely cause more trouble for Yi Chen. Yanyan, you wait until I'm really strong and can protect you. Yi Chen promised to be strong and protect all his women from people with evil intentions. Jia Yanyan nodded to Yi Chen. This time Jia Yanyan was really very obedient to Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen was happy that Jia Yanyan understood what he wanted. Now Yi Chen can rest easy and don't have to worry too much about Jia Yanyan wanting to come along. Yi Chen suddenly remembered something. He hadn't asked for the gift that Jia Yanyan had promised him before. Perhaps this was the most opportune time for Yi Chen to ask Jia Yanyan for a gift. It just so happened that Xing Mei wasn't at the villa. She could freely do it with Jia Yanyan without having to be bothered by that bad girl. At night Xing Mei always clung to Yi Chen tightly, the little girl always forced to sleep with Yi Chen. This made Yi Chen unable to have intercourse with his wife. If Yi Chen really couldn't stand it anymore, Yi Chen would be forced to hide inside the fairy gate. It was the only place that was safe from Xing Mei's reach. Wife, may I ask for my prize right now? Yi Chen whispered in Jia Yanyan's ear. He told Jia Yanyan that he wanted the gift that Jia Yanyan had promised. Chapter 945. Special prize from Jia Yanyan. 2. Which gift? Jia Yanyan asked Yi Chen. Jia Yanyan didn't seem to remember that she promised such a thing to Yi Chen. Come on wife, it's about what you said a few months ago. Did you just forget it? Even though you promised me, Yi Chen tried to remind Jia Yanyan about the gift that Jia Yanyan had promised when he managed to get Zhang Shiyun. Yi Chen hadn't had time to ask for the gift that Jia Yanyan had promised him before. Did I ever promise you something like that? Jia Yanyan held her lips. She tried to remember what Yi Chen had just said. Straight face, Yi Chen didn't know what to do at this moment. It could be seen that Jia Yanyan was currently taking revenge for what he had done earlier. Jia Yanyan didn't seem to remember what she had promised Yi Chen before. Wife, come on, don't mess with me. Yi Chen said helplessly, I completely forgot about it. Jia Yanyan said to Yi Chen that she had already forgotten about it. Yi Chen was really disappointed. It seemed that Jia Yanyan had forgotten about it. Yi Chen could only blame Xing Mei. If it wasn't for Xing Mei, who was clinging tightly to Yi Chen every night, Yi Chen would have already gotten his prize. Pucci Jia Yanyan smiled when she saw Yi Chen's disappointed face. Even though Jia Yanyan just wanted to play around, she didn't expect Yi Chen's reaction to turn out like this. Wife, you really dare to tease me. Just watch out. I will punish you. Yi Chen immediately pounced on Jia Yanyan, who was nearby. Yi Chen immediately pushed Jia Yanyan onto the bed. Yi Chen's current position was on top while Jia Yanyan was on the bottom. The position of the two was clearly ambiguous. You are ready for the punishment. Yi Chen showed his fingers to Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen intended to tickle Jia Yanyan using his skillful fingers. No, it's amused. Jia Yanyan let out a laugh that was very pleasant to hear. The man listening to this would definitely feel very excited. Seeing Jia Yanyan's current reaction, Yi Chen continued to tickle Jia Yanyan's sensitive parts. Naturally, this would make Jia Yanyan not dare to fight her anymore. Husband, please stop. Jia Yanyan asked Yi Chen to stop. She couldn't stand the tickle that Yi Chen's skillful fingers gave her. So you still dare to fight your husband in the future? Yi Chen whispered in Jia Yanyan's ear. No, I won't do that again, so please let me go. Jia Yanyan asked Yi Chen to let go of herself. Seeing that Jia Yanyan had completely given up, Yi Chen was finally willing to let Jia Yanyan go. Yi Chen started to stop tickling Jia Yanyan. Now Yi Chen looked at Jia Yanyan, who was in front of him. Jia Yanyan at this time also looked at Yi Chen, and Jia Yanyan's eyes met each other. Wife, so where is my present? Yi Chen asked Jia Yanyan, who was in front of him. Oh my, you really are impatient, Jia Yanyan said to Yi Chen. Of course, I've been waiting for this for a long time, Yi Chen said to Jia Yanyan. Then close your eyes. Jia Yanyan told Yi Chen to close his eyes. Close eyes? Yi Chen asked Jia Yanyan. Hurry up and do it. Jia Yanyan told Yi Chen to close his eyes immediately. Yi Chen immediately closed his eyes. He was very curious what Jia Yanyan would do. As soon as Yi Chen closed his eyes, Yi Chen suddenly felt a soft lips kiss his lips. Without needing to open his eyes, Yi Chen already knew that these were Jia Yanyan cherry lips. Seeing Jia Yanyan take the initiative first, Yi Chen immediately responded to Jia Yanyan's kiss, the two of them starting a passionate mature kiss. Since both of them were very skilled, Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan both knew how to make each other happy. The two of them kissed very aggressively. After 10 minutes the two finally parted their lips. Okay, that's the gift. Jia Yanyan told Yi Chen that she had already given the gift that Yi Chen wanted. Just like that, Yi Chen asked Jia Yanyan, who was in front of him. Yeah, that's all. What do you expect? Jia Yanyan said to Yi Chen, of course I want you, my beautiful wife. Yi Chen stretched out his hand towards Jia Yanyan's pajamas. He started to touch Jia Yanyan's double peak, which was now very well developed. Even now Yi Chen's hand was already having trouble holding Jia Yanyan's double peak. Husband, you was really greedy. I already gave you the gift. Why do you want more? Zhao Yanyan complained to Yi Chen, who was so greedy for what she gave. I am greedy. It's because my wife is very beautiful, said Yi Chen to Jia Yanyan. Yi Chen really couldn't stand Jia Yanyan in this kind of clothes anymore. There was no way men would put up with Jia Yanyan's current appearance. Zhao Yanyan's face turned red when she heard Yi Chen's praise. Yi Chen's sweet words were really very difficult to resist. Dear wife, I want to ask you something. Yi Chen said that he wanted to ask Zhao Yanyan something. What is that? Zhao Yanyan immediately wondered what Yi Chen wanted to ask. Dear wife, has yours gotten bigger than last time? My hands can't even hold it anymore, whispered Yi Chen in Zhao Yanyan's ear. Zhao Yanyan's face actually turned red when she heard what Yi Chen just said. Gez, isn't it your fault that you touch her so often? Zhao Yanyan pouted at Yi Chen. It could be seen that Zhao Yanyan was annoyed with what Yi Chen had just said. Yi Chen chuckled when he saw Zhao Yanyan's sullen face. This time he succeeded in seducing Zhao Yanyan. Wife, I want you right now. Yi Chen immediately hugged Zhao Yanyan, who was in front of him. He pushed Zhao Yanyan back onto the bed. Zhao Yanyan really didn't put up a fight when Yi Chen did this to her. It seemed that Zhao Yanyan really accepted what Yi Chen had done. Seeing Zhao Yanyan agree so quickly, Yi Chen immediately started to enjoy Zhao Yanyan's body. He started playing with Zhao Yanyan's body vigorously. Zhao Yanyan very quickly let out a sweet moan that was very comfortable for Yi Chen to hear. It was clear that Zhao Yanyan had completely entered Yi Chen's palm. Yi Chen didn't take off the pajamas that Zhao Yanyan was wearing. He preferred to see and enjoy Zhao Yanyan, who was wrapped in pajamas. Yanyan, your night is really very tempting. Are you deliberately using this to tease me? Yi Chen whispered in Zhao Yanyan's ear. Zhao Yanyan became very embarrassed when she heard what Yi Chen said. It seemed that Yi Chen had realized it. Gez, feel this. Zhao Yanyan pushed Yi Chen down on the bed, then climbed onto Yi Chen's body. Husband, tonight I will drain everything you have. With a seductive pose, Zhao Yanyan said that she would drain Yi Chen yang qi. Chapter 946. I love you all. Really? Then show me the strength you have. I want to see the abilities of my first wife. Yi Chen put his hands on his head. He told Zhao Yanyan to show her combat ability. It was quite rare for Zhao Yanyan to take an initiative like this. Yi Chen wanted to see what Zhao Yanyan would do, whether Zhao Yanyan would show her ability or not. I'll show you the results of watch my practice over the past few months. Zhao Yanyan said with absolute confidence. Zhao Yanyan had practiced the Queen Heart Silk for a long time, so now that Zhao Yanyan's abilities had grown further, now Zhao Yanyan wanted to try hers against Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan didn't know that Yi Chen already possessed a new technique that was stronger than the King's Heart. Yi Chen's new technique might be very difficult for the Queen Heart Silk that was currently studying Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan waved her hand. When Zhao Yanyan did this, Yi Chen's clothes disappeared instantly. Now Yi Chen is not wearing any clothes on his body. He is completely naked by Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen didn't look surprised at what Zhao Yanyan had just done. With Zhao Yanyan's current cultivation already at the peak of the divine nascent realm, it would be very easy for Zhao Yanyan to do this. Yi Chen was more curious about what Zhao Yanyan would do next. He wanted to see what Zhao Yanyan would do to him. Zhao Yanyan started to lower her head towards Yi Chen's neck. She started to lick Yi Chen like a cat spoiling her master. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanyan's free hand started to hold Yi Chen's large object, which was already tensed up. Zhao Yanyan started to help Yi Chen's hand. When Zhao Yanyan did this, Yi Chen felt a very comfortable feeling. He was quite enjoying what Zhao Yanyan was doing right now. Needless to say, Zhao Yanyan's current abilities were getting more and more skilled. Zhao Yanyan really already knew how to pamper Yi Chen and make Yi Chen happy. Zhao Yanyan saw Yi Chen's reaction. When Zhao Yanyan saw Yi Chen's reaction that seemed to be enjoying this, Zhao Yanyan felt very happy. She was very satisfied to see Yi Chen enjoying what she was doing right now. Zhao Yanyan became increasingly confident with the ability she had. Zhao Yanyan started trying various tricks that he learned during these months. Zhao Yanyan used her thighs to tease Yi Chen's little brother. Yi Chen was quite surprised when he saw what Zhao Yanyan was doing. He didn't expect that Zhao Yanyan would know this kind of trick. How is this fun? With a voice full of temptation, Zhao Yanyan asked about Yi Chen's current condition. Zhao Yanyan wanted to know how Yi Chen felt at this time. Of course, it's convenient. Yi Chen said to Zhao Yanyan that it was very convenient. Do you want more? Zhao Yanyan whispered in Yi Chen's ear. Tonight Zhao Yanyan was really very seductive. Yi Chen could hardly believe that this was the pure and innocent looking Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan tonight was very much like Vixen trying to suck out Yi Chen's soul. She was too tempting. Of course, Yi Chen nodded to Zhao Yanyan. He wanted to see all the new skills that Zhao Yanyan had. Zhao Yanyan smiled hearing this. She started to use all kinds of tricks to beat Yi Chen. Zhao Yanyan's hands at this time even started to play on Yi Chen's ball sack. She really played this like her favorite toy. Yi Chen was really made very comfortable by Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan had lots of tricks to make Yi Chen happy. While Yi Chen was enjoying Zhao Yanyan's skillful hands, Yi Chen felt his thing being squeezed by something soft. When Yi Chen looked down himself to see Zhao Yanyan giving him sandwich service. Since Zhao Yanyan's dual peaks had already grown, now that Zhao Yanyan could provide this kind of service to Yi Chen, it was obvious that the old Zhao Yanyan couldn't do this. Only women of above average size could do this. Fufufu, husband, get ready. This would be a lot of fun. With a smile full of flowers, Jia Yanyan said that she would start right away. Sure enough, Jia Yanyan started to serve Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a very pleasant feeling from what Jia Yanyan was doing at this time. Even Yi Chen started to let out a slight moan of pleasure at what Jia Yanyan was doing right now. Jia Yanyan didn't stop there. She started to use her cherry lips to swallow the large object that was stuck in the abyss of hers. Jia Yanyan began to provide highly skilled mouth service once. Jia Yanyan's combined attack certainly became a threat to Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't expect Jia Yanyan's skills to be this extraordinary. Jia Yanyan was really like a succubus wanting her soul. 10 minutes quickly passed. Jia Yanyan continued to enjoy herself as she indulged Yi Chen's younger brother using her skills. Yi Chen's younger brother really melted. It could be seen that Yi Chen's younger brother was already unable to defend against Jia Yanyan's barrage of attacks. Yi Chen felt that he would soon reach his limit. It seemed he couldn't hold it in any longer. Jia Yanyan saw the changes experienced by Yi Chen. Seeing this, Jia Yanyan immediately stopped her actions. Yi Chen, who was on the edge of happiness, immediately felt lost. Yi Chen looked at Jia Yanyan. He wondered why Jia Yanyan even stopped at such a critical moment. Yanyan, why did you stop? Yi Chen asked Jia Yanyan, who was in front of him. Jia Yanyan gave Yi Chen a triumphant smile. She managed to seduce Yi Chen. Yi Chen, straight face. Yi Chen knew what was going on now. Jia Yanyan was teasing him. Yi Chen didn't know where Jia Yanyan learned this kind of trick. This kind of trick was really very uncomfortable for Yi Chen, who previously wanted to vent. Yi Chen woke up like a tiger and went to pounce on Jia Yanyan, who was in front of him. A naughty wife should be punished for daring to seduce her husband. Yi Chen said that he would punish what Jia Yanyan did before. Jia Yanyan really made Yi Chen feel very uncomfortable. No, someone help me. I will be raped, Jia Yanyan shouted in a not too loud voice. Scream to your heart's content. Tonight I won't let you rest, Yi Chen said to Jia Yanyan, who was below him. Yi Chen really enjoyed doing things like this with Jia Yanyan. It could be seen that Jia Yanyan was inviting Yi Chen to play the flower thief game. Yi Chen immediately took off the pajamas that Jia Yanyan was wearing. Now Jia Yanyan's perfect body appeared before his eyes. Yi Chen's huge object became bigger and bigger when he saw the beauty that was presented in front of him. Yi Chen couldn't wait to taste Jia Yanyan's taste. Oh no, please stop, spare me. Jia Yanyan asked Yi Chen to spare herself. Jia Yanyan's acting really looked very natural. This made Yi Chen feel very happy. In the past, Jia Yanyan used to play various games such as nurses, teachers, maids, secretaries, and various kinds of games that could increase passion, so it was not surprising that Yi Chen was used to Jia Yanyan's acting. Never mind, give up now. I will make you completely mine. Look at this, you will definitely like this. Yi Chen showed the prowess of his weapon in front of Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan gulped when she saw Yi Chen's majestic and massive weapon. Wait, why does it look bigger than last time? Jia Yanyan felt that Yi Chen's property became bigger and stronger over time. Jia Yanyan did not expect that Yi Chen's could still grow. If it continues like this, Jia Yanyan's body and mind will be completely overpowered by Yi Chen. Then please slow down, I'm still pure. Jia Yanyan said to Yi Chen to take it slow. Leave it to me. Yi Chen looked overjoyed. The huge weapon started to break through Jia Yanyan's narrow gate like a virgin. Jia Yanyan groaned loudly as Yi Chen's weapon drilled into her flower core. As expected, Yi Chen's thing became bigger and bigger. It was extremely difficult for Jia Yanyan to resist an invasion of this magnitude. Yi Chen actually completely entered. After entering, Yi Chen immediately moved very quickly and was full of energy. Jia Yanyan's mind went blank when Yi Chen started his actions. It could be seen that this pleasure made Jia Yanyan reach the seventh heaven. This time Yi Chen was very aggressive. It could be seen that Yi Chen was really very excited to do Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan was rendered helpless by Yi Chen's abilities. Even the Queen Heart Silk cultivated by Jia Yanyan couldn't help much when compared to the Passion Goddess technique. This pleasure was far more extraordinary than Jia Yanyan had ever felt. Jia Yanyan truly felt a pleasure that could no longer be put into words. At this rate, Jia Yanyan will definitely be defeated by Yi Chen sooner or later. Yi Chen's ability is much stronger than Jia Yanyan thought. The current Jia Yanyan looked like a ship that had been hit by an extremely violent wave. She was completely rendered helpless by Yi Chen's overly terrifying abilities. Yi Chen and Jia Yanyan decided to try out lots of different positions, both enjoying the dual cultivation session they had together. Time passed. After a few hours, Yi Chen finally wanted to let Jia Yanyan go. Yi Chen took out his burden on Jia Yanyan. Jia Yanyan accepted Yi Chen's yang qi essence gracefully. Jia Yanyan started cultivating the yang qi that she got from Yi Chen. Yi Chen lay on the bed. For some reason he was very excited today when he fought Jia Yanyan. He thought that Jia Yanyan was very beautiful and seductive tonight. This charm was very difficult for Yi Chen to resist. Slurp. While Yi Chen was resting, he felt a very pleasant warm feeling. It could be seen that Jia Yanyan was currently cleaning up the remnants of yang qi that remained inside. "Wife, you are really very seductive today." Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan that today Zhao Yanyan was very seductive. "This is the gift I promised you, don't you like it?" Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. "Of course I like it. I want to do this until morning." Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan that he would do this until morning with him. "Husband, you better prepare yourself, soon you might be overwhelmed." Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen to prepare himself. "Do you want to start the next round?" Yi Chen asked Zhao Yanyan. "Fu, of course, but this time let's change the location. I want to do it inside the fairy gate." Zhao Yanyan wanted to change the location of the battle between the two of them. Zhao Yanyan wanted to do it in the special dual cultivation room inside the fairy gate. "Alright, let's go now." Yi Chen carried Zhao Yanyan's body. He immediately carried Zhao Yanyan into the fairy gate. After entering the fairy gate, Yi Chen immediately rushed to the dual cultivation room. Yi Chen immediately opened the entrance to the dual cultivation room. Yi Chen immediately stopped in place when he looked inside. In this dual cultivation room, it turns out that there are already dozens of beautiful women who are all wearing very sexy pajamas. Lu Yu, Su Mengxin, Fu Lanling, Qing Chang, Mulanin, Lin Roshi, Xiao Lulu, Su Yuya, Cheng Mengyan, Feng Shui, Nan Huatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suin, Yixiao, Nangong Xiang, Li Qingzu, and the woman from Frozen Ice Sects are all in the same place. Yi Chen didn't know what was going on here. Why were all the women gathered in the same room like this? "Yan, why are you taking so long? We have been waiting here for a long time." Lin Roshi complained to Zhao Yanyan, who had been outside with Yi Chen for too long. As a result, everyone waited for quite a long time in this place. Zhao Yanyan got off Yi Chen's body. Zhao Yanyan went over to everyone in this place. "Big sister Roshi, everyone, I'm sorry I seem to have been carried away." Zhao Yanyan told everyone that she was carried away by Yi Chen's abilities. As a result, Zhao Yanyan had to fight around with Yi Chen before heading to this room. Everyone felt helpless when they heard what Zhao Yanyan had just said. Apparently this was the reason why Zhao Yanyan had been outside for so long. It turned out that Zhao Yanyan had tasted Yi Chen before them, even though everyone had agreed to do it together. Unexpectedly Zhao Yanyan would actually take the first start. What's in here?" Yi Chen immediately asked about what happened in this place, why everyone was gathered in the same room. Zhao Yanyan turned towards Yi Chen. She was going to tell Yi Chen what happened. "Husband, this is actually a secret surprise that we have prepared for you." Zhao Yanyan told Yi Chen what had happened. It turned out that this was a special surprise that Zhao Yanyan and the others wanted to give before Yi Chen left for the God Realm. "Why are you doing this?" Yi Chen immediately asked why everyone was doing something like this. "Husband, maybe we won't see each other often, so for tonight onwards we will be with you." Zhao Yanyan told them the reason for doing this. If Yi Chen went to the God Realm, then they would probably all see each other less often, so there was no harm in them doing something like this. Yi Chen was happy with what all his wives were doing. He would make happy memories with everyone. "I love you all." Yi Chen immediately went towards Zhao Yanyan, Lu Yu, Su Mengxin, Fu Lanling, Qing Chang, Mulanin, Lin Roshi, Xiao Lulu, Su Yuya, Cheng Mengyan, Feng Shui, Nan Huatze, Zhang Shiyun, Shui Suin, Yixiao, Nangong Xiang, Li Qingzu, and the women from the Frozen Ice Sect. Yi Chen and all the women started a battle in this room. This battle will definitely last a very long time. Yi Chen alone against dozens of women at once. Who do you think will win this battle later? All kinds of pleasant female voices could be heard in this room. Even fools knew what they were doing in the room. Chapter 947, Giving Gifts to Xiaoqingyu. Currently in the dual cultivation room, after a long battle that lasted for more than 10 days, the dual cultivation room looked disheveled. It could be seen that this place was completely chaotic because of the dual cultivation that everyone practiced. Yi Chen started to open his eyes. Yi Chen started to look around this place. When Yi Chen looked around this place, Yi Chen found that all the women were sleeping around him. The appearance of all the women looked disheveled. It could be seen that they were extremely exhausted against Yi Chen. Yi Chen started to remember the madness he had with all his wives. The thing that Yi Chen and all the women were doing was really crazy. They kept doing it without letting Yi Chen stop. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's stamina was strong, otherwise Yi Chen would really be sucked dry by his own wife. Yi Chen started to stretch his muscles. He felt quite refreshed today. Maybe this was because the yang qi in Yi Chen's body was sucked out by all his wives. Yi Chen started to get up from the super big bed. He looked for a change of clothes and left this place. Yi Chen didn't want to wake up his exhausted wives. After leaving the dual cultivation room, Yi Chen immediately left the fairy gate. He still hadn't prepared everything he needed to go to the God Realm. As soon as Yi Chen left, Zhao Yanyan and several women started to open their eyes. Zhao Yanyan and several women had already woken up. They deliberately didn't greet Yi Chen for fear that Yi Chen's libido would flare up again. Zhao Yanyan and all the women were completely exhausted when dealing with Yi Chen's abilities. They all really had a hard time dealing with Yi Chen even when they were all gathered together like this. Yi Chen's ability in that field is getting stronger and stronger. This is quite troublesome for all women. Jia Yanyan started to wake up all the women. She invited them to go and clean themselves in the bath that was inside the fairy gate. Due to the effects of dual cultivation, some women still felt mentally exhausted, therefore some had to help each other to go to the bathhouse. After Yi Chen came out of the fairy gate, Yi Chen immediately cleaned himself up. After that, Yi Chen went outside to look for some things he needed. Yi Chen needed some things for himself. When Yi Chen wanted to go out, he found that in the living room there was Mu Shuiying reading a book. Mu Shuiying had been waiting for Yi Chen for a long time. This whole time Mu Shuiying had been waiting for Yi Chen to come out of the fairy gate. That was why Mu Shuiying decided to do as many boring things as she could. Mu Shuiying's cultivation was already very high, so cultivating on Earth was useless for Mu Shuiying. It would be a waste of Mu Shuiying's time. So you're out. Are you enjoying what you've been doing for the past few days? Mu Shuiying asked Yi Chen, who finally came out from inside the fairy gate. After long wait, Yi Chen finally came out. I'm sorry, I have some important business. Yi Chen apologized to Mu Shuiying. He was embarrassed by what Mu Shuiying had just asked. Forget it, you better get ready. Tomorrow we will go to God Realm. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to prepare everything before they went to God Realm. Okay, I'll do it. Yi Chen nodded. He would start preparing everything. Very good. Mu Shuiying closed the book she was reading. She got up from the sofa and went upstairs. When Mu Shuiying left, did not say a word to Yi Chen. Today Mu Shuiying looked very indifferent. Yi Chen didn't know what happened, why Mu Shuiying's situation was so indifferent. Could it be that Yi Chen did something wrong so that Mu Shuiying was annoyed with him? Forget it, I'm going to buy some important things that I might need when I'm in the God Realm. Yi Chen intended to buy some things that might come in handy while he was in the God Realm. Yi Chen came out of his villa. He immediately went to the shopping center. When Yi Chen went to the shopping center, Yi Chen saw that there were a lot of people who were rebuilding their houses. While there were a few more who were currently practicing cultivation, there were new people entering the cultivation world. The scenery on Earth had truly changed greatly. Now the era of cultivators had begun again on modern Earth. Yi Chen immediately went to the shopping center. It just so happened that some parts of the shopping center were currently being renovated and strengthened to withstand all kinds of attacks and natural disasters. Yi Chen went to buy various necessities that he needed. Yi Chen bought various kinds of luxurious furniture and stored them inside the fairy gate. No one knows what Yi Chen is thinking at this moment, why he buys various kinds of luxurious furniture like this. No one knows Yi Chen's intentions and goals at this time. After buying everything he needed, Yi Chen finally decided to go to Xia Qingyu's house. Yi Chen would tell Xia Qingyu that he was going to the God Realm. Although still not fully his woman, Xia Qingyu was still his fiancée. Yi Chen must still tell Xia Qingyu this important matter. Yi Chen quickly arrived in front of the Xia family home. It just so happened that the Xia family home looked intact and undamaged. Mei Yueli had been living in this place all this time, so it wasn't strange that Xia's exit house was safe from attacks by irresponsible people. Yi Chen was looking for Xia Qingyu's whereabouts. It just so happened that Xia Qingyu was currently in the backyard and was training together with Mei Yueli. Seeing Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli in the backyard, Yi Chen immediately walked over to the two. Yi Chen, Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli were surprised by Yi Chen's sudden arrival like this. Am I disturbing you? Yi Chen asked Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli. No, we're not bothered. Xia Qingyu told Yi Chen that she wasn't bothered by Yi Chen's arrival. That's great. Then I want to give you something. Yi Chen said to Xia Qingyu that he wanted to give something. What is it? Xia Qingyu asked Yi Chen. Xia Qingyu was curious about what Yi Chen wanted to give her. Yi Chen knelt in front of Xia Qingyu, himself taking out a jewelry box. Yi Chen opened and showed the contents of the box inside the jewelry box. When Yi Chen opened the jewelry box, a very beautiful ring was presented right in front of Xia Qingyu's eyes. Xia Qingyu's eyes immediately lit up when she saw this exquisite ring. She really liked the ring in the jewelry box that Yi Chen was holding. Qingyu, this is a gift for my beautiful fiancé. Yi Chen told Xia Qingyu that he had given her a present. Xia Qingyu was speechless when she heard what Yi Chen had just said. Xia Qingyu didn't expect to give her such a heavenly goddess diamond ring. This ring was made of heavenly goddess diamond. It was not strange that Xia Qingyu would react like this when Yi Chen gave her something like this. Chapter 948, Refusal from Xia Qingyu. Yi Chen, is this for me? Xia Qingyu asked Yi Chen. Of course, this is the gift I promised before. Yi Chen told Xia Qingyu that this was the gift he had promised before. Yi Chen kept his promise to make a piece of jewelry for Xia Qingyu, and now it was time for Yi Chen to give Xia Qingyu's heavenly goddess diamond jewelry. Qingyu, quickly reach out your hand. Yi Chen told Xia Qingyu to immediately extend her finger. Xia Qingyu started to extend her finger towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen held Xia Qingyu's finger. He started to put this ring on Xia Qingyu's hand. With gentle movements, Yi Chen began to place the heavenly goddess diamond ring on Xia Qingyu's finger. The heavenly goddess diamond ring fit perfectly on Xia Qingyu's finger. Xiao Qingyu looked at the ring on her finger. She liked the ring Yi Chen gave her. On the other side, Mei Yueli looked dissatisfied when she saw Yi Chen's romance. She hated the man who had taken senior sister's property first. Mei Yueli was still dissatisfied with what Yi Chen had done to Mu Shuiying. Plus, now that Yi Chen was trying to get to Xiao Qingyu, this man was truly the enemy of women. If it wasn't exterminated soon, there would probably be a lot of women who fell victim to Yi Chen. Too bad Mei Yueli couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. This man had a relationship with senior sister and best friend Xiao Qingyu, so Mei Yueli couldn't do anything to Yi Chen for the time being. Yi Chen was really overjoyed when he saw the current Xiao Qingyu. Xiao Qingyu looked happy with his gift. Yi Chen, why are you suddenly giving me this? Xiao Qingyu asked why Yi Chen suddenly gave this to her. That's what I want to tell you. Yi Chen said that he wanted to tell Xiao Qingyu something. What is that? Xiao Qingyu asked Yi Chen. Xiao Qingyu wanted to know what Yi Chen wanted to tell her. Tomorrow I will go to God Realm and train there. Yi Chen started to tell Xiao Qingyu that he was going to God Realm. Oh. Xiao Qingyu's reaction looked very ordinary when she heard this from Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't expect Xiao Qingyu's reaction to be so casual when she heard this. Yi Chen thought Xiao Qingyu would be sad when she heard this. Why does your reaction look so ordinary? Yi Chen asked Xiao Qingyu, what kind of reaction should I really have? You're going to train, so I can't possibly stop you, Xiao Qingyu said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was speechless when he heard what Xiao Qingyu had just said. Everything Xiao Qingyu said was true. Xiao Qingyu couldn't stop Yi Chen from leaving. Then may I ask you something before leaving? Yi Chen started to approach Xiao Qingyu. He was now quite close to Xiao Qingyu. What do you want? Xiao Qingyu asked Yi Chen. I want a farewell kiss. Yi Chen whispered in Xiao Qingyu's ear, telling Xiao Qingyu what he wanted. No, I won't do it, with a cold tone and face. Xiao Qingyu told Yi Chen that she would not do that. Huh? Yi Chen couldn't believe that Xiao Qingyu had rejected him. Xiao Qingyu had returned to being a cold woman towards him. Xiao Qingyu had her own reasons for refusing Yi Chen's request. Xiao Qingyu couldn't give Yi Chen what he wanted too often. It would make Yi Chen act as he pleased. Come on, Qingyu? Yi Chen whined like a child asking Xiao Qingyu for candy. I won't let you do that. Xiao Qingyu refused. She didn't like Yi Chen to talk about intimate matters like this in front of other women like Mei Yueli. Xiao Qingyu had to keep her face in front of Mei Yueli. She shouldn't be too intimate with Yi Chen when Mei Yueli was around. Come on, just one time. Yi Chen didn't give up. He still insisted on asking Xiao Qingyu for it. Yi Chen didn't know when he would meet Xiao Qingyu again, so there was no harm in Yi Chen asking Xiao Qingyu for a kiss. You didn't hear that Qingyu rejected you. Quickly get out of here. We are training. Mei Yueli immediately kicked Yi Chen out of this place. Mei Yueli couldn't stand the pervert who often bullied this woman. What's your business here? I'm talking to my fiancé, Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli really didn't get along. Lately these two were always fighting when the two of them met. I am her friend, so I have the right to interfere in this matter, Mei Yueli said to Yi Chen. Mei Yueli didn't want to lose to Yi Chen. She had to win against this man. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli glared at each other. It seemed that the two of them were flashing hostility towards each other. Because Yi Chen's cultivation was already quite high, Yi Chen was no longer afraid of Mei Yueli. He was very confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mei Yueli is also very confident in her abilities. She is not afraid when it comes to fighting Yi Chen. You two go ahead, Xia Qingyu immediately stopped Yi Chen and Mei Yueli from fighting. Xiao Qingyu didn't like it when her two closest people fought like this. Yi Chen and Mei Yueli sniffed coldly. Both of them stopped glaring when Xiao Qingyu intervened. Xiao Qingyu was completely helpless when she saw this. Mei Yueli and Yi Chen looked like cat and mouse, the two of them constantly bickering over trivial matters. Yi Chen again persuaded Xiao Qingyu to do it with him. Unfortunately, Xiao Qingyu stayed on her stance. Xiao Qingyu didn't want to give it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen could only be disappointed when he saw Xiao Qingyu's refusal. It seemed that today Yi Chen could not ask Xiao Qingyu for that. Mei Yueli smiled when she saw Xiao Qingyu reject Yi Chen. Mei Yueli was completely satisfied with what Yi Chen had done. Get out of the way. We will start our training again. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen to step aside. Mei Yueli and Xiao Qingyu would resume their practice. Yi Chen was dissatisfied when he heard what Mei Yueli said. Maybe the last lesson still didn't bother Mei Yueli. Maybe Yi Chen should find the right time to teach Mei Yueli a lesson. Next time Yi Chen will definitely make Mei Yueli regret it. Yi Chen went to the side. He started to see the training Xiao Qingyu and Mei Yueli were doing. Xiao Qingyu and Mei Yueli were currently doing a light spar. It could be seen that Mei Yueli was practicing Xiao Qingyu's fighting technique. Yi Chen carefully looked at Xiao Qingyu's battle. Xiao Qingyu was currently cultivating an ice cultivation technique that was almost similar to Mu Shuiying's. It seemed that Mei Yueli gave a similar technique to Xiao Qingyu. Since Xia Qingyu's temperament was quite cold, it would not be strange for Mei Yueli to impart an ice cultivation technique like this. An ice cultivation technique was indeed suitable for women with a cold temper. Chapter 949 Xia Qingyu's Hidden Plan. Yi Chen couldn't help but wait for Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli to finish training. Yi Chen waited quite patiently. Yi Chen's reason for waiting was very simple. Yi Chen felt happy when he saw the fighting moves made by Mei Yueli and Xia Qingyu. He thought that the movements of the two were very beautiful, so Yi Chen didn't get tired of seeing this. Instead, he enjoyed this beautiful sight. Mei Yueli was a little annoyed by Yi Chen's gaze. But the current Mei Yueli didn't have a reason to attack Yi Chen. Time flew by quickly. The two of them finally finished their training. Xia Qingyu looked exhausted after practicing together with Mei Yueli for these few hours. Qingyu, you rest first, I will go inside first. Mei Yueli told Xia Qingyu to rest first, while she would go inside first. Okay, I understand. Xia Qingyu nodded to Mei Yueli. Mei Yueli left this place, she entering the Xia exit residence. Finally, now that Xia Qingyu and Yi Chen were alone, now no one would bother Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu anymore. Yi Chen immediately made the most of this opportunity. He immediately went to Xia Qingyu's side and hugged Xia Qingyu from behind. Xia Qingyu was quite surprised when she saw what Yi Chen was doing. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would hug her from behind. Yi Chen, don't be like that, let me go. Xia Qingyu told Yi Chen to let go of herself. Come on Qingyu, why are you acting like this? I just want to hug my beautiful fiancé. Yi Chen told Xia Qingyu what he wanted. Xia Qingyu couldn't do much in a situation like this. Without Mei Yueli around, Xia Qingyu felt that she had no resistance against Yi Chen. It was quite difficult to resist what Yi Chen was doing right now. What Yi Chen was doing felt very comfortable for Xia Qingyu. Qingyu, may I ask that? Yi Chen whispered in Xia Qingyu's ear. Yi Chen looked back asking what he had not previously received from Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu looked in such a predicament. She didn't know whether to reject Yi Chen again or not. If Xia Qingyu continued to reject Yi Chen, it was certain that Yi Chen would be angry with him. Therefore, this was a difficult decision for Xia Qingyu. Okay, but just for a little while. Xia Qingyu told Yi Chen that she was going to do this for a while. Thank you, dear Qingyu. Yi Chen was very happy when he heard what Xia Qingyu had just said. Yi Chen didn't waste any more time. He was afraid that Xia Qingyu would go back on her words. Yi Chen immediately kissed Xia Qingyu, who was in front of him. Xia Qingyu could only close her eyes and accept kiss from Yi Chen, no matter how many times Xia Qingyu tried this. Xia Qingyu felt that it was really very pleasant. Xia Qingyu felt very fond of this kind of feeling. Unfortunately, with Xia Qingyu's character, she couldn't express this in front of Yi Chen. Xia Qingyu was afraid that Yi Chen would think badly of her. Xia Qingyu started to sink into this kiss. She really enjoyed Yi Chen's kiss with all her heart. Yi Chen and Xia Qingyu kissed for approximately 15 minutes. After both of them gasped for air, they finally parted ways. Yi Chen, didn't I just tell you for a moment? Xia Qingyu was annoyed that Yi Chen had kissed her for such a long time. Just now dear Qingyu didn't fight back and enjoy it. How can I be willing to let it go? Yi Chen chuckled at Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu's face was slightly red. It could be seen that Yi Chen's words had embarrassed Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu couldn't deny that she just enjoyed what she was doing with Yi Chen. Xia Qingyu turned her face to the side. She quickly recovered her cold temper. This was done by Xia Qingyu to overcome her shyness. Qingyu, I have to go now. Yi Chen said to Xia Qingyu that he had to leave right now. Go. Xia Qingyu told Yi Chen to leave immediately. Yi Chen was helpless. Xia Qingyu really looked annoyed at him for what just now. Yi Chen left Xia Qingyu. He flew towards the villa. Xia Qingyu only saw Yi Chen's departure. After Yi Chen left, she was finally able to calm down one's heart. He is go. Sometime after Mei Yueli came and approached Xia Qingyu. Yes, Yi Chen is go. Xia Qingyu said to Mei Yueli that Yi Chen had left. Qingyu, why are you pampering him like that? Didn't I tell you not to spoil Yi Chen too much? Mei Yueli started to question Xia Qingyu. She was dissatisfied when she saw Xia Qingyu spoil Yi Chen like that. I'm sorry, it's quite difficult for me to do something like that. Xia Qingyu told Mei Yueli that she had a hard time resisting Yi Chen. Yi Chen was too difficult for Xia Qingyu to refuse. Mei Yueli couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. Yi Chen is really very difficult to deal with. Yi Chen, that man is truly the natural enemy of women in this world. Have you told him about the matter? Mei Yueli asked if Xia Qingyu had told Yi Chen the matter. No, I haven't told him about the matter. I intend to give it as a surprise. Xia Qingyu hadn't told Yi Chen the matter. She wanted to give Yi Chen a surprise. Mei Yueli nodded to Xia Qingyu. Mei Yueli was glad that Xia Qingyu had not told Yi Chen that. Qingyu, you better prepare everything. I hope you don't regret this decision. Mei Yueli told Xia Qingyu to prepare everything. Mei Yueli hoped that Xia Qingyu would not regret the decision she made. Okay, I understand. Xia Qingyu nodded. She wasn't going to get ready. Xia Qingyu had made up her mind. She would not regret the decision she was currently making. Xiao Qingyu entered the house. She prepared everything she needed for tomorrow. Mei Yueli looked at the direction Yi Chen left. There were many things on her mind. Why does senior sister want to bring this man to the sect? What is senior sister really thinking? Mei Yueli started to wonder what Mu Shuiying was thinking. Why did Mu Shuiying bring Yi Chen to Nine Immortals Peak sect? This is still a question in the community. Thoughts of Mei Yueli. Forget it. Mei Yueli decided to forget about this matter. She didn't want to think about it too much. On the contrary, Mei Yueli felt happy because tomorrow she would leave this place and return to the God realm. Mei Yueli had been in this place for a long time. She wanted to immediately return and train at her peak. After defeated from Hun Chao, Mei Yueli felt that her battle experience was still very low. Mei Yueli intended to correct her shortcomings. It's useless that Mei Yueli has high cultivation but her battle experience is very low. This makes Mei Yueli lose in the battle. On this trip Mei Yueli learned a lot of things. From now on she shouldn't be lazy like she used to. Mei Yueli will try to change. Mei Yueli decided to follow Xiao Qingyu into the house. Chapter 950. Yi Chen proposed to all women. Yi Chen immediately returned to the villa. He immediately searched for the whereabouts of all the women. Before Yi Chen left, Yi Chen wanted to give something to everyone. He wanted to give the heavenly goddess diamond to all his wives. So far, Yi Chen has not had time to give the heavenly goddess to everyone. This is probably the most appropriate time for Yi Chen to give the heavenly goddess to all the beloved women he has. Yi Chen had made countless beautiful and luxurious jewels from the heavenly goddess. This should be enough for all the women he currently owns. Yi Chen immediately called Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen told Zhao Yanyan to gather all the women right now. Zhao Yanyan didn't know what Yi Chen wanted. Zhao Yanyan was very obedient and called all the sisters here. Very quickly all the women gathered in front of Yi Chen, all of them looking beautiful and dazzling. All of the women had just finished their bath. It wasn't strange that their appearance looked beautiful and dazzling. They now looked very beautiful like a goddess. Husband, why are you calling us all like this? Su Mingxin asked why Yi Chen suddenly calls them to this place. Everyone wanted to know why Yi Chen had gathered them again, whether Yi Chen wanted to do something like last night again. If that was true then the women might not be able to stand it anymore. I gathered you guys to give you something. Yi Chen said that he wanted to give something to all the women. All the women were immediately curious about what Yi Chen would give them. One by one the women began to guess what Yi Chen would give them. Yi Chen walked towards Zhao Yanyan and the others. First Yi Chen walked towards Zhao Yanyan. Yi Chen started to hold Zhao Yanyan's hand. After that Yi Chen took out a ring that looked very beautiful. Yi Chen started to put the ring on Zhao Yanyan's finger. Zhao Yanyan was quite surprised when she saw Yi Chen suddenly give herself a very beautiful ring. Zhao Yanyan looked straight at Yi Chen. Yanyan, thank you very much for accepting me as I am. I am very grateful to you. Yi Chen thanked Zhao Yanyan for accepting him as he was. Without Zhao Yanyan perhaps the current Yi Chen wouldn't be able to create his own harem. You're welcome. Zhao Yanyan smiled beautifully. She seemed very pleased with Yi Chen's words just now. After pairing the ring for Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen immediately went to Luyu. Just like what Yi Chen did to Zhao Yanyan, Yi Chen put a beautiful ring on Luyu's finger. Yi Chen didn't forget to say a few words to Lu Yu who had helped Yi Chen up until now. Liu also gave Yi Chen a very beautiful smile. She was very happy with Yi Chen's gift. Yi Chen proceeded to head over to Su Mengxin, Fu Lanling, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Xing Chang, Xiao Lulu, Chang Mengyan, Nanhuatse, Feng Shui, Zheng Shiyun, Shui Suin, Yi Xiu, Li Qingzu, Nangong Xiang and his lady another. Yi Chen gave all these jewels as proof that they were already his wife. All the women were very happy to get this from Yi Chen. This could be proof that they were already Yi Chen's wife. Husband, you actually proposed to all of us at the same time? Zhao Yanyan asked Yi Chen. It was obvious what Yi Chen was doing right now was like a proposal to them. Yes, do you want to accept it and be my wife? Yi Chen said to all the women. All the women smiled when they heard what Yi Chen had just said. Yes, we accepted. All the women very unanimously accepted Yi Chen's proposal. There was no way they would reject Yi Chen's proposal. They had all been waiting for this for a very long time. Finally they were all proposed in person by Yi Chen. Yi Chen was very happy when he heard the answers given by Zhao Yanyan, Liu Su Mengxin, Fu Lanling, Lin Roshi, Mulanin, Qing Chang, Xiao Lulu, Chang Mengyan, Nanhuatse, Feng Shui, Zheng Shiyun, Shui Suin, Yi Xiu, Li Qingzu, Nangong Xiang and the others. All of them really accepted his proposal that he submitted. All the women went to surround Yi Chen. They gathered and hugged Yi Chen. One man was surrounded by dozens of beautiful women who looked like goddesses. What would other people think if they saw this scene? Yi Chen tried to embrace all his wives. Unfortunately Yi Chen's hands were limited so he couldn't hug all of his wives. Yi Chen started to spend the whole day with all his wives. Yi Chen didn't do anything too excessive like yesterday. He just accompanied all his wives without looking for any profit from all his wives. This is a very historic day for Yi Chen. Yi Chen will remember this in his memory. Today Yi Chen actually proposed to dozens of women at the same time and was accepted. Without any refusal, this is a very amazing thing that is not just anyone. Men can do it. The next day very quickly came Jia Yanyan, Liu Sumengxin, Fu Lanling, Lin Roshi, Mu Lanin, Qing Chang, Xiao Lulu, Cheng Mengyan, Nanhuatze, Feng Shui, Zheng Shiyun, Shui Suin, Yixiu, Li Qingzu, Nangong Xiang, and the others gathered to escort Yi Chen away. They all took their time to escort Yi Chen. From now on they would probably see Yi Chen very rarely, so there was no harm in them gathering and watching Yi Chen leave. Did you finish all your business before we left? Mu Shuiying asked if Yi Chen had finished all his business before going to God Realm. Yes, I have finished all my business. Yi Chen has finished all his business. There should be nothing else to regret when Yi Chen left the earth. Mu Shuiying nodded. Then they could leave at any time. Beside Mu Shuiying was Mu Nianzi. Mu Shuiying intended to bring Mu Nianzi back with herself. The reason was very simple. Mu Nianzi's special body was so precious, it would be a shame if Mu Nianzi stayed in a place like this. In the hands of his master, Mu Nianzi would definitely be an extraordinary talent, so it was because of this that Mu Shuiying brought Mu Nianzi along with her. Mu Nianzi would naturally be happy to go with Mu Shuiying. She would go to a legendary place where the first founder came from. This was a special honor for Mu Nianzi, plus Mu Nianzi would be in the same sect as Yi Chen, so Mu Nianzi accepted Mu Shuiying's offer. Mu Shuiying, what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying why they didn't leave right now. You have to be patient, there are still 2 more people who haven't arrived yet. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that she was waiting for 2 more people before leaving for the God Realm. 2 persons? Yi Chen started to wonder who Mu Shuiying was referring to. He was curious about the identity of the 2 people Mu Shuiying was talking about. Senior sister, sorry to be late. 2 beautiful women descended from the sky. These 2 beauties naturally wore veils on their faces.